This is the best scene. Nobody can see.
With the independence of India in 1947, the country faced the daunting task of rebuilding the nation. The primary focus was on providing the citizens with the necessities of dignified living, like food, clothing, and shelter. To address the issues, a building research unit, BRU, was set up in Roorkee the same year. On 10th February 1951, the unit was upgraded by CSIR to a national laboratory, Central Building Research Institute. CSIR-CBRI is a world-class research and knowledge center of national importance for providing innovative solutions to all the aspects of building science and technology. Today, CSIR-CBRI touches the life of every citizen of India through its research, development and innovations in building science, engineering and technology. Some of the signature projects include Central Vista Project, New Parliament Building, Pakyong Airport, COVID-19 makeshift hospitals and disinfection solution, post-disaster reconstruction in India, Nepal, Myanmar, Kenya, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan and many more. Rehabilitation of heritage structures, Taj Mahal, Konark Temple, Jagannath Temple, Kedarnath, CSTM, Chittorgarh Fort. Rehabilitation of plant and industries. CSIR-CBRI outcomes are aligned with national missions, SDG, G20, climate change, IPCC and so on. 10 crore cost-effective houses constructed in India under these missions are glaring examples of the technologies developed at this institute. The journey of perfection is continuing at a quantum rate for wider translation of R&D outcomes to field, capacity building and information dissemination. As an initiative to reinforce the innovative engine of India, here is CSIR-CBRI's YouTube channel. With the independence of India in 1947, the country faced the daunting task of rebuilding the nation. The primary focus was on providing the citizens with the necessities of dignified living, like food, clothing and shelter. To address the issues, a building research unit, BRU, was set up in Roorkee the same year. On 10th February 1951, the unit was upgraded by CSIR to a national laboratory, Central Building Research Institute. CSIR-CBRI is a world-class research and knowledge center of national importance for providing innovative solutions to all the aspects of building science and technology. Today, CSIR-CBRI touches the life of every citizen of India through its research, development and innovations in building science, engineering and technology. Some of the signature projects include Central Vista Project, New Parliament Building, Pakyong Airport, COVID-19 makeshift hospitals and disinfection solution, post-disaster reconstruction in India, Nepal, Myanmar, Kenya, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan and many more. Rehabilitation of heritage structures, Taj Mahal, Konark Temple, Jagannath Temple, Kedarnath, CSTM, Chittorgarh Fort. Rehabilitation of plant and industries. CSIR-CBRI outcomes are aligned with national missions, SDG, G20, climate change, IPCC, and so on. 10 crore cost-effective houses constructed in India under these missions are glaring examples of the technologies developed at this institute. The journey of perfection is continuing at a quantum rate for wider translation of R&D outcomes to field, capacity building, and information dissemination as an initiative to reinforce the innovative engine of India. Here is CSIR-CBRI's YouTube channel.
Good morning. Sound is okay?
Good morning. Hello, 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 hello.
Of plant and industries. CSIR-CBRI outcomes are aligned with national missions, SDG, G20, climate change, IPCC, and so on. 10 crore cost-effective houses constructed in India under these missions are glaring examples of the technologies developed at this institute. The journey of perfection is continuing at a quantum rate for wider translation of R&D outcomes to field, capacity building, and information dissemination as an initiative to reinforce the innovative engine of India. Here is CSIR-CBRI's YouTube channel. India in 1947, the country faced the daunting task of rebuilding the nation. The primary focus was on providing the citizens with the necessities of dignified living, like food, clothing and shelter. To address the issues, a building research unit, BRU, was set up in Roorkee the same year. On 10th February 1951, the unit was upgraded by CSIR to a national laboratory, Central Building Research Institute. CSIR-CBRI is a world-class research and knowledge center of national importance for providing innovative solutions to all the aspects of building science and technology. Today, CSIR-CBRI touches the life of every citizen of India through its research, development and innovations in building science, engineering and technology. Some of the signature projects include Central Vista Project, New Parliament Building, Pakyong Airport, COVID-19 makeshift hospitals and disinfection solution, post-disaster reconstruction in India, Nepal, Myanmar, Kenya, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan and many more. Rehabilitation of heritage structures, Taj Mahal, Konark Temple, Jagannath Temple, Kedarnath, CSIR, Chittorgarh Fort, rehabilitation of plant and industries. CSIR-CBRI outcomes are aligned with national missions, SDG, G20, climate change, IPCC, and so on. 10 crore cost-effective houses constructed in India under these missions are glaring examples of the technologies developed at this institute. The journey of perfection is continuing at a quantum rate for wider translation of R&D outcomes to field, capacity building and information dissemination as an initiative to reinforce the innovative engine of India. Here is CSIR-CBRI's YouTube channel. With the independence of India in 1947, the country faced the daunting task of rebuilding the nation. The primary focus was on providing the citizens with the necessities of dignified living, like food, clothing and shelter. To address the issues, a building research unit, BRU, was set up in Roorkee the same year. On 10th February 1951, the unit was upgraded by CSIR to a national laboratory, Central Building Research Institute. CSIR-CBRI is a world-class research and knowledge center of national importance for providing innovative solutions to all the aspects of building science and technology. Today, CSIR-CBRI touches the life of every citizen of India through its research, development and innovations in building science, engineering and technology. Some of the signature projects include Central Vista Project, New Parliament Building, Pakyong Airport, COVID-19 makeshift hospitals and disinfection solution, post-disaster reconstruction in India, Nepal, Myanmar, Kenya, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan and many more. Rehabilitation of heritage structures, Taj Mahal, Konark Temple, Jagannath Temple, Kedarnath, CSIR, Chittorgarh Fort, rehabilitation of plant and industries. CSIR-CBRI outcomes are aligned with national missions, SDG, G20, climate change, IPCC and so on. 10 crore cost-effective houses constructed in India under these measures are glaring examples of the technologies developed at this institute. The journey of perfection is continuing at a quantum rate for wider translation of R&D outcomes to field, capacity building and information dissemination as an initiative to reinforce the innovative engine of India. Here is CSIR-CBRI's YouTube channel. With the independence of India in 1947, the country faced the daunting task of rebuilding the nation.
Good morning, all of you. All are requested to please be seated. We are going to start the program now. Yeah, very good morning, all of you. It gives me great pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome on behalf of CSIR-CBRI, Roorkee. On behalf of CSIR-CBRI, it is my pleasure and welcome you all the dignitaries and distinguished participants to this event. I consider it as a great honor to welcome today's chief guest, Dr. V. Ramachandra, eminent expert and cement industry. And then guest of honor, Mr. Samir Surlerkarji, Director, Assess Building Cement, and Mr. Nilod Palkar, Director, Master Builder Constructions, and Professor R. Pradeep Kumar, Director, CSIR-CBRI, and Dr. S.R. Karade, Chief Scientist, on the dais. May I invite all the dignitaries on the dais, please. CSIR-CBRI is celebrating CSIR 1 week, 1 lab event during 5th to 13th January, which was launched by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, on January 6, means yesterday, at New Delhi. So during this week-long program, several events have been planned to showcase the CSIR-CBRI technology know-how to the society and industry. Under CSIR-CBRI 1 week, 1 lab events, the building and construction industry meet being organized in Mumbai. So this meet basically aims to get better engagement with industries and to identify the common goals of safe, sustainable, affordable, comfortable and ecological solutions in the construction industry. We would like to take this opportunity to express our chief guest on behalf of CSIR-CBRI to Dr. V. Ramachandraji, the eminent expert, Ultratech Cement, and he is also Research Council member of CSIR-CBRI, for honoring our invitation to be the chief guest of this inaugural session, sir. We extend a warm welcome, and I request Ms. Pranjali to present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Ramachandraji, please. So. Thank you, sir. I deem it to be a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Samir Surlekarji, Director, Assess Build Camp, for accepting our invitation as a guest of honor to this event, sir. I extend a warm welcome, and I request Mr. Abhinav to present a bouquet of flowers to Samir Surlekarji. Thank you very much, sir. I am immensely pleased to welcome Mr. Nilot Palkarji, Director, Master Build Solution, for accepting our invitation as a chief guest of this function. We extend a warm welcome, and I request Chandan to present a bouquet of flowers to Nilot Palkarji. Chandan. Thank you, sir. I also extend my warm welcome to Professor R. Pradeep Kumar, Director, CSIR-CBRI, as well. I request, again I request Chandan to present a bouquet of flowers to our Director, Professor R. Pradeep Kumar. Thank you, sir. And also I welcome our Chief Scientist and colleague, Dr. S.R. Karade, to this inaugural session. A special warm welcome to all the eminent experts, industrialists, scientists, researchers, and others who have come to from different parts of the country to attend this event. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming to this event. So lighting and brightness represent the positive, the good and the good spirits. That's why the presence of light or fire will ensure success. Lighting of a lamp before a ceremony spreads divine grace. The lamp also shows everyone who is present how to rise upwards and dispel darkness. Therefore, now I request and invite all the dignitaries to inaugurate the event through lighting of a lamp, please. Thank you, sir, for inaugurating the event. Now I request my colleague, Dr. CSIR-CBRI, to give the brief note of this event, please.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. Good morning to all of you. Today's chief guest, Ramchandra ji, guest of honor, Samir ji, and Nilotpal ji, and dignitaries and colleagues. I just want to brief you about this event. Actually, our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Vice President of CSIR, Dr. Jiten Singh ji, proposed a week-long program for each of 37 laboratories of CSIR to celebrate 1 week, 1 lab program. Because all these 37 laboratories working in a diverse areas of science and technology, and he wanted to, because so many things are developed, but they are not reaching to the users properly or common people. So what he suggested, to organize week-long program across the country, or at least focus on that state, and to make showcase of all the technologies and the knowledge developed. So for that, CBRI is the first laboratory which has initiated this program, and yesterday in India Habitat Center there was a grand opening ceremony which was inaugurated by the minister himself, and it was very successful. So CBRI has organized about 20 events during this week from 6 to 13 January, and one of this is industry meet. Others are for the students, common people, state government, or district administration, local leadership, and there are some competitions also. There is an exhibition going on in CBRI Roorkee also. So this industrial meet is very important, because whatever we develop in laboratory, this is you people who are the medium to take the output to the field, because CBRI cannot go, and that's where your role is very, very important, and that's the purpose of organizing this meeting. So thank you very much for coming here. So during this meeting, what will we do after this inauguration session? CBRI scientists, in brief, they will make a brief presentation about different technologies and what R&D work is going on in CBRI. Then we would like to hear from you. Those who are interested in making presentation, please contact the desk and schedule the presentation. Otherwise, still you can speak. You can come here and speak for a brief period. Then after that, the last session will be on panel discussion. That will be open, and we can interact during that panel discussion. There will be a panel here, and you can raise your questions, queries, and CBRI scientists or concerned industry will reply. It is requested that time is 1 day for so many things, and this thing very limited. So we will request that during tea time, lunch time, and again tea time, please make use of that time for interaction with our scientists also and with each other also. So that's the platform we have. Thank you very much again for coming over. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Karade-ji, for briefing about the program. Now I request our director to say his presidential address on this event, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, Professor V. Ramchandra, Nilotpal Karji, and Samir Surlekar Karji. Other dignitaries who are sitting off the dais, and my colleagues from CSIR-CBRI, a warm welcome to this industry meet. So as Dharmaraju said, it's not a presidential address. I just want to set the expectation what is what should be the outcome of this. Now, before going to that, just want to say the purpose of this 1 week, 1 lab program as envisaged by the Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. So what he suggested was to identify the needs of the region, industry, and develop or provide desired scientific solutions. So that is number 1. And develop collaboration with states and industry for deployment and commercialization. This is second. And the third one is identify potential industry for co-development of next generation technologies and products. And the fourth one is to create networks of academia, industry and government for faster delivery. And fifth one, that is also very important, to motivate youngsters and budding entrepreneurs to create startups. So these are the 5 objectives which were given, and all 37 labs are geared up throughout the year. So as a CSIR family, we all, as CSIR family, yeah, as CSIR family, with 37 labs together, we are putting up this showcase throughout the year in different cities. So fortunately, CBRI is lucky enough to get this chance to kickstart the event. So yesterday we started, and all put together we have 20 events, and in different places we are doing like Roorkee, Mumbai, Delhi, Ghaziabad. Though these events are happening at these 4-5 places, but the live streaming is taking place so that all the people in the country, whoever is interested in that activity, could participate. Now coming to this event, so this industry meet. So the main purpose is, I'll take one example. Say we all eat food. Now there is a big chain. So somebody is cooking, somebody is serving, somebody is like transporting that raw material, and somebody is growing it. So this entire chain is needed for people to eat. So now the products are delivered by industry, and the thinking behind that is done at the level of, say, laboratories, scientists and academic institutions are doing. Now if what society needs is not clearly coming as a feedback to this research institutes and whoever is thinking, then the effort will go waste. So the main objective is to learn from each other, what works in society, number 1, and what is the need for maybe future. Now we have this one world, and we cannot consume all the world. We cannot like madly consume the world. So we should coexist with the nature. So for that, government and other thinkers have laid down some certain like conditions and norms, like how much carbon should be emitted, and what should be the like what is the comfortable temperature, and we cannot use these resources exorbitantly. So that is what is needed. Now we have to co-invent these solutions. The purpose of this meet is that some of the scientists of CSIR-CBRI are going to present what are the products in pipeline, or what are the research outcomes, and then how this can be converted into a product which will serve the society. And from industry side, what we want is sincerely we are looking for corrections and inputs in the way we set our direction. So with this opening remarks, I expect that this workshop, this entire day workshop, will be a grand success, so that we understand each other and together we serve society. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the importance of this event. Now I invite Mr. Nilot Polkarji for his address on this occasion, who has the vast experience in the construction section. Before inviting him, I would like to briefly introduce him. Presently, he is a Managing Director, Master Builders Solutions India Private Limited, and also team leader of South Asia. He is leading P&L responsibility for construction across Asia Pacific, product segment management, innovation development, channel management, specifications engineering, and he also served as a manager, admixture group, business manager, admixture group, and then manager customer service, manager customer services, Loftraj India Limited, head of technical service, head of Ambuja Cements, Sika India Private Limited as well. With this very little background, I invite Nilol Polekarji for giving his guest of honor address, please.
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Professor Pradeep Kumar and your team, for inviting me to say a few words about collaboration, which is all about people, and we all move around with a purpose, and that purpose has an underlying factor or underlying factors of people, products, and processes. So I call that 3P, and you will read that in many books as well. 35 years, which is my years of experience, is too less actually to even learn and unlearn and learn. Yeah, and we are gathered in this August, within the August audience, to explore joint collaborations, and I could only speak about building materials. And within the first P, which is people, I think training to enhance the skill is very important, because you might have the product and the process, but if you do not train, yeah, at ground level, not at lab, yeah, lab is always good for the first principles, but what is most important is replicating this training in the field. And there are a lot of institutes, private, and there are collaborations between private. And I think that CBRI, CSIR could actually, and I'm sure that you have done that, but it can be enhanced with your 37 labs as well. Yeah. So this is one area, I think, in terms of the right application of whichever building materials, starting from formwork. Because if you see 75% of the formwork across the country, which I address the 20 to 30 MPa concrete, which is anyway the majority of concrete, most of them have problems in terms of alignment, in terms of plumb. So I'm just starting basic, yeah, because we all came up from basics, and it's good to actually work on the basic and to get the basic right. Then we have the problem again to understand which part of the concrete ingredients are important. So when I say concrete ingredients, obviously cement, and then the aggregates, which is fine coarse, the right water. Now I came across a building a few days back, which was constructed about 10 years back. Unfortunately, the water available was brackish. It's a beautiful building, but everything is now structurally impaired. And when you take cores or you do the pulse velocity, when you have a pulse velocity of 1 versus 3.5, then you have a problem. So what I'm trying to say is execution is key. And the famous professor, he's an Indian by the way, Professor Ram Charan, if you have heard his name from the Harvard Business School, he said, you can strategize, bubble chart, do everything, yeah, but execution is key. So people factor is the most important. With the paucity of skilled labor and the demanding requirements of the construction industry, and as Professor Pradeep Kumar rightly said, it is the consumer's needs. So we all think in our brains about different technologies and how to actually implement them, but sometimes you need to adapt yourself to the market. So market needs are very important to be ascertained. Now if your country is basically looking for 20 to 30 or 35 MPa, we can spend time on ultra high performance concrete and 90 MPa and 100. But how do you enhance that durability of the 20 to 35 MPa concrete, and concrete becoming after water the second most consumed material across the universe? That is where we sometimes neglect the durability of this, and transforming this concrete into something which can give speed and resilience. By resilience I mean durability. Whether you talk about chloride, iron permeability and all the complex tests which are in the IS code or the BS code or the British Research Establishment or the ASTM or the DIN, the problem we have right now is to transform this simple concrete into something which is speed, which has quality and durability. And I'm sure, you know, with the work which has been done in India, and I would be actually proud to say that in India certain work has been done for mass housing in villages, along with Ultratech, for smart dynamic concrete, which is a technology which is all about the low grades of concrete and how to make it flow without segregation and bleeding. Now if you have that shell fast, now you take any building material, from even termite application to insulation, all can be put in place and all will be durable. But if the basic structure or the shell which is made of concrete is not durable, then all the other treatments will fail. Next we come about the products. There are innumerable products in the country, and thanks to liberalization, a lot of technology, and I'm sure a lot of work which is being done by CSIR and CBRI combined, which I read on the website, and the interaction, I think it is a very good platform to expand that. And you rightly mentioned about the advertisement, marketing of this is very essential. And I'm sure the closer we get between the institutes of repute like CSIR-CBRI, the IITs, etc., and the public through municipal corporations, etc. Because one of the most important thing we see is that we talk about it, but when it comes to specifications, specifications still say that you should use OPC, which is good, but is it durable is the question. Specification says that you should use resin in certain applications, but what is the VOC involved in that? Volatile organic content. So we have these issues with specifications as well as the building material incorporate the correct or the suitable, I should say, not correct, suitable building material in the specifications, which is basically still run on a, I say, CCP, cut, copy, paste. We're talking about a bullet train project. Yeah, bullet train project is the biggest sort of iconic infrastructure project, if we all agree. And if you look at the specification, it is only done with OPC. And can you believe what is the replacement? The replacement which has been permitted is only 10% replacement with fly ash. And will it work? It will not even work in the secondary reaction with calcium hydroxide. So these are some of the things which I am sure with the AGs of CSIR, CBRI, if we can influence the specification development to actually implement, be it commercial, residential and infrastructure. Yeah. Look, again, as I said, we are not pessimistic about anything. The world is full of optimism in India. Yeah, we are growing. Everybody knows that. And I'm proud to say in my 35 years, 22 years spent overseas, yeah, people have, even the Japanese have respected India in concrete industry. This is something great. And it's all due to the honorable researchers who have worked and brought many things to practice. The, The last thing I have is about process. The process in anything, especially with construction, let's say mass housing, yeah, or industry or infrastructure, the process is, if I go to China, much as we despise China for whatever reasons, we are not going to talk about it, but the most important thing is people develop the infrastructure and the other facilities of mass housing and then build the city around it. Yeah. Now we need to also imbibe in that. It's not that we just try to force between a super highway some cities without the basic infrastructure. So with all this, this is the need of the hour. The 3P approach, which will help us actually through the AGs again of CBRI, CSIR, who are doing so much innumerable work and so much is left to do. We're not even going into the depths of geopolymer, concrete and other concrete, which will come. 3D printing will come. But what is mostly the need of our is the basic necessity of making a shell of a mass house or a residence or a commercial building durable so that we don't have to use the blast technology to bring down towers. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address. Now, I may invite Mr. Samir Surlekarji, Director SS Build Chem, to give his address. Before that, I would like to briefly introduce him. And etc. He has published more than technical research articles and papers in engineering journals. With this little background, I welcome you, sir, for your lecture, please.
Good morning, professionals. So that's good. I think everyone has still the energy waiting for the tea. First of all, I congratulate CBRI, as I call it, from the 1970s. I know they are called now CSIR-CBRI, also IIT. But for me, I'm little bit, if you don't mind, I'll say my old CBRI. And I congratulate them for making this interactive industry meet. It's right what Dr. Pradeep Kumar mentioned. It is necessary to communicate these things. Though I have been knowing Roorkee, and Roorkee has been and is the topmost level of institutions in civil engineering, it is not communicated. We are bad in marketing. I think it's a right initiative, rightly done, and one of the most important things for the country to develop is unless and until there is an industry-academia interaction and the academia helps the industry in development of new products and technology, the country cannot grow. Big companies have their own R&D divisions, so they can afford to do it by themselves. But if you want the growth like some European countries, and it is always an academia which helps the industry to develop new technologies, test the new products, And I think that is one of the most important things, and thank you very much for taking this step. It is good for us, and it is good for the country. It's a nice thing. I think you are also expecting a little bit of feedback from our side. I think all the ways is connected by my fellow construction chemical person, Mr. Nilot Palkar. I also know him for 35 years, as much time as he's in the industry. I'm a little bit 10 years senior to him. I'm in 4 decades. I'm pickled in construction chemical industry. Pickled means 45 years is a lot of time to be in one industry. Could not get a better job. But before that, I was a teacher in VJTI. I taught for 2 years. Then I realized students don't learn. Anyway. Money doesn't come. My father also told me it's a noble profession, so I left it immediately and left it to nobler people like you. Anyway, but coming back, I was also in testing. I was associated with testing and the projects, which at that time VJTI was doing. But that was another good institution. And we should always look forward to whether we want to do a ME or PhD, we should go to CBRI route. Anyway, coming to our problems, we are in construction chemical industry, and I'll talk specifically about it. What aches us is a right thing, what Mr. Nilot Palkar has just initiated, are the specifications. This is the key. The specifications are not as per the national or international codes of practice, and I don't know how frank can I go. I will not talk about corruption or politics, but I can be very frank enough, isn't it? So closed door meeting, no press here. Okay, fine. I'll be very clear. Against the backdrop of the failures that are taking place, you take an example of the Atal Setu in Goa, the Mandavi Bridge. Within 1 year, the bridge deck coating is totally destroyed. It's beautifully destroyed, because I saw so many photos. That means the primer has failed. There are potholes. Failed means there are potholes. It was international technology, so-called latest technology. With the proviso, this technology must be at least 20 years old. So I don't know how a 20-year-old technology can be the latest technology. And the other key thing was inside, was written in the specification, was the person who is supervising the job should be at least 5 years in the job of that company who is doing the job. Number 2. So I don't know. No, let me ask, are these technical parts of specifications? Number 3, what was the disaster was waiting to happen? Was the tensile strength was only 4 MPa. As against presently, this 4 MPa was okay 20 years back when our bridges were simply supported rigid structures. Today our bridges are vibrating. They are suspension bridges. There is a crack bridging capacity is required, high tensile strength is required, there is a thermal shock. Without considering this, it is a cut, what is a CCP? Cut? Copy paste. Cut, copy paste. Yeah. It's cut, copy paste job. From a UK specification, because it is cold. In cold countries, that material is necessary to be used. But what has happened is I saw some photos and it came to me at the end of the day. It went to IIT. It did not come to you. It went to IIT Chennai. And as an expert, I was also involved in it. The primer has left the parent concrete. There were pieces. The first coat has left the second coat. The third coat, they were of different colors, left the second coat. The top coat, which is in bitumen, has left the top level coat. That was natural because the product was not designed to take the thermal shock of 160 degrees asphalt, that bitumen what you are putting on the top. So it's very clear. We made a report and I don't know where the report went. Today at the moment there are videos circulating in the market. The whole thing they are removing, and the main thing they are saying is old technologies are bad. Let us go to the new technologies are bad. Old technology, let us use the old technologies. That is what they are doing now. They are now once again going to coat it with the black bitumen. We like it. And I don't know what they will do out of it. Clearly speaking, when the specification came, as CCMA, means I am representing also Construction Chemical Manufacturers Association, where he is also involved. Probably that time he was out of the country. We had a technical committee We knew the specification was wrong. We went to the customer said, we fully back you up. The customer is the person who was builder. The builder was the top level builder. They knew it was wrong. I went to the top level authority in NHAI. I showed him the specifications. I said, this is going to fail. But this is not meant for so and so. He looked at it, he said, why don't you go in the vigilance department and file a complaint as a CSIR? I said, we can't do it. Because he said, this is a political specification. Wait, it's not the end of the story. The same specification is now in the MTHL breach. Only it is disguised as the breach deck system should not contain polyisocyanide. That means polyurethanes they want to throw out, which is one of the major polyurethanes or polyurea is the latest in thing in the international level for the breach deck waterproof. Now what I want to come back and give you the feedback. There are established way to test the systems. Like ETAG 033 is for breach deck specification. It is the European Technical Association guidelines, which very clearly states the durability with respect to the thickness of the coating. That means if you apply 2 mm, it will remain for 20 years. 3 mm, so on. So my request is when you do the research, I shall be very thankful and I shall be very happy if you could please see the international specifications available. And then please stop these things from happening, because the whole contract was about 17.5 crores. We suggested a polyurea, which is an in thing, with the ETAG certificate, which was costing almost, say, 2,500, about 60%. They wanted to use, but they went back, no, you must use. I think this is the malaise of our system. I think if you could change this, your specifications should be adhering the national and international codes. Coming back, I am not so good in English, because many specifications are written by English professors. So because my English is not that good, I am reading some specifications. Now for simple things like anti-carbonation coatings. We did, or I did, I was proud to say that normally word I is not good, but that time the anti-carbonation coatings which we used at the international level were always silane siloxane primer and a solvent-based coating, and that VOC was just entering inside. So we tested the first anti-carbonation coating in India by HCC's initiative in the Kerala breach. 7 years test was done, every year's inspection by NHAI, a body whom I really respect. 7 years. And they said the coating is okay. After that, they started writing the specification for anti-carbonation. It took them another 7 years to write the specifications. But about 15 years back, this exists in IRC SP 80 and IRC SP 40. There's a clear specification for anti-carbonation coating by Government of India. You are also Government of India body. They are also Government of India. It's very clear. Of course, I am also part of that IRC B8 committee. Initially, when I was not there, 3 major things were taken out of the specification. Crack bridging capacity was missing, tensile strength was missing, and the waterproofing characteristics was missing. I added it. So now there are 15 properties to be tested. So it is existing. Why don't you simply specify it? Now in the latest project, this is a discussion between me and one top level quality control engineer whom I don't want to name. It was fought upon, but they said no, this is political and this is in the tender. Now this anti-carbonation coating says 2 coats of interpenetrating network phenolic epoxy coating primer paint followed by 1 coat of acyclic polyisocyanide reticulant in bracket APR paint. Do you understand it? Yeah, we can. But the only thing I understand, acyclic means it is delivered by trucks and not by cycling. But anyway, this is. No, I know it is gas. Because I don't want to say anything. But basically, I'm not. I think some criticism maybe we should be able to also take. Okay, fine. Otherwise, you should not call me from next time. So it's very clear. This specification is telling you to use an epoxy because it is not ultraviolet resistance. They are telling you to use a polyurethane on top of it. This is a German specification for steel bridges. 1 coat of mica iron pigment, 2 coats of epoxy, and 1 coat of polyurethane on top. Same thing, cut, copy, paste. I got a good word today. One is 3-piece and the other is CC. And in the evening, I know what to I'll give you more. No, P means in Marathi, means what to do. So, now this specification says elongation of the cured film, anti-carbonation coating. As per ASTM, should be greater than 17%. Ridiculous. No crack bridging capacity is mentioned. Carbon dioxide diffusion is mentioned as greater than 200 meters. Agree. That is on day 1. Because the coating should be such that it vibrates with the dynamics of the structure. Epoxy is rigid. The day the first truck moves on that metro, this is my metro, it is cracked, and this coefficient, tomorrow it is having cracks. Crack can also take in that. The third thing, it is not mentioning about crack bridging capacity. It is totally not saying anything about breathing capacity. These are basic characteristics of anti-carbonation coatings. So I shall be very thankful. This was discussed by a top-level engineer internally. And solid content, micron, yeah, that's all fine. And then it says the manufacturer of the coating shall be a DAKKS. I don't know what is that. Maybe you have to tell me in the evening or now. ISO 9000:2015 accredited for manufacturing and design. What is DAKKS? It's a group. I'm not in that group. Okay. So, now you have to file for license. Okay, fine. So, but this is what I'm saying. I think this. Why don't you simply use? Why don't you do your research on that? And when this practice can be stopped, it will save. In Goa, they lost about 17-18 crores only in the bridge deck coating. The government took away the money from the contractor for no mistake of the contractor. I can say it today. Because the contractors already brought it to the notice that this is not, but they said no, you have to do it with the same specifications. So this is the second one. So my suggestion is you should test the systems and not the products. So that every interface of every material should be compatible. Similarly, as per the Concrete Society document on repairs, there's a corrosion inhibitor, there is a bond coat, there is a concrete replacement course, fine, and anti-carbonation coating. There are 5 interfaces. So this material should be manufactured and taken from the same manufacturers. However, to make all of us happy, there are some consultants who ask to use from all the 5 different people. So when something goes wrong, I will say, no, it is this company whose this is not working and this is not. So this system should be tested as systems. Or even if you want to do research. So I shall be very thankful. That is my suggestion. The last is sustainability, what we talked about. We are sitting on a bomb. We talked about carbon emissions that can be controlled. All construction chemicals by virtue of their formulation, as Mr. Nilotkalkar mentioned. We are having very less cement. Because we can today make plasters with only 12% cement. And they are doing the same thing. It is absolutely, the cement creates not only carbon dioxide, but cement is not that good. It cracks also. I think there is no secondary reaction. There is anyway, I'm not here. But coming back to the sustainability part of it, you should make it compulsory that the products are of low VOC, so that these epoxies or something, when they are used, they should be used with caution, and wherever not necessary, one should not use them. And the last one, we are doing so many injections in our beautiful Himalayan region with pure water. And the injections we are doing is a poisonous gel. Every gel is not a gel. You should test and should make it mandatory that every resin that you put in the ground should be safe for groundwater. It's a simple test which can be done. I'm telling you, even this is done in the Atal tunnel. I think wherever the name is Atal is there is a failure. Sorry, I'm not against Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Is my favorite. But Goa is also Atal Bridge. It was mentioned the product should be EU in specifically. But finally, a Chinese product is used for a tunnel which is made to stop the Chinese from coming inside. No, I'm extremely sorry, but I think you want opinion. And no one checks this. Because EU products are normally as per the REACH specifications, which automatically is embedded inside, so you can be safe. But I read this because what happened in Europe, the evil twin, you have shown the photo of the Saturday Night Fever hero, I don't know what is John Travolta. Its photo is like this. The evil twin, acrylamide gels. This was sold before as gels, even by our company, because this was not phenomenon, was not known. It will take only 1 minute. Farmers near the construction site started complaining about their cattle being paralyzed and fish were found floating dead in the nearby lakes and rivers. The groundwater has become poisoned. Immediately the Swedish government warned the inhabitants of the region, telling them not to drink the water from their wells. After testing, a total of 29 private wells were found to be poisoned. Luckily, no people died of poisoning, because there they don't drink water, they drink beer. But 370 animals had to be slaughtered, and a total of 330,000 kg of milk had to be thrown out. This is in public domain, so there is nothing. It's available. Just put it the disaster. So and so, the company's name and everything is mentioned. I don't want to mention, but those who have got a interest to use a negative marketing can take it. But please correct. Finally, these are our technological challenges, which I am sure that with your research and your capability, and you will do it. This is feedback from the construction chemical industry. Secondly, we have one economic challenge. Construction chemical industry is a poor industry, not as rich as cement industry. So your prices should be reasonable to the construction chemical industry. That's my request, nothing to do with the interaction. So thank you very much. Jai Hind. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your new ideas and suggestions. Now we are finally going to hear from our chief guest, Dr. V. Ramachandra. Dr. Ramachandra ji is a well-known personality in the area of construction industry. He has expertised in the area of cement, concrete, building products, concrete roads, construction technologies for housing. Basically, he has done his master's from NIT Surathkal and PhD engineering from Bangalore University. He worked a technical advisor, Ultratech Cements, and he is a member of Civil Engineering Division Council BIS, and member Rigid Pavement Committee of IRC. Presently, he is member of our Research Council CSIR-CBRI. Under his guidance, we are doing a lot of new things, especially in building science. With this little background, I invite Dr. V. Ramachandra ji to give his address, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmaraju, dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure, and I am happy to be associated with this event of CBRI. I am quite privileged to be with them in their research council, and I have tried to learn what they are doing. As we all know, today it is the age of innovation, collaboration and teamwork, and that is the reason why all of us have assembled here. CBRI, if you look back, started long back, but it has a very great legacy, and it is closely associated with IIT Roorkee also, and it has made great contributions so far in the areas of code making, housing, many code committees of BIS or BMT, PC, etc. The contribution of CBRI is quite significant. And even in the recent exercise of his Prime Minister's lighthouse projects, the contribution of CRRI was significant. It is not just in construction, but I have done a lot of work on rehabilitation and demolition too. But it is another matter that somebody else takes credit. The recent Noida Tower demolition, they have done most of the work in that. Yes, being a government organization, promotion of what they do, they are good at working, but they are not good at promoting themselves. Therefore, we don't see them so much. Though their contribution is quite significant, being a government organization, there would be some issues. Decision making would be relatively slower, whether it is making appointments or things like that. And as I said, there are certain taboo words for them. Marketing, promotion, publicity, these are all a kind of taboo words, but they need not be anymore. I think we should go strongly on that. And we should be seen more on TV and social media also. Even on the Noida Tower demolition, we saw somebody else promoting themselves, but did not hear much on that. Yes, but when it comes to TV and social media, I also advise a word of caution, because it's a kind of a double-edged thing. You can have a lot of advantages, but there are a few disadvantages also. Coming to the technologies and R&D, we all know construction industry is the second largest, and it is a labor-intensive industry. Apart from all these day-to-day routine things like licenses, approvals, funding, compliances, etc., as it's already mentioned by the previous speakers, skilled labor is an issue always, I would say always. One quick example I would like to give is the example of the concrete road in Mumbai. Marine Drive concrete road in Mumbai was made in 1939. That time there was no OPC 53, not even 43, maybe 33 grade cement, but maybe with very good and skilled workers, committed workers, a concrete road was made next to the sea, and that road lived up to 2012. That is 73 years it lived, and after 73 years, one more layer was put. Therefore, today we are talking about skilled labor. It has become very essential today, skilling of people. Faster construction is another requirement today. Optimum usage of materials, yes, that remains an important component. You look at today's construction scenario, even today, in spite of so many big constructions or infrastructure that is happening, individual house building still is the biggest activity. You look at the cement consumption, 65-68% of cement consumption, whatever is produced in the country today, is used by the individual house builders. The remaining is for all other sectors. For this segment, we need to look at how we can make use of the precast elements popular. Maybe monolithic construction is another. 3D printing also is being tried out. But all this requires massive training. Massive training is required for everybody, not just for engineers and contractors. More than all that, it is required for masons. I am aware that CBRI has developed many technologies, even for simple house building. For anyone who is not aware or seen, my simple advice is to visit CBRI and visit their construction demonstration park that they have built, where they have used all their technologies and they have built the buildings there. But as I said, the propagation of what they have done a lot needs to be done. There are some good, very good implementable things they have done, which I learnt during my recent visit to CBRI. Very efficient energy, use of energy efficient bricks, structural masonry. See, the structural masonry somehow is out of even civil engineering education today. Masonry is thought of as a non-structural, totally non-structural element, and people go for more and more of beam column construction, thinking that that is the only way out. Use of OPC, it has already been said. Use of water, or I would say water cement ratio. This is the most misused or abused word, I would say. You say water is in the numerator, cement is in the denominator. If water cement ratio has to be less, cement has to be more. The denominator has to be more so that the ratio is less. It's a very wrong concept. Coming from the cement industry, definitely I would be happy if the denominator is more. But being a basic civil engineer, I would always say that reduce numerator as well as reduce denominator. And training people, training even engineers on this has been very difficult. Simple earthquake resistant constructions, not the great analysis, detailed analysis, but then what are the practices for simple construction of even houses for earthquake resistance. And I am aware of the efforts of CBRI in this. As far as training is concerned, very briefly about training, India is a very huge country. Maybe CBRI or even tying up with people, we can't go to every site and train people. This recent pandemic has taught us some lessons. Without knowing that the pandemic is coming, of course nobody knew, Ultratech made one small experiment without knowing that COVID would distract us so much. He brought an online training program for assistant masons. We were very, very reluctant to bring it because first thought is that nobody would go to digital thing. Second worry was that, no, people sitting here would have smartphones, not masons. They would not get into this, therefore this would be an utter flop. Therefore, very reluctantly we did that, and then this pandemic came. Believe me, in 1 year, 1.5 lakh workers have registered and gone through this training, and they have got it certified. Initially, of course, our basic module was made in English. That will not run everywhere. Then it was Hindi, and then some 11 Indian languages, including the 4 South Indian languages. Therefore, it has touched almost everybody. Therefore, going ahead, we must think of digital reaching more and more people. Today, it is not that masons don't have smartphones and they don't use. WhatsApp has made everyone very good and friendly. Therefore, we need a unified approach as far as skill building is concerned. Take everyone together, whether it is NSDC or BMTPC, CBRI and the industries and everyone. L&T is doing a lot of work. Now, coming to synergy between academic institutions and industry and R&D institutions like CBRI or CRRI or SCRC, etc. There is a greater need for everyone to come together. And when we come together, we should also, we need not reinvent the same wheel. So many of these R&D institutions and IITs, most of them, one example I can give is this 3D printing. Many people are working on 3D printing. I would say a synergy in working together would definitely mean a lot. Collaboration with national labs and IITs, that has already been said, and I understand there is a program to bring many of these IITs to CBRI and achieve that synergy. Coming to the industry and R&D part of it, I see many from the construction industry representing various facets of construction industry are here. The company with which I have been working with, Ultratech, we also have a fairly good R&D in cement and concrete. We work on low carbon cements, whether it is composite cements or Portland limestone cement, LC3, dolomite cement, etc. My guru on this is here. I am happy to see him today, Dr. Subrathu Chaudhary is here, and we work on concretes, various varieties of concretes, corrosion-resistant concrete, reflective concrete, anti-wash concrete, etc. These are all need-based things, and as mentioned earlier, white topping or even precast concrete roads are becoming a reality in many places. In industries today, it is not just about the materials to execution, testing to rehabilitation. Now we'll have to move from, maybe even if we are making a material, we need to move from materials to services to giving total solutions. It is not just simple if I say, I can supply cement. No. Only if you can get involved in the entire chain of things, the way we are doing it in white topping and precast concrete roads, unless we are there throughout in the whole journey, it would not be possible. And that is the mantra. Synergy is the mantra today. Visiting each other's R&D labs, I would invite the scientists of CBRI to visit the R&D facility at Ultratech, and these expert exchange programs like this INA scheme that is there between industry and academy. Maybe we should think of CBRI and industry R&Ds thinking of an exchange program, maybe for 3 months, maybe for 6 months. Only when we spend time there, sit there and spend your time there, and our people sit in the lab and see what is going on. Probably that will give the best understanding. As an example for synergy in working, as already been said by Samir, sustainable construction can be one example. India has committed for net zero by 2050. Various segments of people in this hall today, they are all working. Cement industry is working towards clinker optimization, whether it is waste heat recovery or alternate fuels. And in cement, you come to cement, it's about clinker substitution. When it comes to concrete, it's about concrete mix design and optimum mix design. Many places we see, may not be in projects, but elsewhere, many places nobody thinks of concrete mix design. And we should also look at structural design, efficient way of structural design. As I said, one example is that most of the ground plus 3, ground plus 4 buildings can be masonry buildings. Not necessarily all buildings should be RCC frames or shear wall constructions. It is not necessary. And of course, carbon capture and utilization, on which Mr. Narayan has been working. Therefore, friends, it's a collaborative effort. We have here people from cement, concrete, admixture industry, structural engineers, and these national laboratories like CBRI, all can work together. And in this, one more link, I would say, also include the professional organizations like Indian Concrete Institute or IA Struct-E, who have been doing a lot of IABSE. They're all doing a lot of good work. All of us put together, joined by BIS and IRC, so that the specifications are all set right. I think that would be the way to go forward. I wish all of you all the best, and I thank CBRI for inviting me. This is an excellent opportunity for me to meet all my good friends, very good friends I have in CBRI and elsewhere. Today also I'm able to meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enriched talk. Now, I request our director, Professor Pradeep Kumarji, to present a memento to our guests as a token of appreciation. First to Dr. Ramchandraji.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our director to present a memento to Samir Sulekarji. Thank you, sir. Now I request our director to present a memento to Nilot Polkarji. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Karade to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. It's my present duty to propose a vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank today's chief guest, Ramchandra ji. Thank you, sir, for coming over here and for your suggestions. Your views we have noted about the new technologies and their training, and propagation about the developed technology so that it can reach to the field. Thank you very much. Then I would like to thank Samir ji. I know you are very busy and you have to leave in afternoon, but thank you for accepting our invitation. Yeah, of course. And for your kind words about CBRI since 70s and this thing. And some of your critical comments, I hope our colleagues from CBRI, they have noted for future research. They are very useful. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nilotpal Karji, for highlighting the importance of specification, not to copy paste, and make the specification for case to case or building to building or structure to structure. And you have also highlighted the durability issues that everybody is nowadays looking. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank our director, sir, for all the guidance and all the support and this thing. And he's coming here despite his very busy schedule. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank NU, from NU, Dr. Ashish Dokras, for supporting us getting this venue and all logistics. Thank you, Dokras, sir. I would like to thank all of you. There are many senior professionals present today. We value your time. Thank you very much for coming here and spending this day with us. I hope at the end of the day, we all will learn few new things and go away. Then finally, I would like to thank Dr. Dhamraju for coordinating this event very nicely, and whole CBRI team for being here. You were all present yesterday in Delhi, and during night you came here. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karade ji. Now we are closing the inaugural session. Now I request all of you to join a cup of tea in the back side. We will break for 15 minutes and then we will reassemble for next technical sessions. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, one. Wait, sir, this is better. Please वहाँ लगाएंगे सर। कार पे जी आ जाओ आप। वेलकम। कोई नहीं, आप आ जाओ। बैठो।
इनको इंडस्ट्री वाले
I was sitting here and
Right, sir?
Hello, check, hello. Hello, check, hello. Hello, hello.
I am running an organization which is into institutional investor capital going into real estate construction sector. So most of that at the gateway we provide a lot of technical services and I turned somewhere in my career.
झाला क्लियर?
I was also heading Mumbai Ports Palace.
झाला क्लियर? हाँ? झाला है ना? Hello, check, hello. Hello.
been developed will be briefly presented by our scientists in some of these things. So, to chair this session, Mr. Vivek Nayak ji has been invited. So, we invite you, sir, for this technical session, and welcome. So, please chair this session. So, there will be a co-chair, Mr. Kapil Garg ji. He is on the way. He is going to join in 5-10 minutes later. Sir, I request you to conduct this session by 1 o'clock. So, where you have 1 hour time. So, there are about 7 to 8 presentations by my scientist colleagues. They are going to speak in this technical session. So, I request you to give opening remarks and start the proceedings of this technical session, sir. I think I am audible. You want a mic? If at all, cordless mic is there, sir.
Hello, check.
So, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is back after the hot tea. I would like to thank CBRI, CSIR for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. There are two interesting things about this session, that an industry representative is chairing a session which is by CSIR and CBRI scientists. So that is quite positive approach from the Roorkee side, that yes, they want really into the industry. And the second thing is they always pose challenge, as Dr. Karade also said, and he also said, that you allow sufficient time to everybody, every presenter, and you have to complete before 1 o'clock. So these are two contradictory things. So these are the challenges you meet everywhere in the life, and this is one example of it. But before we go to the industry, they have given me one more challenge, that past president of Indian Concrete Institute, Vijay Kulkarni, and who is a veteran in the construction industry, he has come and he is in a hurry because he has got some appointments. So he is going to express some of his views, and we would definitely like to understand from him first. So I request him to be there first, and then we start with CSIR scientists. So Vijay Kulkarni, please. And as the time is sufficient, no issue, you can go on and complete within 5 minutes.
First of all, thank you, Vivek, and thank you, Pradeep. Is it okay now? So, I'm happy to be here, first of all, and this is first time that there is going to be a very serious interaction between the industry and the researchers. I think it's a very rare occasion, I would say, that both the sides coming together. I think what I would like to highlight here today is, of course, industry is progressing very fast, and you know, the challenges that we face is more vulnerable to climate change, and to account for that, whatever we do today in construction, because it has been proved, and I think the latest document by the Government of India presented to the Conference of Parties, COP, in Egypt, it very clearly highlights that building and construction today account for almost 40% of the carbon emission. So we are fortunate that we are not developed to that extent. So whatever now we have to develop in housing and infrastructure, we can develop in a very systematic and climate friendly manner. This is the first thing that comes to my mind, and all our activities, because ultimately our Prime Minister has said that by 2070 we had to be carbon neutral. So all our activities should be directed towards that thing in the mind. Whatever we develop has to be from that angle. After my innings in ACC and later on with the ready-mix concrete industry, I started a small forum called Low Carbon Construct Forum. It's a Section 8 company, not for profit. I'm trying to create some kind of an awareness on this very serious issue, that how we can reduce carbon footprint without going into very hi-fi technology. Today people are talking of CCSU, that is carbon capture, storage and utilization. People are talking, I think yesterday, day before yesterday only, the green hydrogen mission is launched. Green hydrogen, blue hydrogen. People have been talking about it, but these are, I feel that these are distant technology. Even in the Western countries, they are just starting. Whatever we do, we will certainly benefit if we start right from now. But then we can't wait. So why not we start looking at whatever we do and see how best we can reduce the carbon footprint in our day-to-day construction. Now, a few things, because I'm from concrete, few things comes to my mind, and let me share it with you. First of all, I think, why can't we change our specifications, as somebody has pointed out, that why we have to go for 28 days? Why can't we change our acceptance criteria for concrete to 56 days, especially for construction where the load comes at much later stage? This is the first thing. Lot of cement can be saved by doing this. Second thing, I had spent almost 1.5 decades in the ready-mix industry, right from its beginning. And I know that whatever the ready-mix concrete industry is doing, it is expanding very fast today. But if you see our cement content, everybody will agree that we can knock off at least 50 to 100 kg. The consultants today have no confidence in the industry. I'm sorry to say this. And they propose or they specify 1 grade higher, which is not necessary actually. So why can't we think of specifying only the required strength? Now the question is, first of all, when I talk of 56 days and when I talk of the very low cementitious content, the question comes, what happens if there is a failure? Now for that purpose, why can't we also think of artificial intelligence? A technique which is there already. Many people must be aware that there are maturity meters which can be embedded into concrete,
and they give you the value. So you get a more reliable strength value from artificial intelligence. Now, CBRI, now what we do today is we are just importing it. Why can't CBRI take this into hands and think of producing very low cost artificial intelligence? I'm just giving you one example, but there are many such cases. Why can't we can insert some sensors in the structures which can give us deflection, which can give us various properties that are needed. Even the corrosion, which is a major issue. Corrosion of reinforcement is a major issue that we face today. On one hand, I see that the industry is going and adapting very fast. I was very happy to see one particular area of ultra-high performance fiber reinforced concrete construction. A factory has started in Pune, and they are already producing 150 MPa concrete and almost 25 MPa flexural strength in UHP FRC, and the same thing has been used as a precast concrete girders, and people are replacing it. Now, if it is carbon neutral, I don't know that. No study has been done on this. So why can't we adopt it, such a technology, in our day-to-day construction? In buildings also, why not? Why not do that? So all these issues are there which are very simple. Now, for example, structural design. Somebody gave the example, I think Dr. Ramachandra said that the individual houses occupy, they consume almost like 60-70% of cement. Now, immediately, why can't we think of changing the whole scenario? And I think CBRI, or I don't know CBRI, but I think BMPTC has thought of number of technologies, and I found one technology which is very interesting, that is EPS sandwich panel. And many constructions I have seen of that, ground plus 2 story, and IIT Roorkee has recently published a paper which I saw that they have found that even for zone 4, such construction is earthquake resistant. Now, why can't we adopt such thing? So all these things have to be, pushed. Now, whatever can be done by the industry to account for that, I think once CBRI and industry come together, possibly people will have more confidence and try to use such construction. Secondly, why can't people are today using my-one shuttering, tall buildings becoming compulsory today, and everybody is using my-one shuttering and constructing fast houses. Now, the wall, I have seen some of the SRA project, slum rehabilitation project, where only 240 square foot of tenements were constructed with this type of construction, and it has become a hot chamber. Can we not find a technology which can reduce the U value of concrete? It is possible. Similarly, precast concrete construction. Why the technology has not proliferated in India? Let's think about it. Why not we push it? Simple thing like, hollow core slab. People use it only for larger construction, malls and hotels and etc. But why can't we use it in residential construction, which can reduce our concrete requirement and steel requirement by almost 50%. So all such technologies many technologies are presently available. Only thing what is needed is that a push towards using an appropriate technology, and that can be promoted jointly by the industry and CBRI. That is my opinion. Third, I think, thing which I feel that must be considered is that there are a number of small laboratories, and CBRI also has a laboratory. But there are many such labs which I know that they are doing quite a good work. Now, why everything need not be done by CBRI, even in research? Why can't some research be offloaded or jointly done by small laboratory? For example, a project in which I am involved at the moment, we are using biochar. Now, biochar can be used for a variety of ways. It has an it can sequester carbon almost twice as that of what is normally known. So why can't we think of using biochar bricks? Biochar can also be used as a because it absorbs a lot of water. Why can't we think of internal curing of concrete with biochar? See, all such number of things can be thought of, and I personally feel that I request Dr. Pradeep Kumar that let us conduct such kind of a event that you have started. I must congratulate you for that. That such events should be quite often, and there should be continuous interaction happening on both sides. Once that happens, I think we can go ahead on a big way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vijay Kulkarni. Your pinpoint on the various practices and technologies which are coming up wherein CBRI can contribute to the betterment. So now we are starting with the presentations from CSIR-CBRI scientists. And the first on the board is Dr. Ashok Kumar, who is an outstanding scientist, and he is going to speak about energy efficient buildings.
Modi has set P3 as one of the models for development, which is pro-planet and people, wherein climate change is one of the important concerns that was discussed in the World Economic Forum at Davos agenda, and wherein the target has been set for net zero by 2070. So this presentation is basically a step towards that, and we at CBRI are concerned about increase in temperature, where we need improving building energy efficiency as one of the criterion, and also all various kinds of the alternatives that we need to find solutions on that problems, and we are here to solve the problems of building industry in the area of energy efficient buildings. So if you see the science to translation and solutions, there are several such measures that have been adopted by CBRI, and there are several documents which are published. Handbook on Functional Requirement of Buildings is one of the Bible documents wherein we have all studied, and this is one of the best documents that can be followed by all the scientists, all the professionals. Similarly, CSIR published recently guidelines on ventilation and disinfectant solution the year 2022, which talks about during COVID-19 scenario, what kind of ventilation system, what kind of air changes per hour which are required to be followed in naturally as well as mechanically ventilated buildings, and in case there are closed spaces like these halls, how can you integrate your ventilation with the disinfectant solutions and to reduce the impact of any COVID-19 like virus. Similarly, there are low energy building solutions which are being developed, and several facilities are there in CBRI to particularly to determine the thermal conductivity values using guarded hot plate apparatus. So if you see the overall improving building energy efficiency, we always talk about heat production and natural resource optimization and heat dissipation, where we can all quantify parameters which lead to climate change. But how can we quantify these parameters? The question has always been raised in the industry that why can't we quantify? When we were formulating the energy conservation building code in the year 2007, we sat down and CBRI took up a challenge that we can quantify these parameters, and all these parameters, if you see the passive design measures or the building physics principles, we study all of us study in our textbooks. So all these parameters we try to study, and these parameters then we took up a challenge that how these studies can be tested in a test bed. So we selected this particular model. This structure was lying in a dilapidated condition, and we took several typologies of building materials, be it walling or the roofing, combination of that, 300 technological solutions, and we studied the parameters of materials, properties, and all that. We put those numbers into eQuest software and Design Builder software, and then we came out with solutions that if we want to convert existing building into a green or energy efficient building, these measures can contribute to about 60 to 65% in reducing the thermal loads in the buildings, and rest that is left only for mechanical systems. And those systems can also be taken up by renewable energy systems like by solar thermal air conditioning and things like that. So this is one of the finest works, and plus areas where you can have additional load capacities of roofing. We can also go for green roofs that further reduce energy efficiency to the tune of around 6 to 10%. So further, this was the study for a composite climate like Roorkee. Now, if we talk about the cold climate like Srinagar, we also took up a challenge. There is our sister laboratory, CSIR-CBRI Jammu, and this office building was to be retrofitted to make nearly zero energy building. So we took up a challenge, and several options that I listed, were compared for the assessment energy demand reduction. And I can say with pride that for climate like Srinagar, these parameters, they contribute to the reduction of energy demand by about 80%. So that means 20% is only left for mechanical services. So this study can be useful for places like Kargil and Leh and all that, and wherein the efforts are also going on to compare all these parameters for other climates like hot, dry, warm, humid, and temperate, and under different projects. Further, we took up a challenge that why can't we do the entire life cycle study? So life cycle energy analysis was also carried out for different types of buildings and materials, and embodied energy of and embodied carbon of materials was carried out, and this study led to a formulation of another demo project in CBRI, which wherein the idea is that the technologies which are, or the materials that are developed by our scientists, like C&D waste block, construction and demolition block. Geopolymer concrete was used in this building, and we have RC planks and joist technology developed around 35 years back. We upgraded that technology to increase the span and the width also, so that we get the desired number for reducing the embodied energy and embodied carbon. And this low energy building was constructed, and the measurement and verification is under process. Mr. Kulkarni was talking about artificial intelligence, where we are trying to put all those sensors in the building, and this data will be ready to be published by our scientists, and the outcomes of these will be published in the handbooks of say National Building Code or taken up by Energy Conservation Building Code. So I think there is a lot of information which is available in the area of low energy building or net zero energy building, and similarly this one COVID-19 solutions, we try to develop a test bed at CBRI, and then based on the findings of this, we took up a challenge to first retrofit our auditorium at CSIR headquarters New Delhi, and then we went on to retrofit our Parliament building, the Central Hall. This is one of the very difficult projects which we completed. So to make this Parliament complex almost 99% safe for COVID-19 like situation. So I think at the end I can say that CBRI has been contributing to Government of India missions, and we have contributed towards green buildings and energy efficient buildings, and wherein identification of parameters is one of the very, very important parameters wherein the demand disclosure can take place. So I end with with this note that my colleagues will share some of the other areas, like nano or nano engineered concrete or green coatings and others. So thank you very much. I think I was on time.
Yes. I really appreciate that you just passed on the message you wanted to convey through what has been done in the research, and your time on. I thank you, Dr. Ashok, for the precision.
Thanks.
Next, I invite my friend Dr. Ajay Chaurasia. He's a chief scientist, and he is going to talk about building construction technologies. Ajay, sir.
मी CSIR-CBRI तर्फे आपले सर्वांचे इथे या कार्यक्रमात स्वागत करतोय. सुस्वागतम. नमस्कार.
We can imagine that you are in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, dignitaries of the dais, and my friends. It is my pleasant duty to present a very, very pertinent topic which is on seismic resiliency and construction automation, and look forward handshaking, golden handshaking rather, between CBRI and industries. And I look forward plenty of opportunities in this particular domain. So whenever you talk about any buildings or habitat, buildings in particular, basic tenets are safety, speed, sustainability, comfortability, aesthetics and affordability. And when we are sitting on a very vulnerable landmass, the seismic hazard is extensively large. In contrast, when you see about the habitat, about the buildings, there are 5 verticals, that is level 0 to level 4. So 90% of constructions happening in level 0 and material centric, and for that purpose they are highly vulnerable, and we are trying to focus how to make them cost effective and seismic resilient, and it can make use of locally available construction materials and skill. In this domain, in CBRI, in last 2.5 decades, we have started our journey on masonry constructions. We began our journey with unreinforced masonry because they are around 85% of existing building stocks in masonry. Further, upon testing on a full scale, we have retrofitted it found out innovative retrofitting technologies, measures, thereafter on reinforced masonry, and then as a result we developed the confined masonry. The Professor Ramchandra, whatever he was mentioning on this particular topic, and on confined masonry, extensive research work has been done, and that has been brought out Indian standard on confined masonry, that is 17822, that in 2022. Further, now there was a need to how to address about the existing building stocks, particularly in the form of a retrofitting, enhancing its seismic resistance capacity, and for that purpose we have tried to evolve a locally available construction materials technologies, and as a result we came out with the plastic cement bags which are generally thrown away after the use during the construction happens, so that can be made wrapped all around the buildings, and then it can be embedded within the plaster, and let us test it. Again, on a damaged building we have tested, and again we got a very promising results. So that has again encouraged us that yes, why not other different materials here. So whatever the test we have performed, they were basically focusing on the burnt solid clay brick units. Later on we have entered into the lightweight hollow concrete blocks and other advanced material which are coming up. Now the forum is open for golden handshake between CBRI and industry. Whatever the good material what you are developing for the load bearing blocks, they can be again embedded into these particular systems and can be upon testing, definitely whatever the technologies we are bringing or importing from the abroad, they need to be tested from all the TNETs, and then only it should be implemented on a field, so that the Indian people will get a robust system as such. In fact, CBRI has started its journey 4 decades back, looking into the concept that yes, there is a huge need of housing requirement, and which has been brought out under housing for all. So thanks to CBRI's ancestors, they have envisaged this long back and developed different kind of prefabricated building components. Again, component, not a system. But over the years, we have evolved automation into it by developing different kind of system, mechanizations like mini climbing crane and so on, and hollow core blocks and other things, and they have been evaluated, tested, and then only implemented. So that's why the CBRI, first of all, with such interaction, foresee and identify the impediment and try to address those timely. And again, now we are moving from element level to the system level. I thanks to BG Shirke Construction Technology Private Limited to golden handshake with CBRI, and we have conducted full-scale test on precast 3S building systems, precast RC monolithic constructions, what we say, and widely adopted across the country. But there was a big question mark when it was attempted to be implemented in seismic zone 4 and 5. In 2011, we have tested this structure on a full-scale basis and identified that whatever the impediments are there, particularly in the joints, and tried to make it more robust. And I'm very happy that Dr. Arlekar is here, and they have again repeated the test on a 3-storied building on the same system, and the results what they have got and what we have achieved in 2011 are more or less similar, analogous. So thanks to whatever we have attempted in past and the results which they have produced in MNIT's test. Now to encourage advanced technologies in our construction system in India, there are numerous, but some of the technologies which are widely being covered under GSTC 2019 have been implemented in our construction technology demonstration park. They have not been simply constructed, but they are being evaluated for different functionality tests based on all the TNETs. Particularly, I will focus on water tightness point of view, because that is a common problem. Whenever you go to any building, you will see how many males and females are staying in that particular building by looking at water tightness and number of clothes hanging all around. So we don't want such kind of a odd aesthetics, and for that purpose water tightness we considered a very important aspect, and all the technologies have been evaluated in CBRI under cloud burst scenario by creating or simulating 230 mm per hour waterfall continuously happening for 5 years, and then measuring the internally different joints, connections, and what are the loopholes and what could be the remedial measures. Apart from that, noise, comfort, and all these tests have been performed. So I invite you all to CSIR-CBRI Roorkee to witness this particular test bed, I should say, on emerging technologies. So these technologies are not only the emerging, blue sky research technologies, but it is from vernacular to the blue sky. Vernacular, I should say, bamboo construction is also there. Our friend from Pune is also there. So right from bamboo to CBRI developed precast elements, then up to 3D printed buildings are also we are attempting to be constructed in the our construction technology demonstration park. Again, through such type of interactions, we are trying to identify whatever impediments are there. So one of the impediment I want to highlight, that poor performance of beam column joints. Basically, reason behind is congestion of reinforcement. Architects are dominating over structural engineers. They want minimum cross-sectional area of their structural elements, and due to from seismic point of view, again all those things making joints are vulnerable. You are unable to do concreting, honeycombing, and so on and so forth. To address this congestion, we have identified or evolved a headed bars which can be either threaded or welded at the end of the reinforcement bars. There is no need of bending the top beam bars into the column down, and then bottom bars to the top, means ductile detailing as given in IS 13920. In contrast, we have these headed bars can be welded or threaded, and basically these we have developed these headed bars for different diameter and optimize the dimensions through extensive experimental investigations on not only in the cuboid but also on the beam column joints subjected to the cyclic loading. Again, for this purpose, I am thankful to the BG Shirke Technologies for handholding in this, and this technology has been transferred to them, and this technology is again added in our Indian standard IS 13920. This particular approach is feasible for the bar diameter 16 mm plus, and it results into savings of around 30% of cost in invested, which is being invested in the reinforcement at beam column joints. And important aspect is it is easy workmanship, cost effective, rapid installation, and better bond behavior and performance of the beam column connections. This is one of the blocks what we have developed, that is on the lightweight cellular panels. Similar kind of blocks, several blocks are being developed by different industry stakeholders. So you are invited to join hands with us, and we can give a birth to next generation of technology. Then the mini climbing crane, plastering machines are some of the examples of construction automations. You can also join with us for its further value addition and take it forward to the field. Now, whatever we have talked about by now is on the construction floor, that is the emerging technologies coupled with automation. Now we look forward to add sustainability component also into it by replacing against the cement industries, reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the carbon content, replacing it with by the agro-industrial waste. And for that purpose, again, I am happy to share with you in this particular noble cause, we have been identified as a incubation center and good handholding with academic institutions as well as industry. And one of the industry chairman is sitting here, and who is working with us on this particular subject, wherein we are attempting to replace the, or rather we are attempting to include the agro-industrial waste in concrete, and it make that particular concrete for 3D printed concrete as well as for the emerging construction technology. One of that technology is on the modular constructions. And whatever the result outcome we have got, we have attempted to implement in a live project, that is on the lighthouse project in Ranchi, and wherein we have tried to reduce the cost of concrete by 30% by replacement of cement and sand by stone dust available abundant quantity in nearby region. So alternative approaches what we are finding out, and at the moment generating the data, and this data will be utilized for development of mixed design for 3D printable concrete in years to come. So as I mentioned, we have extensively or beautiful full-scale test facility at CBRI. Now we are focusing to conduct the test up to 4-story in our institute. So all the emergent technologies need to be tested before they are implemented on an experimental basis in the lab, and whatever the lacunas are there that need to be addressed then and there itself before transferring it to the land. And here, whatever the technologies, if at all you have, you please come visit us, look at our facility, and we can do some kind of innovative things for the nation. So this again, this is another one of the aspects one gentleman mentioned, that whatever happening in the lab need to be changed in the field. So for that purpose, 3D printed concrete in the lab scale and large scale also is coming into picture. Again, the contribution of CBRI in rural housing is abundant. We have developed different typologies, designs, and compendium of building technologies that has been jointly brought out by CBRI and BMTPC is widely referred document. Pahel is another widely referred document, and we are extensively working it right now for the Assam, Bihar, UP, and we will be happy to handshake with Maharashtra also. So we need to take forward this particular domain. Again, makeshift hospital, then whatever the R&D we are doing, transferring to the field. This is Nepal project reconstruction, Kedarnath, Badrinath development, and retrofitting of existing building stocks. So this is the model district program in Himachal, are some of the examples wherein we are trying to do R&D, research, development, innovation, and translational to the field. So thank you so much for joining with us, and I look forward your association with CBRI in years to come. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. I request the speakers to just give the crust of the innovation, and we all are matured. We can understand what is the pulse of it. So I regret that we have to cut short the time, but yes, I think we can manage it. So the next speaker, Dr. L.P. Singh, Senior Principal Scientist. Is he here? Yeah, please, you can take 2 minutes. Professor S.K. Singh.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's on? Okay. Yeah. So because just I'm telling what we are doing, I'm not been presenting much, and so recently we are working on developing a different type of cementitious composite cement binders using steel slag, because we are aware about that we are using GGBFS and that. So with the help of JSW and with the Ministry of Steel, that steel slag, particularly that is the ladle furnace slag and BOF slags, we have activated and converted into the cementitious binder that we have successfully utilizing the 30% material. Next, we have done extensively work at CBRI with the help of NBCC sponsored project on alternative fine aggregates into the constructions, and that is been coming into the code Indian standard 383, where we are being helping to replace or partially substitute with the natural fine aggregate, which has been a big problematic thing. Another area at CBRI, we are working on lime sludge utilizations. Particularly, we are concentrating on circular economy, and we are working where we have developed eco-friendly putty as a lime sludge as a filler. And next one is that we are utilizing lime sludge into the cementitious binder. And
Recently, we have been working on geopolymer binders, which is been just like a cement that was been, and initially we have successfully adopted into that implementation in road constructions and other building products, where we are activating fly ash and GGBFS, and we are achieving. Recently in lab level, we have actively converted into that dry chemical admixtures along with the fly ash and other GGBS, other inorganic materials, and converted into the just add, and which is being going to be transformed into the bigger scale, and we have already been trying with the Ministry of Steel and some industries, particularly JSPL and others who has come forward. And apart from that, we have been state-of-art laboratory facilities for testing different type of materials, and we have extensively worked on different type of fibers that
translation of R&D outcomes to field.
For oil well cement. So there are several applications where this material can be used. Of course, there are a lot of questions how it can be used. So we tried to use it in a powder form in laboratory in a simple mixer, whether you use a concrete mixer. Of course, cement industry can think of at the time of grinding age. At that time, we have not done that study, but this material can be used at the site also as an additive. And there are examples at world level where there are some live structures where nanosilica has been used. So this is one of the potential material which has probably will find place in construction industry in near future. That is one of the material. We have also developed on the similar line, nano line. See, all the heritage structures, lot of rehabilitation work is going on, and one of the tagline for heritage structure is that cement cannot be used. Cement is prohibited, so you have to use the lime. But using conventional lime has certain problems, so we have developed lime, nano lime at our laboratory level, and this can be used as a paste or as a injection grouting or as a lime paste. So different ways it can be used. And in European market, this nano lime is already developed, but we have developed at CBRI at indigenous level, and this is a pilot plant. Very simple pilot plant is there, where basically we are making around 600 to 700 gram of this nano lime in a simple one batch. So 6 to 7 hours in one batch, we can prepare this material, and now this pilot plant can be taken up to a higher volume also. So this technology we have already transferred. Then recently we also developed one expensive mortar. We were approached by some of the industries in Rajasthan area. You know, when this for sandstone or limestone, when you are taking this rocks from the quarry to the workshop, either you are doing mild blasting, lot of stone is wasted, or you are doing some kind of wire cutting. Lot of field you cannot take wire cut machine, electricity and other things are not there. So one of the method is that you put some expensive material into the mortar, into the rocks, and the rock is cut. So we developed this material. The superiority feature of this material is that the commercially available material cracks the material in 12 to 14 hours, and this material can crack within 4 to 5 hours only. So it can speed up their construction, the industries that are working in the field of Rajasthan area. This we basically have developed for the sandstone. So we have already transferred this technology. You can see some of the pictures that how we have done, and within 4 to 5 hours. And commercially available material has a cost of around 12 to 14 rupees. And our material production cost is 6 to 7 rupees. So of course there will be other cost involved. So this material is competitive and it gives better performance. Then at CBRI, our colleagues are also working on bioconcrete. There they have found that when you mix the bacteria into the concrete, at the time of placing the concrete, this material act as a self-healing material. Similarly, this material has also been used for making bricks from desert sand. Apart from clay bricks and other things, this same material, this desert sand can be used for making the bricks. Then CBRI is working a lot to cater the need of brick sector in India. You see, apart from steel and cement sector, third largest sector that uses the coal is basically the brick sector. So, and a lot of pollution is there from the brick industries. So over a period of time, we have developed many technologies, and all these technologies, what I am going to show, have gone to the field and have already been commercialized, like gravitational settling chamber. So earlier, Central Pollution Control Board norms was 750 milligram per cube for suspended particulate matter. But now with this technology, it can be reduced to 250. So already CPCB has stringent norm, and now the norms are 250 microgram per meter cube. And then another technology is the high draft brick kiln technology. So when you are basically baking the bricks in a kiln, there are A class, B class, C class. So with high draft kiln, more than 95% bricks are of A class. So your productivity is improved and your profits are higher. We have also developed at CBRI recently, what happened that in Delhi region, National Green Tribunal banned all the brick kilns by stating that breathing is more important than manufacturing of bricks. So 3,000 brick kilns were stopped. And NGT mentioned that either you have to operate brick kilns on CNG, PNG, or any other technology. So most of these brick kilns are operated in rural areas. So there we do not have even electricity, so the question of CNG and PNG cannot be thought of. So they said coal-based, all these coal-based brick kilns are to be stopped. So what we did, we have come up with a technology, and when we are developing these technology, we keep in mind, because these are rural-based technology, so whatever intervention we have to do, that has to go to the field, it has to be adopted into the field. So what we did, we started mixing, we took coal washery reject, means that has a medium calorific value. So we mix with that soil mass, and then we molded the bricks in a semi-mechanized plant, and then we fired. So what happened, whatever ash is generated that is causing air pollution is trapped within the brick body, number one. Number two, rather than using high calorific value coal, we are using coal washery reject. So this coal washery reject basically comes at a very lower cost. Means if normal coal is around, let us say 8,000 to 10,000, this is only less than 1,000 rupees. So this is a win-win situation, because 50% cost in case of brick making is by coal use only. So 25 to 30% saving is in terms of coal, and the pollution level, which is currently 250, can be brought down to less than 100 microgram per meter cube. So it's a win-win situation for both the brick kiln owners as well as for the environment. So these are some of the products that we have developed at CBRI and that we want to take further to the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the time is so short and there is so much of knowledge and information available. Pradeep Kumar Sahab, I would like to tell you that your team has got so much of stuff to be conveyed to the industry, and it cannot be just conveyed within 5 and 10 minutes by each scientist, because every scientist is a huge bank of knowledge and information. So we are thrilled with the things, but the time is short. So as you have put me here as a chair, I am authorizing overrun of the time now. We will go little ahead. We may cut short on the lunch break, but let us listen to the top guides. I am joined by my co-chair, Kapil Garg Saab from OLX. So let us give him a big hand of applause for welcoming him. And we go to Dr. Harpal Singh for his presentation.
Good afternoon. Actually, right from the beginning, we are talking about cement and concrete. But now I am going to tell something different from cement and concrete, and that is fire safety management of building, which is also a very important area, you know. And CBRI doing R&D in every aspect of fire safety management. Either it is active fire protection in terms of detectors, sprinklers, hydrants or extinguishers. Or we are also doing R&D in the area of passive fire protections like floors, ceilings, roofs, fire doors, windows, wall assemblies, fire resistant coatings and different kinds of fire resistant materials also. Similarly, we are also doing some work towards the fire audit, some of the important buildings in our country, and we are also doing post-fire investigations. So here I am just talking about few technologies which were developed by CBRI, and they are ready for commercial exploitation. Some of the technologies have already been transferred to the industries, and some of the technologies are ready for the commercial exploitation. You see, one is the this fire retardant and water repellent canvas, which is generally used for the fire protection of the temporary shelters. Another one is the rigid polyurethane foam, which is generally used as a insulation material. And our guest of honor very rightly mentioned that one of the raw ingredient of this material is polyisocyanate, which is highly toxic, and on burning generate hydrocyanogen gas. So we have treated this material, and we have added the fire retardant additive as the compounding stage and made this material fire retardant. So safely you can use this material as an insulation material. Another one is the fire blocking layer, which is a thick cotton denim which is treated at the lab level, and then it can be used as a intermittent layer. Right now this material has been used for the fire covering of the all the aircraft seat cushions by Air India. Another one is the fire stops. Here we have developed a fire resistant sealant which can be used in the fire stops, and during the fire exposure it seals all the voids and gaps and doesn't allow to penetrate the hot gases and the smoke from the unexposed surface. And these are some of the other technologies like fire resistant and energy efficient sandwich panels, which are used as a lining material, or you can say as a this partitions, all that. Then we have also developed this fire retardant water based transparent coating, then fire resistant door intumescent coating for cables, cable fire stops, then fire safe micro data cabinets, and then fire retardant cotton and synthetic fabrics. And then we have also developed a technology for spalling mitigation technology for high strength concrete. Other than this, the CBRI has a fully scale fire test facility for the structural elements as well as the structural components and all kinds of building materials. And all these facilities are available as per this IS, ISO, BS, BSEN, ASTM, UL and NES. And you saw this is the fully scale fire test facility available in CBRI. One is this is the wall furnace, and this is the floor furnace. Here we can test all the component of a building in a fully scale. Either it is wall, shear wall, ceiling, floor, slab, beam, column, partition, door, windows. Either it is fire curtain, rolling shutter, tunnel segment, duct, either it is vertical or horizontal, bulkhead, damper, cable fire stop, bank lockers, crunchial mirrors, cable coating. Everything can be tested on a fully scale. And we have also have the facility to test all kind of building materials which is reaction to fire characteristics. Either it is surface spread of flame. Another one is fire propagation index, means when a material exposed to ignition source, how much heat the material is generating. Then ignitability. Another one is how much quantity of smoke the material is generating. Then and what are the toxic gases in that particular smoke or combustion products. Then this is the dual cone calorimeter facility. It is a very advanced level of facilities, and once you expose a sample under that facility, then at once you will get a lot of data. this is limiting oxygen index, means in a oxygen enriched environment how a material will behave when is exposed to a ignition source. And this is a full scale room facility where the lining materials can be tested and how it will behave during fire. And these are some of the samples which were investigated at the CBRI. This is lift door, this is door, this is fire curtain, this is steel I-beam, this is cable fire stop, this is vertical duct, this is horizontal duct, this is tunnel segment, this is partition, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I invite Dr. Achal Mittal, who is a heritage structure expert. I know him well, so it's an opportunity to hear you.
जब से मैं आया हूँ मैं देख रहा हूँ कि सब लोग यहाँ हैं, आधे लोगों को दिख नहीं रहे, तो मैंने कहा हैंड माइक बेटर है। अभी सुबह से जितने ज्ञान की बातें हो गई हैं, तो मुझे मेरा बात करने में सिर्फ 3 चीज़ है। एक CBRI के कैपेबिलिटी से आपको अवगत करा दें। तुम्हें हिंदी नहीं आती? अरे यार कोई बात नहीं, महाराष्ट्र में सबको हिंदी आती है, सबको हिंदी आती है ना। एक तो CBRI जो काम कर रही है उसके बारे में आपको बताना है, और कुछ जगह हमें आपकी मदद चाहिए, जैसे वी नीड योर हेल्प, बिकॉज समीर सुलाकर जी टोल्ड मी दैट ही हैज़ अ फुल रेंज ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स अबाउट हेरिटेज स्ट्रक्चर्स. I am sure there may be others also, but I really want to be more knowledgeable about it, and that we'll see. But I will cover one more little thing in the next slide, that we will cover steel structure, RC structure, masonry and heritage. So these are the 4 kinds of structures broadly we have divided. Next please. Chandal, tum udhar baith jao yaar. I want to show you one example of the failure. One example of the failure by wind failure of a 150 meter by 40 meter span steel structure, which is engineering design. So I am not going into the adequacies, but I am only trying to tell you what is the competence of CBRI. You can see these pictures, which is very horrifying, but we did all structural repair and retrofitting, and with all the techniques that we learned from Vivek Naik ji, how to wrap it, how to do it, we used it. Plus we gave a good engineering solution, because we only retrofitted steel part where it was needed, not that the full structure, number one. Next, what we did is we do day in, day out. All of you, many of the structural consultants do this RCC repair, jacketing, so I am not going into this. I will also like to show you this building, which is a typical masonry building example, which is Rashtrapati Bhavan property in Dehradun, which is called Ashiana. So I would like to draw your attention to these 2 photographs. The bottom one shows a photograph condition of the building when CPWD was trying to repair it, and the top one is the thing what after CBRI intervention it has become. And obviously many of the private providers, they helped us with their technologies. So this is one of the conditions. So there are all kind of engineering challenges, different properties of the different kind of masonry being used. So we have to handle it and repair it. And the only thing Pranav Mukherjee asked me when he visited, Professor Mittal, can I stay in this house safely? So I said, sir, if Dehradun का 99% building गिर जाएगा ना, उसके बाद ही ये गिरेगा, उससे पहले नहीं गिरेगा. So the
definition of heritage.
हाँ, अभी मैं उस पे आ जाऊँगा. बहुत सारी बातें.
मेरा घर है देहरादून में, 100 साल पुराना.
हाँ, actually अभी हम दो शब्दों में कंफ्यूज होते हैं, इसलिए मैं हेरिटेज लिखता हूँ. Heritage and monuments, they are two different things. Monument is by archaeological norms, where some of the heritage structures, sites can be classified as monuments, and then there are international norms, so they are there. Heritage can be anything. Even your culture is heritage. Your language is your heritage. जैसे कानूनगो जी कह रहे थे, मराठी भी, language is a heritage. Your lifestyle can be a heritage, and 100-year-old building is always a heritage, but it's not a monument. For you it is very important, but for government it may not be that important, so you can preserve it. So this is the time I got. Then not going much into detail, we are doing some research in many aspects of heritage structures, and our biggest problem is whatever repair material construction industry tells me, the archaeological experts and historians, they tell me not to use it. So my request and my desire, please take my number and please ping me and tell all us, and you can tell to Director CBRI, the material should be compatible. It should be time tested, because many of the monuments we are working are more than 1,000-year-old. So you can't put just anything and can wait. And so this is a challenge to the material development our scientists are doing. Dr. L.P. Singh already told you that we have, in our mission mode project, we developed that nanolime thing. But we are also working on UNESCO World Heritage sites like Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus building. I took this example because I am in Mumbai. So I don't say we are not done full conservation anywhere. But we have done troubleshootings, we have given advice. Some of them, when you give advice, so it may be accepted, it may not be accepted. So some of it is accepted, some of it is not accepted in toto. But we did, the problem is of the cracks. Whenever you go to the Chhatrapati Shivaji building, on the second floor columns are getting cracked. And they are not from today, maybe last 15 years, 20 years. So we have given them one solution, not going into the details. It got wide coverage. Then Konark, UNESCO World Heritage. Now these are World Heritage. So the CBRI did all the whole studies, try to map the foundation, what could be the possibility, whether it can go. And the challenge was to see what is inside Konark. So first time we have to improvise many of the engineering solutions to do the endoscopy in the Konark. Why? Because 1902, this full Jagmona was filled by sand, by Britishers, for simply so that it doesn't caves in. It doesn't caves in, so this was filled. So I will show you photographs which are really rare. You will not see Konark from inside. So this we did all sort of technology, 3D laser scanning and structural analysis kind of thing. Can you see the last two photographs from the inside? This is the status of the sand. It has gone nearly 7 meters below. When it was filled in 1902, it was there. So it is going somehow sand is coming out of the dry masonry. And the second photograph where you can see 3 black lines. I am sorry if you can't see clearly. These are the wrought iron beams which are supporting a 7,000 kilogram of amlakha. So these are the things. And they wanted us to give solution how to safely remove this sand. We gave them some advice, again fully not complied with, but ASI is working, they are the custodian. Taj Mahal means we have done from CBRI side some studies, and you know we get very big challenge. ASI tells us you can't touch the Taj Mahal, you tell us what is its foundation. And not only the foundation, you tell us whether it is good or not. Then I ask a different question. Why do you want it? Why do you want to know what is the foundation? So there can be two things. Either you want to learn from the old technology, because that is also one document by CBRI, learning from old heritage structures, knowledge from old heritage structures. Another is they are worried about the foundation. So they say we are worried about the receding level of Yamuna, the effect of water on the Taj Mahal. So our geotechnical engineers came to our rescue. They did the back analysis and they calculated the total settlement that could come in the subsoil, and they have told, okay, whatever subsidence was to be taken, it has already been taken. जितना इसकी जमीन बैठनी थी बैठ चुकी है, अब इसको कुछ नहीं होने का, तो आप बिल्कुल आराम से ताजमहल को देखिए. और मैं आपको एक फोटो और दिखाता हूँ. मैं आपको ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ दिखा रहा हूँ जो आपको अदरवाइज देखने को नहीं मिलेंगी. You won't see it easily. Can you see this? Some people doing some experiment. Now this is the actual tomb inside the Taj Mahal. You can see the staircase. When you go to visit Taj Mahal, you see the top one, which is a dummy one. So this one I am showing you. So I am saving you the ticket to the Taj Mahal, and also showing you something which can be useful. We do all GPR studies and things like that. Similarly, you know, last, I think it is amongst the last, UNESCO World Heritage, Amer Fort. And Amer Fort, the biggest problem other than the other forts is the Kesar-Kyari wall, which is in the submerged condition all the time. Thank you, sir. And this is Mahakal Mandir, Ujjain. So I will tell you only one thing about Mahakal Mandir, this slide. So the Mahakal Mandir, this is a second floor temple which is open once only on Nag Panchami day, and this was very difficult for pilgrims to do darshana on that day. So we created a aero bridge. Can you see the photographs? And this aero bridge, now this year on Nag Panchami, this was inaugurated by the CM of Madhya Pradesh, and now more than 3 lakhs people could do the darshana in one 24-hour cycle this year. So this is what we can say, little contribution. This is Jagannath Puri. Thank you very much. But please remember my request. Give us some guidance and solution for heritage structures we can discuss during lunch time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay Mitta Sahab. It's always interesting to listen to you. Let's go forward. Dr. Karade himself now. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. See, this is becoming a little bit of a mix of the scientists and the industries. Now we again have a person, a very renowned and a veteran from industry, and I am quite sure you will be interested in listening to his views about what should be the research and what industry expects from the scientists. I would like to invite Dr. Subhrato Chaudhary. Dada kahan hai? Yes, Dada is here. Yeah.
I thought that I could not escape. I thought I will slowly move away because I have to have a very firm commitment somewhere else. I have to travel. Anyway, this podium and everywhere the beautiful flower, which reminds me to remember that the CBRI days, that flower competition. I hope same old tradition is still going on. This thing, I am a person who was in industry, who was in the institute, academics, everywhere. I'm a jack of all trades. So what they are telling, I am not that expert. I am jack. Okay. This is the about my, whenever the CBRI, the emerging, not emerging, is one of the very powerful laboratory in CSIR group. CSIR group, it comes, anybody invites me, I get vibrant. I have a long association with CBRI, and I was in the capacity of research council member. The research council member those days were from multidisciplinary, luminaries, and very well known worldwide. Worldwide. The scholarly researcher, some of the face I see that time they were much younger. We used to call LP and Anchal, these brilliant. All of the whole team as a brilliant. The CBRI is a multidisciplinary research lab. Multidisciplinary research lab. It has including CSIR, which got no mention anywhere till now. And it has produced a battery of scholarly PhD student and student. It did not get a room in anybody's talk. No, he is there, but what I say is absent. Is absent. So this is, if I invite the construction industry only, it would not be very, very right thing. The allied industry occupies more area than construction in contribution related to construction industries. What you call it industry? In research parlance we call it manufacturer. Manufacturer research 0. Development is not 5%, but delivery is solid. Bridging the gap is no easy solution until and unless anybody has a total gross introspection about the research and the need of the society 20 years, 25 years, even at least 15 years from now. This is the, 15 years from now, when the nano, this is, and research area, we must segregate the academic research and transformable research. This is not understood. I am extremely sorry, it pains me. Wherever I am going and interacting in abroad, I was very, very well liked for this statement, and they mostly believe it. Transformable research and academic research, hardly people know about. Academic transformable research, where research navigations, research administrations, and research course corrections is parallelly, concurrently moves along with introspecting what is the need of the society, what could be the possible need of the industry after 25 years or more or little less. You decide your skill size according to your understanding. If I do start today the research to sorting out the problem, possibly result will come when everybody, the need for it will be lost and somebody has already surpassed and given the solution to the industry. It's a very, everybody knows it. Nevertheless, it pains me whenever people talk about the slag. We started 1980. First, the problem started in this country, presence of manganese uniform, Rourkela steel plant. All of our publication is I do not believe publication alone. I always believe take your publication in hand, stand on the ladle granulation. Those days it was ladle. Rourkela, we first commissioned this, cast house in 92. Rourkela steel plant, and deliver it. Bridge, we make the bridge, deliver it. And same, 30%, 40%. In 93, when the Tata Steel introduced LD, Lewis-Donowitz converter, we used, I told that, is it a material for making cement supplement? Still people are talking and working and working. It is a very high mineral enriched, lime and everything. It is one of the cement in manufacturing ingredient substitute materials. But its usage is very restricted due to the fact as finished steel is present. Even the modern days, the LD has come, the same problem exists. We are academic research, we are carrying, rolling on, and country is reeling back, and the original problem nobody is addressing. This is the, say, nanotechnology, huge work by Sulgen method. I was grossly involved with in the capacity of the RC, but in my own interest, this our LP did a marvelous work. But in the common usage of concrete would be very insignificant. You widen the range. The nano particle usage in paint industry, even the toothpaste, you think of today, you think of the technology, what country would be benefited, not the same thing in academic type of research. You make the paints, what is the aircraft paints, is one of the very high expenditure. The very high is unbelievable. The paint what is used in aircraft painting, plus 50 degree to minus 75 degree. This thing, the nanotechnology is the solution like wave. This is say the concrete would be a robust one provided if we address the right thing. The concrete majority, lion's part of the concrete problem is because of mega defect, what is totally related with construction practice. Somebody, I think Samir, talked about that Mandavi bridge, what is Atal Patal, the new one is Atal, that time it was Mandavi bridge. Yeah. I was have the photograph and this thing, this is simple thing, going to march this thing that to call it ductiflex or conduit. Through conduit, there was a free flow of water, no grouting was done. No grouting, and the what is called pre-stress, where it's got snapped. And the collapse was, this is a full girder, and when I was asked about, I told why you are trying to dig into the material science. It is seen. Your steel, pre-stressed steel, it snapped. This is the thing that construction practices, how to, it is not writing a handbook, it is all our, a country like us, we are for repairing purpose, we are doing it for almost 60 millions. One more minute as usual. Okay, now the thing is, we need to introspection. I will tell you, in 1995, Federal Express decided that we need to repair all the road, no repairing, recasting. But the task was given that we will do it 100 miles a day, in all part together. It is not a joint collaborative research was taken up. Civil was very, very little, only concrete. Civil, material science, chemical, instrumentation, mechanical, etc., under a guise of advanced cement-based material, and for participation of by Purdue, Michigan, Illinois, and Northwestern. And that it took a birth of automated slip form mover. So therefore, researcher must introspect what is, otherwise it will not. This is introspection. Now, what CBRI should do? If CBRI does something, If CBRI does something, I get very happy. I will tell you, after CBRI, I was with CSIR headquarters for this thing. I said, they won a brilliant, I think, CSIR Durgapur lab, not half minute now. CSIR biodiesel developed. There was no research administration, there is no navigations, there was no course corrections. When I told that to whom you will go, already they are using our airlines, that red color written 10% biodiesel, Chandigarh Delhi flight. Whom you will go? SpiceJet. Whom you will go? So therefore, you decide this thing. You will be making. You are not going to people to tell how you did. You market it. So therefore, CBRI, I would request to give attention for number one, right from 53, you take a stock of what you did. Discard what is not relevant in today's context, even 25 years from now, out of which what is applicable, and then what is further carrying on project we should carry on. Then second is that to make the presentations common for review meeting, what I had been telling from years together, review meeting, same presentation, same style, then called RC meeting, of course. And here also, same fragrance I see, here we are, here CBRI is here to sell their product. Please, I may not be the fire engineer, I may not be the structural engineer expert in fire. I am not interested. You tell me what fire effect has on a concrete. And this, if I make free from this, what I should do. And finally, the history says, and I strongly believe, the research council member should be multidisciplinary, luminaries, not by choice of I like you. I like you. Because research council, the course corrector, this thing, I wish the very best for the industry. I wish very best for great and greatest success of CBRI.
Thank you very much, Dada, for your words of wisdom and lot of advice. Great, it's always interesting to hear you. Just now I heard that the hotel authorities have declared that if you have food right now, it's okay, otherwise you will have to pay for your own food. So we wind up the session here. Over to the organizers.
This type of thing once in
I was told before
at 1 o'clock. Then somebody from your side.
Just a minute before breaking lunch, I would like to invite Mr. Arun Kumar, MD, NView, India.
I hope Khana is here. Chalo, thank you so much.
So NView is our sponsor. MD has come. He has to go just after the lunch. That's why I'm inviting. So if he want to say a few words on this occasion.
I don't want to be between you and lunch. It's already late. I'm Arun Kumar. I'm the managing director for NView. Many of you would have seen NView. NView has a long legacy, like 50 years legacy. Bayer Environmental Science. It was a division of Bayer Crop Science. So now we are out of Bayer and we are our own company. So NView is the only company globally who is focusing on bringing innovative products in as a standalone company, focusing on the pest control industry, and many of our industry colleagues know about that. So we are very, very happy to be a part of this particular meeting, and we are really looking forward to have a very collaborative approach and to work along with CBRI. So we'll be discussing a lot future. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity.
I request our director to give a memento to Dr. Arun Kumar.
Sponsors are always important for any function, and I really appreciate your appreciation, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will break for lunch. Thank you.
I'm actually registered for a PhD with CSIR. Hello, check, hello. Hello, check, hello. Hello, check. Alright. I'm done. Hello, check, hello. Hello. Hello, check, hello. Hello.
करके फिर हम
So we are going to start continue the session. All are requested to join back so that we can quickly finish CBRI's presentation, and opportunities will be given to industries later on after this session gets over. So I would like to announce that Mr. Kapil Garg sir want to leave from this technical session because he has to attend some other engagements. So I request our director, Professor Pradeep Kumar ji, to present him a memento on this occasion, please.
Thank you so much.
Photographer.
फोटोग्राफर आए कपिल के साथ
I'll come and catch up with you, sir.
आइए
Especially design momentum.
One week CSIR, 1 week, 1 lab. Okay. All other labs will come here.
And this has been designed by CBRI, but will be required by all. Wonderful. Followed by.
भाई फोटो कराने की फोटो खींच देना यार
कराड़ी जी के पास सबसे ज्यादा फोटोज है कराड़ी जी के पास जल्दी आ जाएगी ना
Thank you, sir. Nice meeting you. I'll be in touch. We'll catch up on so many things.
Sir, the bag is there. Thank you so much, sir. Chairman sir, you may continue the session, please. Yes. Okay.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after the food. I am quite sure you had your sweet dish, and I saw a couple of people having a lot of tablets also. I know the effect of it. So, see, we have to wind up a little quickly, and we have got 3 stalwarts from CSIR-CBRI. So, I request them to present their views and concepts as short as possible, so that we can move to the industry, because from the industry we have got almost 16 to 20 people who are going to express their views, and they can be of great importance, including my view. I have not presented it. So let me invite Dr. Karade first, please.
Thank you, Chairman sir. My presentation, please. So in this presentation, I will mainly focus on the structures affected by corrosion and how can we deal with it, and what are the areas where we can collaborate. So as you know, in RCC structures, the main issue of deterioration is corrosion of steel, and to deal with it, it's really a complex process. Understanding why the corrosion is happening, and what are the sources. If you understand that properly, then only you can recommend the proper remedial measures. As you know, CBRI has already developed many repair materials, including IPN coating. Most of these are commercialized. And further, okay, please. Okay, so what we are doing, we are taking many field studies sponsored by many agencies where we do the visual observation, NDT and corrosion studies. Then we bring samples to laboratory and do many tests like core strength, chloride content, sulfate, carbonation, pH, and if required, structural analysis and design. And then based on all these things, we recommend the remedial measures. Then in laboratory, we are developing various repair materials, as I was telling you. And recently, we have developed cathodic protection system, eco-friendly corrosion inhibitors, and other things, which briefly I will tell you. Then we are helping industries also to test their products, optimizing the parameters for formulation of appropriate repair materials, then testing and evaluation, I told you, and to recommend their suitability for different end use. So our major clients for which we do the projects or they refer to CBRI are Indian Railways, NTPC, there are many plants, the NVCC, fertilizer industries, construction and chemical manufacturing industries, builders, government departments like housing boards, CPWD, and other major industries. So first I will tell you, recently we have developed eco-friendly corrosion inhibitors where the raw materials are mainly from agroforestry waste. We are extracting important constituents from the agroforestry waste and using them as corrosion inhibitor. This is because in the some of the commercial corrosion inhibitors, they are toxic in nature, and as Samir Saab was telling that time, that many things from those corrosion inhibitors leach out and goes to the water bodies. And countries like Sweden and other European countries, they have already banned that kind of corrosion inhibitors. That's why we have proposed to make the eco-friendly corrosion inhibitor. Then there are the other harmful effects of corrosion inhibitors commercially available, like effect on strength, setting time, long-term durability, and most of these corrosion inhibitors are based on, they are effective only when the concentration is high or sufficient concentration. When they get consumed and this thing, then corrosion starts again. So because this mechanism of these corrosion inhibitors to form a film, so this kind of inhibitors are more durable. These are some of the plants we have selected based on their compounds which are antioxidants. You know, corrosion is an oxidation process. When we see the compounds which are antioxidant and when they form a film over the steel reinforcement, they prevent corrosion. So we get extracts like this from these plants, and we can get more than 90% efficiency in corrosion reduction. We have, based on various instrumentation technique and this thing, this is a proposed mechanism where this is a mix of three mechanisms. One is chemisorption, physiosorption, and 5-electron bonding. So this is verified with instrumentation technique again. So what we expect from industry to collaborate in it, it's to further improve the extraction process and the production of inhibitors using industrial experience. Because you know, we have done in at a small scale in laboratory, we need a larger commercial production where your expertise will come into the picture. Then to scale up the design process of extraction, field implementation of the developed eco-friendly inhibitors. You know, many things we do in laboratory, they are in lab controlled condition. We need your help to apply it on real field conditions. Then commercialize it and sharing of industrial expertise and experience in further development of these products. So that's one product on which we can interact. Then another system was cathodic protection. You know, in many RC structures, when chloride penetration reaches beyond reinforcement, there are no appropriate technique to deal with it. So cathodic protection is one of the technique which is very efficient in this. So there are two methods. One is galvanic system and another is impressed current system. Galvanic system is relatively simple, so we are not focusing on that. We have developed a impressed current system where we supply certain amount of current. But the challenge was there that most of the rectifier or battery comes with the control of potential, not current. So we have designed a circuit which can the system can be applied for such purposes where the predetermined current density can be applied. So here again, this is very eco-friendly and long-term corrosion control measure, very effective. Up to 40 years service life we can expect from it. Then further, my colleagues, Dr. P.C. Thaplayal and Dr. Siva Chidambaram are there. We are working on various COVID response technologies where we have designed foldable temporary shelters and collapsible temporary shelters. You can see here in the bottom. Another product is hybrid rebar couplers. You know, the threaded couplers are available in market, but during the earthquakes and this thing, they pull out. So they are not much effective in cyclic loading condition. So we have developed and they perform well. Then mechanical lab and precast connections also have been developed. You can interact during the tea time. Then we have, sorry, पीछे नहीं आता. Next. Okay. We have also worked, you know, everybody is facing the water scarcity. What they say कि पीने का पानी ठीक से नहीं मिल पाता, तो अच्छा पानी जो है वो आप कैसे मिलाएंगे concrete में? And that's what happening in northern area. Lot of concrete structures are prematurely deteriorating because of contaminated groundwater. So for that purpose also we have developed using industrial waste, fly ash and red mud. Otherwise we can apply cathodic prevention technique where a small, relatively small current density is required in new structures. Then we have developed a hem concrete. आप भांग का नाम सुना होगा, उसके जो पत्ते हैं वो सभी चीज़ें यूजफुल है सिवाय उसके तने के. That's a stem. So we are making powder from that and making lightweight concrete. Then we are also developing green protective coating where the synthetic resin is replaced with the natural material, some of the renewable resources. So we are talking about VOC and other issues, so that can be reduced with this. These are some of the ongoing projects and some of these are recently completed. So just glimpses of this I am showing you. So finally, what are the areas where we can collaborate? So development of more effective techniques for corrosion detection and measurement. I was discussing with some of the friends here that the real challenge is exact detection of corrosion, the bars, and how much the rate of corrosion is there. Accordingly, we can replace. So if you are developing or you can support us, we can develop a more effective techniques. Then development of cost-effective repair and strengthening system. So you know the cost of repair is the range is very, very wide. You can do with the cement also, and then there you can go to epoxy or polyurea, and there are so many things. So selection of repair materials is also very important. So cost and effective, both things are important. So we have to, when we collaborate in this thing, we can discuss and we can develop appropriate measures. Then Chaudhary Sahab was telling about the CSIR and academy and industry collaboration. So some of the industries, if you have MTech or MSc from your workers, your team and this thing, they can enroll in our CSIR system where they can do the PhD. In this is a beautiful program. Only he has to stay in CBRI for 6 months. When he comes back to industry, he can do the field work and can do the PhD. One of the supervisor will be from your organization and one supervisor will be from the CBRI. So you can think about this program also where we can jointly we can do the research. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir, for being right on the time. I would like to invite Dr. P.C. Thapalia, sir. Thaplia, sorry, I correct myself. He's the chief scientist, and he's going. Senior. No, वो printed mistake. It's not from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Karade and my other dear colleagues for giving a brief overview for the work done at our institute. And any kind of discussion on buildings we must include this pest management. So I will quickly go through 3 or 4 slides which I had made for this pesticide and structural pest management. Okay, go to next slide. Okay, so mainly structural pest management in India particularly is based on the toxic pesticides, and this includes all kind of health hazards as well as a lot of damage to the building also. Next slide please. So among different type of pest, termite is the major structural pest. And you all know that termite can affect all kind of things, and it can induce a kind of a disaster kind of situation also. Okay, so also most of the audience on the back is from the pesticide industry, so they must be knowing that this is the largest revenue generating profession also. Okay, and termite control in the recent US study has suggested that termite control market size to grow, and it is about on the tune of the $1.2 billion, and that means vast market is available for the industrial people also. Okay, and how the termite management is done, I am going quickly through that. Mainly in India, this the structural termite management is based on this Indian code, that is IS 6313, and this code of practice determines what kind of pesticides we can use. Go to please next slide. So mainly in this standard, there are 3 pesticides which are mentioned. Go to back. Chloropyrifos 20 EC, then imidacloprid, that is again 30.5 SC, then bifenthrin 2.5 EC. Okay, I think most of the pest people know what is the meaning of SC or EC, and then some of these pesticides are critically evaluated and studied at our institute also, and we are in touch with, in fact, Bayer, and then we go to next slide. This structural termite management, we have come to know that by doing this testing of these different pesticides, how effective they are. How effective? So these are all are equally effective. This is a diplomatic term, but if you go to next slide, I have circled middle one. So please go to next slide. So this one, among these 3 which are mentioned in IS code, imidacloprid is the widely appreciated or widely accepted or used. Why? Because it is odorless, colorless, and transparent and clear. Okay. So next one is what is the requirement of today's professional? We have discussed already for last 3 days. We are discussing, and that is they want mainly safe, eco-friendly, and effective termiticide. So next slide, please. So that means some of them have shown expression on this herbal termiticide. We must have the properties that it should be effective, stable in soil, and then long lasting. But unfortunately, right now there is no herbal termiticide available. So that is where, go to next. So that means we can collaborate if you wish on this area, particularly on herbal pesticide, herbal termiticide. Go to next. So, and another aspect is that most of the laborers or person who are doing this kind of pest management, they are unskilled. They don't have any formal kind of training. So second aspect is that we can do training and skill development program. Go to next, please. So in the recent past, in fact, in just 2 months back, CSIR-CBRI Roorkee has been adopted as the nodal training center for structural pest management. So that is there. We have also signed an MOU with UPL. So that is the second thing that we have done. So that means for skill development programs, we can do lot of handshaking, that is a collaboration. Go to next. So that's all. So those two aspects we are looking. One is on herbal pesticide and second is on skill development. That is the training part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And last from the scientist side is Dr. D.P. Kanungo. Yes, you are there.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Chairman, and the dignitaries of the dais. I think I will be audible to the last person. Yeah. So I don't need a. Acha, वहाँ पे जाए. Don't have a color mic? Okay. Yeah, welcome to the esteemed delegates and the industry partners. Looking forward to shake hands with CSIR-CBRI. Next, please. I can move in. Okay. So, Dr. Karade has already mentioned, we are talking about Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. That is the organization. We are giving PhD and MTech degrees in physical sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences and engineering sciences. And there are provision for industry-sponsored candidates, whatever as Dr. Karade has already told. So, I will talk, it's basically a recapitulation of the news you have gone way back in 28th August 2022, that is Supertech Twin Tower demolition. So nowadays, there are many reasons, whether the builders violate the building bylaws or there are early age corrosion, like recently we got a query from Chintel's Paradiso in Gurgaon. There are 9 towers. Within 6 years, the strength is nil. You cannot get a single reinforcement. All of a sudden, the drawing room of 6th floor coming down to the ground. And two lives have been lost. So there is a need of demolition, but safe demolition. So we have showcased our capabilities in presenting CSIR-CBRI as a safe demolition experts in the whole country. So that's the story. I will not be very elaborative. It's a brief through pictures. These are the twin towers. One is 97 meter high. One is 103 meters high. The front one is Sian. The back one is Apex. And it is a 30 to 40 MPa concrete has been used. Heavily reinforced. Heavy long shear walls. And the lift core is too heavy. So it's a too heavy structure and a very healthy structure, sustainable structure. But it has to be demolished because they have violated the building bylaws. So we have to plan for the safe demolition. There are challenges. The first challenge was in surrounding at 9 meter we have towers, 7 towers in the critical zone, residential tower fully occupied. And in 15 meter distance we have a GAIL gas pipeline which was operational on 36 bar pressure. And the GAIL CMD told, I cannot stop the GAIL gas pipeline during this process. You have to save this pipeline which is, when it is operational. And the third thing is the demolition itself should be safe. There should not be any fly debris. There should not be any excess air over pressure. There should not be any dust pollution. There should not be any danger to the flora and fauna in that region. So that's the challenge we have to took up. So I will not go into the details of. So we first designed a exclusion zone starting from 250 meter wide to 450 meter. So during demolition, that area has to be vacated. So that was the first, and then the critical zone is a 50 meter radius zone from the twin tower. Then this is the traffic control also. The police department was working how they have to close the traffic. Even not a single animal, a dog and a cat has to be found in the critical zone. That has to be ensured by CBRI. So I was going through the police vehicle and looking for dogs and cats. That's also a stage we are doing at that time. So the major role, because it was a verdict from Supreme Court of India, and we are the expert, clearly told that for expert advice and safe demolition will be. So these are the twin towers. How we designed, we did a test blast. Based on the test blast on the shear wall, we could get a sense of breaking characteristics of that M40 concrete. And from there, we designed the powder factor, how much explosives in which floor. And the other challenge is, on 3 sides of it, within 9 meter to 15 meter, 7 residential towers of 14 story height. So we have to pull these 2 towers on the side where there is a road and park, and then make a fall, so that we can save all these residential towers. So for that, the dark floors are primary blast floors. We designed that it will be fully crossed. And the grey one is the secondary blast floor, where the pull is designed that side only we put the explosives, so that we can pull it in that side. And there are non-blast floors. So there are 18 blast floors, out of which 11 primary blast floors and 7 secondary blast floors. And the whole blast explosive quantity, design, holes in shear walls, how many holes? 5 holes. And then we have to contain the debris in that, so we have to seal the holes in with explosives and seal the whole shear walls and columns with 5 layers of wire mesh, and then 5 layers of geotextile fabric. There are 10 layers, and in the surrounding you got the sense that black and white pictures. This is the sequence of blasting. 2 towers, 7 seconds, you must have heard. And the next tower, the front tower, was for 3.5 seconds. It was total 9-second operation. At 2 seconds of the front tower, the other tower explosive will start. So from 2, that 0 is at same time. So total process is 9 seconds, and the debris to settle down, fall, it was 2 to 3 seconds. So total 11 to 12 second operation. And this is the predicted debris fall, because 9-meter tower has to be protected. What will be the debris spillover along with reinforcement? That is the profile we could. And to save, we predicted that it may touch the basement of the nearest tower of 9 meters. So we put 3 steel beams. Here you will see the 3 layer steel beams anchored to the ground as well as within the beams. And behind this we put the truck tires or vehicle tires to absorb the impact if there will be. There will not be direct impact, it will be a spillover, this thing. And this is the impact cushion. Another thing is, I'll show it. The debris, here was the alignment of Gale gas pipeline, and we predicted that at these 2 places, the debris may slide over to hit this gas pipeline. So for this, we have designed a steel plate on the Gale gas pipeline, 5 mm thick, to distribute the impact energy equally, uniformly. And then above that, we made a trapezoidal embankment, impact cushion we call it. And above that, at these portions, we spread the truck tires, damaged truck tires, because it also absorbed the impact. And this is the label. There are long shear walls, we have to cut across and make shear walls. And these are the fabrics I am telling, and the holes you can see where we put the explosives. And these are the final shape. All the black and white floors are those 18 floors which are having explosives. Other floors are non-blast floors. And also on the side structure, to protect it from dust and everything, we also put 1 layer, 2 layer of geotextiles, so that their houses, because the mandate was by the evening 4:30 we have to call back the resident, and morning 7 we will evacuate. The same day whole operation has to be completed. So this is the way we go. Here you can see white and green curtains. Wherever required we put those. And I was talking about steel bins. This is 9 meter distance, and this is the twin tower. And we put the steel bins, then anchored vertically down in the ground with a concrete raft at below, and then in between they are welded, and then with rope, and behind this I was telling the packing of tires to absorb the impact energy. And these are the impact cushions all over area. You see here the GAIL gas pipeline has to be affected, so we put the tires, and all over rest of the area we dig the soil, put the loose soil as an embankment. So we make this set of impact cushion. When the impact will come, loose soil will be compacted. That means that will absorb the impact energy, because ground vibration was a problem. Due to ground vibration, the structure can be damaged. So ground vibration has to be reduced below 20 mm. That PPV is below 20 mm per second. So that we assured with those 9 structures have been structurally audited. With the predicted ground vibration, the structural analysis has been done. Then we find out the weaker elements in those buildings, then repair, strengthen those weaker elements, and then we made the operation. Within 4 months, all these things has to be done and ensured by CBRI. We cannot, at every moment, one scientist has to be there, because repair is going on, strengthening is going on. Whether they are doing it up to the mark, we have to assure that. So that's the scale of thing. You can see the impact cushions all over the area. And finally, because this is one of its kind in nation, the second largest in the world, the demolition. So we want to capture every sort of information for our future demolitions. So we deployed in a radius of 250 meter, 19 seismographs, 3-channel seismographs, along with inbuilt air overpressure monitoring sensors. Then we had a drone fly with thermal imaging, high-speed imaging. Then in the twin tower, we put a concept of black box, which we keep it in aircraft. So we made 10 black boxes, 5 each in both the towers, and till date we have recovered 4, out of which 2 are intact. Data is intact, 2 are damaged. So these are the black boxes, and this is the pile of debris after the demolition, and the buildings are quite safe. But another aspect I will just cover in couple of slides. We have expertise in geotechnical engineering and disaster mitigation, geohazard risk reduction. We work on soil mechanics, we work on rock mechanics, we work on ground improvement, we work on tunnel engineering. We work in difficult grounds, difficult terrains, whether it is hilly or plain or desertic terrain. In deserts we are working for DRDO, the defense organizations, to move their missile launchers and all those things. And we are also working on underground space, like nowadays lot of tunnels, whether it is metro rail or in hills we are putting railway tunnels, or we have rapid rail everywhere, where somewhere heritage structure is involved, somewhere common people houses are involved. So we are looking into the broader aspect. For Mumbai, I will give 2 examples. There are many projects. One is in Malabar Hills. There is a Bombay High Court order for the slum rehabilitation project. So the slum people has to be rehabilitated. It was on a rocky slope. The design was wrong. The surrounding people, they complained that our structure will be unsafe. So we provided the measures for that, and finally that has been constructed. The second one is by our sister organization, Bombay International Airport. Heavy rock blasting, rock excavation. So all sorts of, so I will not go into the details. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, these type of subject need a full detailed presentation. It's quite exciting and quite informative also. So, friends, with that, we come to the end of the very important and the half session of the day. And there is no point in again concluding the things because I am not competent enough to do so. Let me be honest. I can only thank CSRI for giving me this opportunity to chair the session and bearing with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, accepting our invitation to conduct this session as a chairperson. You have very nicely conducted this technical session. So, to honor you on this occasion, I request my director to present a bouquet to memento to Vivek Naiji.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Friends, we have two more session, technical session. The next one is on presentation by industries. This is really tough session. I don't know, we don't know how we are going to manage it. There are a lot of speakers. Though we have around 20 speakers on this schedule, so there are few more who have shown interest to make their presentation or discussion. So let us see how our chairman and co-chairman is going to manage the time for conducting this session. So, for chairing this session, I invite Dr. Ashok Kumar ji, outstanding scientist of our institute. Along with him, Dr. L.P. Singh is going to chair. So I invite both of them on the dais and request them to, conduct the technical session presentations by the industries. So I would like to mention that in this juncture, so industry peoples are requested to only focus what they are having, what they want from CBRI, how they can collaborate with CBRI. So only these 3 points they should focus and briefly finish it, say the things and finish it by 5 minutes. So I request Dr. Ashok Kumar and L.P. Singh to adhere the time, and so this now the time is 2:50. So by 4 o'clock, if you finish 4:15, so this will be. You decide. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dhanvaraju, for giving us this opportunity to interact with the industry guys. And the earlier session was also wonderful. And now it's time that we listen to the industry personnel. And as I'm told that. Yes, sir, we will do that. Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that.
धर्मराजू को बता देता हूँ.
So as I was informed that there are 20 people who have to speak on various problems, various industries, representations, and we have around say 2 hours time. I can still say, because we may cut down the last session panel discussion. So say if I have around 2 hours, say, or 120 minutes or 100 minutes, I think we can give 5 minutes to each industry personnel. So 5 into 20, 100 minutes, and maybe the 1 or 2 may take more than 5 minutes. So I think 110 minutes we have time, and I would like to give chance to everyone. It is not that there's a time given to one person, 10 minutes. No. So I would request, I would urge, to every industry personnel to take 5 minutes, and we will, take up questions at the end of the discussions. And I'll quickly, take the names so that, because I have about 21 names. So let me start with the first, Dr. K.R.S. Narayana. I think I know him personally. We at CBRI are joining hands with Reliance Industries on CO2 utilization in building construction. So we have been interacting with him for the last almost 1.5 years, and he's almost at the start of our just few hurdles. But and then we have second speaker, Miss Lumbudra Sen Gupta. I think she is there from Senior Vice President GSW Cement. And then we have Mr. Mangesh Joshi. Is he here? Oh yes, great. And then Mr. Anil Shishadri. Mr. Anil, I think he's not there. And then Mr. Vivek Nayak. Yes, yeah, he was chairing the session. Yeah, good, great. And then Mr. Gautam Bora. Is he there? Okay, all right. So then Dr. Ashish Dokras. Oh yeah, great. And then we have Miss Pooja Kumari, UPL. Yes, fine. And then Mr. Gagan Malhotra from, oh great. And then Mr. Uday Menon. Good. And then Mr. Kaplesh Joshi. Good. Then Mr. Sunil Shah. Good. And then Mr. Ram Jeevan Kutar. Good. And then Mr. S. Shiva Kumar. Great. And then Shankar Gughi or Gughe. Good. And then Mr. K. Venkateshwara Rao. Great. And then Mr. Rajiv Sen. Yeah. And Mr. Madhusudan Rapol or his representative. He is not there. Then Mr. Vijay Shirke. He is not there. Mr. Raghavendra from Actex Group. He is not there. And then Kapil Garg from Oilmax. Gay. Okay. And then Mr. Sanjeev Karpe. Great. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. Okay, 16. So say 15. Hello. So there are 15 presenters from industry, and we have now chance of listening to each one of you. For 6 minutes now. From 5 minutes to I am increasing to 6 minutes, but I would urge 5 minutes would be very ideal. So over to you, Dr. K.R.S. Narayanan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Sir, once 5 minutes are over, I will just budge.
You don't have to worry. I will generally, I am known to protect the time of the others. Thank you, CBRI, for this opportunity. From the industry point of view, as we all are aware that carbon emissions are going to be the buzzword. The carbon footprint is going to be... Not able to hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear?
They cannot
see? Okay. Yeah, nice. Carbon footprint is going to be the next 20 years, the buzzword. And reduction in carbon emissions are going to be the priority for the world. And companies, cement companies and refining companies are one of the largest emitters of carbon. We are all aware of that. Construction is probably there's a big demand for carbon sequestration in the construction and building industry. And in India, the construction and building industry will go multi-fold. Probably India and China would be ruling the market of construction materials and construction itself in the next 20 years. 2070 is per the Honorable Prime Minister's vision towards net zero. Reliance Industries' vision is 2035. And we are aware, and I've worked for 20 years, and I'm working for 20 years in Reliance Industries. I know very well how the targets are set in Reliance. 2035 is going to be a very, very tough target, and for which we have analyzed that from the industry point of view, the construction industry, because I've spent 31 years in concrete, the construction industry. So, and I've been associated with Roorkee for quite some time, since 95 with waterproofing, and then on towards fiber reinforced concrete with Dr. S.K. Singh, and then currently with Professor Ashok Kumar and Professor L.P. Singh. So, we find that there is an enormous potential for sequestration. The most easiest, fastest, the cheapest way to sequester carbon is in construction materials. We find concrete would be the biggest consumer of carbon dioxide as a permanent sequestering material. We have had a couple of years, I've worked for a couple of years on this proposition of sequestering CO2, and with which we have almost interviewed various CSIR institutions and various IITs throughout India. And I have interacted with most of the multinational companies, the foreign companies which are doing research work on carbon sequestration in concrete and building materials. There are hardly around 8 to 10 companies in the world which do sequestration, which are at various TRL levels, and there are only a couple of companies in the world which have become a business proposition and in the world. So we are all now aware that there is an enormous potential available, but there are no much findings available. Now, if I see that there is an enormous opportunity, there is a lot of money to be made. Now, from industry point of view, what we would expect CBRI, because I will come to what is the expectation from the industry to CBRI, from Reliance Industries to CBRI, I would rather put it that way. We would like to have a kind of a time-bound project which would certainly necessitate a lot of brains which work on permanent sequestration of CO2. We, as an emitter of CO2, almost around 50 million tons of CO2 is liberated in the atmosphere of different purifying levels. We have up to 99.9% purity CO2 which we are able to supply to the refrigeration industry. So we have from 10% to 99.9% CO2 available. So you will have to find ways of sequestering all types of carbon dioxide. You cannot say I need only 50% purity or 100% purity or whatever it is. We need to work on technology which could sequester any type of flue gas into permanent sequestered concrete products, and also with a vision that these are all durable products, because sustainable products is what is the mantra today. So when I make any technology, it has to be sustainable, and it has to probably classify as a green product. So this is what is the expectation from Reliance Industries. Number two is the research institution as such should be able to do some research work on what is the potential available. Because as an industry today, I would like to put in money in places where I am able to see some kind of revenue. Though carbon dioxide is something which we don't know exactly how much is going to be the carbon credit or carbon penalty which will be forced by the government. Today even the government is not of any view how much should be the carbon tax. India is probably at a very, very nascent stage, and industries and institutions like you will work together to the government, with the government, to provide some kind of directive for carbon tax and carbon credit. So this is very crucial for us. And second thing which I want to tell is about the market size, because as a research institution, you will have to come to the industry to tell us, this is the market size. This is the potential which is available for you for the next 10-15 minutes, 10-15 years. So this is what we need to work on. And another very important thing which I did not discuss so far with CBRI is waste plastic. I've been working with the Swachh Bharat mission with the Government of India, with the Honorable Prime Minister. We have launched products in Reliance Industries with waste plastic. These waste plastics are end-of-life plastic, like for example chips cover and chocolate cover. If CBRI can work on shredding those waste plastics for use in concrete, that could be highly beneficial, because fibers, Dr. S.K. Singh is here, who has done work on fibers. we can do something on shredding of waste plastic to polyethylene or polyolefin fibers and use it in concrete. This is another very big market available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. K.S. Narayanan. You took only 5 minutes and around 50 seconds. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the next. I would request Ms. Lupmudra Sen Gupta, Senior Vice President, GSW Cement, to give her talk.
Good afternoon. Actually, I made some noting because I am impromptu, so I have to stick to here. So good afternoon all. It is indeed a privilege for me to come here and be with the August gathering. I thank CBRI Roorkee, especially Professor R. Pradeep Kumar, Director CSIR-CBRI, and Dr. S.K. Singh, with whom I think I must be having an association for last 10-15 years because we have always been interacting. So just very brief about JSW Group and JSW Cement. We are US $22 billion organization. We are the largest manufacturer of steel, the greenest cement company of India with 17 million ton capacity, and now we are into foray of ground granulated blast furnace slag, ready mix concrete, and we have also a lot of interest in paints. 2 units have come up in paint, one in Vijayanagar and one in Vasind in Maharashtra. We also are very much into ports and infrastructure development. That is also a big arena. You will be happy to know in JSW Sports, we also have JSW Sports. The Olympic medals our Olympian has brought in. So in javelin and Sakshi Malik last time, Mr. Neeraj Chopra, they were all under the umbrella of JSW. We picked them, we trained them, and we cultivated them in our Vijayanagar sports facility, Inspire Institute of Sports. So I will be requesting CBRI team to definitely come and make a visit to our steel facility in Vijayanagar. I invite them, in fact. I will be very happy to take them, see steel, cement, ports, how they are trained, see the paints facility, and we can take it ahead. So my deep thanks to Dr. S.K. Singh, because we have done a lot of work on newer cementitious material using various kind of slags. We have done a project with Dr. S.K. Singh, and it has been successfully. We have done the trials in our Dolvi concrete plant and also in Vijayanagar. So we would like to take this definitely forward, but before that we will just talk about the goals of JSW and how CBRI Roorkee can come in so they can also guide us. So our sustainability goal is climate and energy, reducing carbon emission, reuse and recycle. We want to promote circular economy, research and innovation. Innovation means launching of new product like LD slag, electric arc furnace slag, ground granulated blast furnace slag. How granulated how normal slag, steel slag can replace 100% fine aggregates in concrete, because riverbed sand is a scarcity. And also material like LD slag, which are like dump in earth if not consumed, because when we were interacting in this NCCBM seminar, we were having different kind of opinion. One scientist was telling, no, it's a circular economy, we need to promote it and we need to use it. And one scientist was telling, no, don't do that. If you allow LD slag to come, people from China will come. Obviously, as Indian scientists, we need to raise our bar so high that only the good manufacturing organization maintain the level of specification, and then the circular economy is promoted. Ecosystem restoration is a very important part of our preserving water, air, biodiversity, research and innovation, launching new products, we have already said. Another thing which is again exactly not a sustainable goal, but anti-bribery and corruption. We are totally against that. That's also a part of our SDG. Transport, supply chain and logistics, how to minimize it. We should not carry material too far away from the plant. We should use locally available material. Equality, gender diversity and safety and well-being. These are a few key parameters. So LD slag is something, sir, we want to, like now the part comes where CBRI can step in. And I will be in touch with you. I will have to discuss with our CEO. In fact, now I'm in a conversation with him. How LD slag can be utilized as fine aggregates, we will have to see. Taking care of the calcium oxide leaching and everything, because we need to make a product which is good. So this is something we will reach out to you. And one more thing from industry side, I would rather say, I don't know whether other cement manufacturers are here or not. We see a lot of, workmen working in the field. So we talk about M40, M60, M80, but there are people who are making M20 concrete. They are making individual home builders' home. They are making school buildings. They are making roads. They are not trained. So maybe you can start a program where you start, training these kind of people. Not a very big batch, but you start training this kind of people so that actual workmen get trained. So we have also discussed with Construction Skill Development Corporation of India, National Skill Development, But you can also take this up, because what I hear from one of my colleagues, IIT Kanpur has started this module. So this is something, it's a big arena where you can, look into. So I am really thankful for, giving us opportunity. I was traveling, sir was traveling, and it's an indeed good thing they are doing so many workshops all across India. So I wish CBRI all the best. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you, Ms. Sen Gupta, for completing your talk in just 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Great. And I would like to place on record your appreciation to CBRI and particularly to Mr. S.K. Singh for his research efforts for GSW. And we look forward for your futuristic industry problems, and wherein we will have definitely some solutions from our scientists. Thank you very much, Ms. Sen Gupta. Then we have next speaker, Mr. Mangesh Joshi. Dr. Mangesh Joshi. Sorry for the typo, because in my list is only Mr. written.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thanks CBRI to take this initiative and come to industry. Otherwise, it used to be other way around, but it's really very nice day. It's been, I'll talk to my industry, which is repair and retrofit. And I'm happily associated with CBRI for last 15 years, because being a premier institute, they are at the forefront of problem solving for different repair solutions, and I'm happy to be part of it. I again sum up it quickly for my area. What I see in repair industry is a corrosion. Early corrosion is really big issue, and we are losing a lot of national money on that because of early demolitions required because of corrosion. CBRI is already working on that. Many foreign companies are working on that and really taking a lot of money for that technology, taking a lot of foreign exchange outside. And I feel that CBRI can really play a vital role with us as an industry, and we can develop what my previous speaker told, that time-bound research is the key for that. And if we can really set timeline of 2 years to 3 years, we set targets that we want to achieve these 3 parts, and what will be our contribution in terms of material supply or in terms of paying hard money or equipment, if that can be sorted out properly. And at the beginning only, if we can set the proposal in that way, we are getting, by this way we are getting good result with IITs. Like this way we are working with IITs, and that is really helping us. So same model can be followed, and we can really come with very good material and solution system which will help industry and nation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for your wonderful points, and particularly in the area of repair and rehabilitation. You mentioned about time-bound R&D, say for 2-3 years, as Dr. K.R.S. Narayana has also mentioned. I think we can have a co-development, in this model. I think this will be a very good successful model for research, academia, and industry interface, to take further. So, thank you very much, Dr. Mangesh Joshi ji. Now we move to the next speaker, Mr. Vivek Naik, who was chairing the session just before me. Over to you, Mr. Vivek. We'd love to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody, again. I have just a quick 3-4 points because we heard a lot from the researchers and there should be some points from the industry. Basically, industry is looking in for something which is really innovative and what can be converted into money and time saving. I have seen a lot of fundamental researchers, people doing PhD. They get PhD only for personal goals of getting one more increment in the company or the upper grade, which is of hardly any use to us. What we want, that you tell us that this is my research and this is how it can be converted into the manufacturing or conversion, and finally if it can save time and money of the society, it is of use. So all the researchers should be towards that. For example, the research has to be very simple. I come from the concrete tech field and construction concrete technology and construction chemical field. There are some products developed. I found that there was some coating developed, and then I went into that. They said this coating has got 96 parts of resin and then 4 parts of hardener, and it has to be mixed at so and so temperature, and then it will be implemented in so time. And is this gone somewhere? It's going good. So I found that it is so very difficult. Thank you. I found that the technology is so, it is again gone. It's okay. It's so very difficult to implement such technology. It is not user friendly at all. And then the best part was, rather the worst part of the situation was this. Then they said this was for this 200-liter container, you have to buy a machine which is costing 25 lakhs rupees, and then you can spray it. Now you see the research done that you have to buy huge amount of machinery, equipment, and then you have to train so many people and then apply a product over 10 square feet of area. So the research has to be little sensible towards the application part. Because there is no point in doing something great. Yes, it might be having qualities, everything, sab maan gaye. But if it has got so many hurdles of implementing, it may not be of a great use to the society. Then one more part, I was just sitting here and I found there is huge lot of research done, but it is not easily available to the public. As rightly during the inaugural session also, some people pointed out that there is no marketing. I know you people don't like that word, but it should reach the people, that is more important. How you do it is up to you, but it should reach the people so that there will be takers for the research and development. So also one important part I would like to be taken up by the scientists, that see, the research is done, but there is no provision of IS or ASTM standard to use it. The simplest example is geopolymer technology. It is in existence from almost 30 years. There is no IS code specification. There is no ASTM. There is little bit of a draft code. Now, how, if the standardization of the research is not done, how it is going to be implemented, how somebody will produce it, how it can be taken in confidence. So that one point is quite important for me. 1 minute. And most important, that the research should not be limited to the existing things. The research should be also ready for the future research. Like we immediately thought, you see, the simple case I will give you, the terrorist attack. You know this will happen again. You know there will be war. It is already going on. In every part of the world there is war going on from last 20 years. So we should be having the technologies to protect ourselves from that also. We should be having technologies to protect ourselves from the virus and all those things. And there is going to be terrific shortage of the water. I still remember when I came from foreign country in 1979, I told my friends that we used to buy some water and go to the picnic. This is a story in 1979 in India. So everybody told me, Vivek, ये सब fake बात है. पानी खरीदेंगे नहीं कभी भी, ये तो पवित्र कर्म है, हम तो पानी ऐसे ही फ्री में देते हैं. But today, nobody drinks water directly, everybody is searching for the mineral water bottle. So there will be further stage of it. So we will have to think of something which is totally water free, and we will have to retain only water for the drinking. Rest, all water free technologies will have to be found out, and that is all from my side. These are the 4-5 points I wanted to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vivek, for highlighting the importance of research from lab to field, end to end. That's a wonderful idea, and we always work towards that. And another point which you mentioned about the marketing of our technologies or the products. So definitely this is one such attempt, and all this is live streaming, through Facebook and YouTube. Yep. So everyone is being benefited out of that. So thank you very much for highlighting.
Thank you.
Thanks. Then we have Mr. Dr. Ashish Dokras. Please come over.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon to you all. I'm Ashish Dokras from one of the industry that pertains to pesticides. Our company's name is Enview. You can see it on the back of this banner as well. So Enview is a recent company, not more than even 1 year. But our association with CBRI had been since many years, more than 20 years. And that's because formerly we were Bayer Environmental Science. So I'm a part of Bayer, and now we have got separated from Bayer. Our company's name is Enview. Some sessions back, Dr. P.C. Thapliyal said about 3 products that are meant for termite control in India. And those 3 products had one in the middle with a circle, that is imidacloprid, 30.5% SC. SC means suspension concentrate. So again, I would say that as he said that all the products are equally effective and equally good, which was a diplomatic statement. I would also say that all products are good, but why that product in the center is good, I will continue with that. So imidacloprid 30.5% SC is a non-repellent formulation. And why I would like to specifically cover this non-repellent word, and I would like to go into detail because most of the people in the construction industry, they are not aware about the difference between repellent and non-repellent. The product in the center, that is imidacloprid 30.5% SC, our brand name is Premise. We had been the ones who introduced this product in this country. And this particular product is a non-repellent. The other 2 are repellent. So what's the difference between repellent and non-repellent? Repellent is something which you apply to the soil or create a barrier. Now termite treatment consists of creating a barrier between the colony. There is a termite colony inside the soil. We call it subterranean termites. So the termites come through their colony, enter into building, find the wood in our building, the wood in service, and then they eat it, they take it to the home. So the barrier has to be created between their nest and our home or our structure. So that barrier creation is with chemical. And since 40-50 years, chemical treatment has been a mainstay for termite treatment. So some products are repellent and some are non-repellent. So what is non-repellent? I will focus on that. Repellent is something wherein the termites would come, they would either get killed or they would back off. So they would get repelled. So they would run away from the barrier. But what's the drawback in this? After getting repelled, they may still find out some way into the building. And there is a danger in that. But with non-repellent products, the termites would pass through that barrier. And what would happen is that the termites would get their body contaminated with these molecules of termiticide. And then when they return back to the home, they will spread this toxicant to the other members of the colony, which is called cascading effect. So this particular thing is more lethal. As we say, known devil is better than unknown devil. So termiticide non-repellent is an unknown devil for these termites. And this particular product can contaminate the entire colony of termites, thereby completely eliminating the problem. So this is a particular premise which is non-repellent technology. We introduced many years back, and this particular product, we have been speaking of sustainable development. So this particular product is IGBC certified product, means Indian Green Building certified product. So this product is in a sense green because it has been evaluated for its use of water, how it is sustainable. Its dose rate is 2.1 ml per liter of water, which is very low. When you dilute 2.1 ml in 1 liter of water, you don't see any color, no stain, no smell. So these are some of the product features which make it special compared to other repellent technology products. And that is what I wanted to talk about. Premise, especially. Premise is a promise for a sustainable development. And regarding the association with CBRI, we would like to develop such kind of solutions which are sustainable in nature and solve the problem of this building and construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashish, for highlighting the importance of pest control measures, particularly termite treatments. And as you mentioned, although there are solutions available, but we need to identify the problem. Unless you identify the problem, the solutions cannot be given. So, because I have been interacting with the pest management consultants over the years and delivered several lectures also, but I could find that still there is a gap in the research and the industry that needs to be fulfilled by, as you rightly mentioned, joining hands with the CBRI in developing sustainable solutions, and also prescribing the correct applications. That is another very, very important, because suppose there is a green roof and there is a soil layer which has been placed and there is a termite coming. So for that, you have to have a different kind of application. Similarly, if there are basements, then you have different kinds of applications. So thank you very much. Then we move to the next presenter, Miss Pooja Kumari, UPL. I met her in Rajkot, I believe, one of the conferences recently held, which was organized by Pest Management Association of India. Daman, sorry.
And how got I based in Roorkee? I was in Roorkee. Yes.
I do not know that.
Yes. So we were in Roorkee in month of November.
Yeah, I saw you, but somehow we could not meet.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, CBRI, for allowing me to have a 5-minute presentation on a very important topic, which is about training. So, importance of training in pest management industry, and what the whole industry we are thinking about, and we are very serious now. Even CBRI, they are into the training. It's a simple word. What's training? So training is just about enhancing our skills, knowledge, capability is that much. But why it is so important in our industry? Because we all know that it's a very, very scientific field what we are working into it. And the technicians and each of us should be very well technical groomed. We should be very well equipped. We should know about the different pests. There are multiple pests, and it's not easy for us to be aware, and it's a daily, every day is a continuous process where we learn about different, maybe I can say the biology, their cycle, their working and everything, and because the chemical are involved, so the exposure, how to handle, and then the safety aspects as well. Safety aspect of the operator, user, environment. So there are so many things into it, and that's why the training is very, very important. And importance of training, I can say that it has significantly increased from last decade. And everybody, they have understood that training is not an expenditure, it is investment. Why investment? because now they have understood the importance, the value of technical, or I can say the qualified workforce in our industry. It's very, very important now, which was not considered earlier, but now it's very important. And secondly, we all know that in real world situation in pest management industry, the training actually places a strong emphasis. So all the classroom theories, what we learn, that training is actually bringing us in to help the technicians, to help us in working in the real situation, real world situation. And about the training in the global scenario, so there are many universities, so few of them, like it's a Inside College of Technology in Australia, Purdue in Florida. So they are offering online, offline courses in pest management industry. Even in India, there are institutes, so CSIR-CBRI is one of them, then CFTRI, then NIPHM, then the Green Institute is in Hapur. So there are many institutes which are offering the training. And recently I have seen that they are working on more courses, which is actually addressing different skill set. Different skill set is required for the different role. In our industry, for owners, we cannot just pertain the one's level of training. So for different skills, for different role, now they are coming with the different training. For operators, different training, owners, different training, and then the technician, different training. And with us, there are associations, there are all the pest management associations who are empowered, who are actually committed to empower the industry. They constantly, they do the training for their own members as well as for the industry. And in all the platform, they have their ideas how we can strengthen this industry by the training. So this is which has been working on. And being from a UPL, I am also proud to say that we have been also trying to contribute in training. From last 2 years, we have done in the brand name of Uttam, UPL's Technician Training Advanced Module. It's a 3-day classroom training for which is covering all the pest. And the unique thing about is that this training has been given by the experts from the industry. UPL is just a platform, and we try to do it in a local languages so that there will be a more connect between the trainer and the technicians. And the second training which we have started is the Inspire. Again, that is for 2 different role owners. It's a 1-day training for the owner, which is mainly to equip them about the different strategy, how to generate more business, how to think about futuristic generation of business and everything. And the third what we have started is the 1-day operation training. Again, the important topics which are covered are like the route management, gap assessment, and so on. We have associated with CFTRI Mysore for addressing the pain point area of grain storage, grain protection, as well as infestation control. And the most important thing now, which is actually important, that in November, we have officially collaborated with the CSIR-CBRI for the role. The main focus was in the field of training and development in structural pest management as well as the vector control. And this year we will be covering 6 trainings in their different CSIR zone, and which we planned because we wanted to bring their training to the off-campus, because it's not possible for everyone to do it in the Roorkee site. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pooja, for just completing on 6 minutes, and thank you for highlighting the importance of training. And definitely, as you mentioned that there is an MOU which has been signed during November 2022, and we look forward to have more such MOUs for structural pest management in the years to come. Thank you very much, Ms. Pooja. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have next speaker, Mr. Gagan Malhotra from Syngenta.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Director CBRI, Dr. B.S. Rawat. Unfortunately, he is not here today. But yeah, I know that because my association with CBRI is almost 20+ year old, and in my previous role when I have started. So it's a great platform, I would say, because here we are not only meeting with our industry people, applicators, or the pest managers, but also the customers. Why I say customer? Because all the construction companies are our customer. Like when they use our termiticide, they are our customer. And they are also indirect customer, because when they build up buildings, they put their labor nearby that, and in those areas lots of mosquito problem happens. And that also we can support in that to control that problem, as well as the rat problem is another aspect that we can support to construction companies. So I will just give brief about my company. This is the flow of the discussion, who we are, what we do, and pesticide registration protocol in India. Need to strengthen in pest management with research with CBRI and future collaboration with CBRI. So, Syngenta is an integrated approach, industry, and we are almost available in all part of world. And we have 4 strong pillars: crop protection, and seed care, and professional solutions. And we are the world leading company. Next, please. And we are a research-based company. We have about close to 14 billion turnover in 2021. We are having operation in 90 countries, and we have about 28,000 plus employees all over the world, and double the number is the indirect employee associated with us. We are spending about 10% of our turnover on R&D only. So the product which we provide you are the research and development of Syngenta. So these are, we have about 100 R&D station all over the world. Nearby is in Goa in India, and then Beijing, China, and Chickenpack in Indonesia. So the regulatory perspective is very important for us. When we enter into India, then we have to pass through that phase, and it is sometimes it is very painful for us, because it takes almost 5 to 6 years to register one product. And during that time, when we register the product, and within 1 or 2 years the Me Too comes, and then the whole investment whatever we have done is gone into, you know, sometime waste. So my submission to you guys is, you know, you have to look into that. When you use the product, you have to give some importance to the research-based companies. Then importance of CBRI into that. Of course, CBRI is very important for us because it's a government body, and being a government body, there are in government there are very less institutions who are doing the research work. In mosquito, there is ICMR institutions are there, and VCRC is there. In stored grain, IGMRI is there. In rodent also, but termite, there is only one institution in India which is doing termite research. If tomorrow somehow, unfortunately, CBRI will stop it, then there is no approved institution in India who will conduct the research on termite, which is very important aspect. So my request to CBRI team is to please continue, and please try to enhance it to other structural pest management, like rodents are there, like mosquitoes are there. You have to expand the wing in those direction also. And the good thing is they have a pan-India presentation. They are having sites in different ecological condition, which is a very much needed requirement for the registration perspective. So the expert trained team, I believe there is no second opinion on that, that what CBRI gives, that no other institution can provide in termites.
Yeah, need to strengthen the pest management research in CBRI. Like I said, very less institutions. They can also play a good role in capacity building, in training the people and also the pest managers for the future issues, and ready infrastructure, because there is no need of hiring somebody. They have their own setups, and guide industries, manufacturer and PMP for the robust SOPs. Basically, the issue is that we don't have the clear-cut SOPs when we do some treatment. So they can play a very big role here, and they can, of course, they can bridge a gap between public and private. When I say public, it's government, and private like industries. There also our pest management association or the managers are there. So future collaboration, if I say in one word, yes. And to combat the future dynamics, we have to be associated with the organization like CBRI, and technical and knowledge sharing is another aspect. So thank you very much. These are our product range which we are selling in India and Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gagan, for your wonderful presentation, and also highlighting the importance of structural pest management work that has been going on for several years, several decades rather, in CBRI. So as you mentioned, yes, we need to strengthen not only termites but other pests also. So we look forward to have such openings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Just Mr. Gagan, as you mentioned that other than termite, we should also work on mosquitoes. Actually, mosquitoes are not harming the building so far. So once they start harming the building, we will work on mosquitoes also. Sir, it is only one. Apart from that, rodents are there, cockroaches are there. But if you see the definition of structural pest management, then of course mosquito is part of that. Yes, yes. So that's why I take that.
Thanks. Now we move to the next presenter, Mr. Uday Menon. Yeah. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
I think we met in Daman.
Exactly. Good evening, everyone. It's not working? Is it working? Yeah, okay, thanks. I am Uday Menon, President of Indian Pest Control Association. Today, I would like to speak on only one point. That's a skill development program in pest management. Thank you, Pooja, for giving an introduction to my subject. As the previous speakers rightly said, skill qualification is something which is, Abhinav, it's not required. Okay, you can just keep that side, don't go outside it, yeah? The skill qualification, skilling is something very much required in the present scenario. CBRI may develop the technology, the companies may produce a product, but if you don't know how to apply it, then the entire process or the procedure goes for a sixer. So National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, that's a flagship training institute of Ministry of Rural Development under DDU GKY program, developed 8 qualifications in pest management from 2016. We worked for 6 years, developed 8 qualifications in general pest management technician, supervisor, manager, then vector control technician, supervisor, fumigation technician, supervisor, with the basic idea that the more than 50,000 workforce that we have in India now, I think it's a wrong figure what I'm quoting, maybe it's much more, Jay can correct me, more than 50,000 workforce, but they are not technically qualified to do a job. So the national skill qualification is a benchmark where people are judged on their ability to execute a work and awarded a qualification. And here I am happy to say that CBRI has become an accredited training center for this national skill qualification, and I understand that very shortly, maybe in the month of February, they are planning for the first batch of assessment for this qualification, General Pest Management Technician. So this has been a giant leap for us, for the industry, that now we are taking our job very seriously. The pest management industry is taking our job very seriously. We are worried about your health, our health, so that our people are trained to apply a product properly without harming anybody other than the insects. So thank you very much CBRI for being associated in this project as a training center. And only one request to the administration. See, we get a lot of support from Dr. B.S. Rawat and Dharmaraju sir, in doing the training programs. But I understand they are retiring very soon, sir. But we need this program to be continued. So a dedicated team from CBRI should look into this program. And that's all what I would like to say, Ori. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Menon. I understand that, when there are institutions, people get recruited and there's a time for superannuation. One cannot stop, I will be superannuating in 31st January this year. So it is all that, it is a process that one has to follow. And yes, this B.S. Rawat, another 1 year or so, 1.5 years. So I think we still have, a lot of people. And thank you for appreciating the efforts of CBRI in the past decades, that we have been doing. But seriously now, and I think you mentioned about the accredited course, with the NIRD and with your support, I think this is going to be a big success. And where you said more than 50,000 workforce, and I'm sure there will be several thousands more to be trained in the industry, And as we see lots of termites or the pests, I think the correct recipe is to identify a problem with, you should have the drawings, with you, so that, if you identify the correct problem, you can give the prescription. Thank you very much, Mr. Menon. Then we have Mr. Kaplesh Joshi. Kalpesh Joshi. Thank you.
It's already been given. Kalpesh Joshi का नाम पे ही है. You can take next one, so I'll keep it ready. Okay. Miss out someone. Okay.
I think there is some issue in the uploading of presentation. Can I call Mr. Sunil Shah? Mr. Sunil Shah from Foggers, India, Forgers, India, whatever.
Foggers, India.
Yeah, Foggers.
Good afternoon. First of all, once again, congratulations to CBRI for creating such a platform where we would be able to interact industry, research together. My name is Sunil Shah. I represent a company called Foggers India Private Limited. We are into application technology. So what we have seen since morning and what we have seen in industry presentation, we have the best of the chemistry, and we have also talking about training. But what is missing is how do we apply the best chemicals? So if we have the best chemicals applied wrongly, you would not be able to have the results which has been promised. So what we are looking here is application technology as far as construction industry is concerned, and application for termite industry. Very briefly, the way we are doing it at this moment of time is completely different than what we have proposed here on the slide. Is that how do we apply this chemical where we create the barrier, whether it is chemical which is having a barrier effect or whether chemical which is having a non-barrier effect. We are associated with CBRI for training, and we are part of their training program where we are also doing application technology part. So my invitation here is, what is that new equipment which we can bring in, where we'd be able to apply the termiticide chemicals, which would have much better effect and a longer effect. What is needed, required from you, sir, is getting validation been done, getting CBRI, getting BIS, and getting industry together to validating what exactly and how do we apply it. So termite treatment, termite tools are available, and we are not able to use it because it is not validated. It's not part of BIS. So once it becomes validated, when it becomes part of BIS, industry would be able to use it much better, and results can be generated much better. So it was very brief, and that's what I just wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Shah, for highlighting the importance of validation. We definitely would like to take up this further. Thank you.
Thank
you. I hope Mr. Kalpesh Joshi is ready.
So thank you very much for inviting us. I appreciate your invitation. Subject given to us is challenges for structural pest management. The same thing what I am repeating here, our president and Pooja Kumari says, that traditional unevolved standards, and that is why these pests are stronger, because we don't have much stronger standards. Importance of structural pest management research. Extent of research on the structural pest management in India. Standards IS 6313 revised that recently in 2022, but the process are the same. They don't change much process in that same. Construction practices have evolved, but anti-termite treatment guidelines haven't. It is the same as good as 30 years, 40 years before. No revision in methodology according to the changing construction practices. Government tenders. You say the same standards, same IS 6313, same aldrin heptachlor, same thing is coming. Even though the change of pesticides with 2 years, 3 years efficacy, they're asking for 10 years warranty from us. So this is to be expected from our industries. The CBRI and the government has to be involved and look at in that. We also, the achieving world-class standards in pest management. The same thing, same with the ENView and the other companies. The same thing, they're coming up with they have a lot of products. NYU has a lot of product, Syngenta has a lot of product, but they could not, they bring it to the India because there is a lengthy process, there is a cumbersome process, and because of they cannot able to bring the product in India. Even some companies manage Me Too registration, which discourage leading companies to spend time and money to register the new products in India. Huge gaps. The huge gap, the same thing. Because to manage this huge gap, we need to be training and learning. The same thing. Our president says that we have to train most of the people, lot of people. We have to skill them. We have to reskill them, and we have to upskill them. The same staff, the same technicians, back office, the professionals, the operations people has to be reskilled. They had to upskill, and they had to train them number of times. Sir, one of our company, that item secure integrated termite exclusion method, we have a patent. We are only the patent holder in India in pest control industries. And CBRI helped us lots. 15 years back, Dr. Rawat is extended his help, and he put our product in number of building in CBRI and put the different parameters with pressure differences, precipitations, residue effect with the number of type of soils, and he tested and evaluated our product for 5 years. And after 5 years of testing of our product in CBRI and with the different cities, the team, CBRI team traveled to Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad to our clients, and they tested with different parameters. And after 5 years of extensive research, they give us the approval of integrated termite exclusion method, that is tubing system, and we have a patent on that in India. And I would request our association's president and CBRI that there is a lack of technology, and there is no more encouragement to the people who they are really look for good technology. They should be encouraged with lot of research guidelines and everything. So new things will come, and industries will come up with the good infrastructure and with technology. This is the team who 15 years back, Dr. Rawat and team of the item secure people have moved a lot of sites and did a lot of research on that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Kalpesh Joshiji, for your nice presentation. I think you highlighted the importance of skilling, reskilling and upskilling. And thanks for appreciating the efforts of CBRI in testing your product and then utilizing it to in some of the buildings in CBRI campus. You mentioned about item secure. I think similarly we need to come out with guidelines for structural pest management. I think Dr. Rawat is working on that. We had a word some few years back, and yes, it's urgently required. Definitely we'll work on that. Thank you. Then we move to the next presenter, Mr. Ram Jeevan Kutar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to CBRI for giving this opportunity to present myself before the dignitaries. My name is Ram Jeevan Kutar. I am the founder director of Fogarwala Private Limited. I would like to draw your attention on a very dark issue of our industry, dark side of the industry, because whoever is doing pest control, it comes automatically under the pest control industry. See, lot of casualties are happening these days in our country and Asian countries, especially after pest control services. So why they are happening? I mean, these days very quickly you come across with the news in social media, print media and other media sources that people are dying after pest control services. Recently, a year back, one newly married couple died in Pune after pest control done in their bedroom, bed bug treatment. And in Delhi, in last Diwali, one boy of 20 years along with his servant died after termite control done in the basement of their building. They just went to open the door and looking for something, they fell down and they died. See, in the morning, when scientists were talking about 3 Ps, product, people and the process. All these companies present here like UPL, Enview, Syngenta, product is available widely, a very good product. I mean, quality of product is no doubt. All the companies are manufacturing very good product. Process is written like IS 6313 is well written by the government of India. The only thing we have to work is on our people. So our expectations, ours means the industry, pest control industry expectations with the CBRI is like that. Our first instruction happened with CBRI in 2019 when Dr. Rawat called all the industry people, pest control industry to Roorkee to discuss the issues, what the industry is facing the issues and what are the expectations with the government. And in that meeting on 3rd October 2019, it was decided that the CBRI along with the industry will focus on the training program, and from there from 2019 to 2022 almost 400 people plus people has been trained by CBRI and their online and offline trainings. And recently, as Pooja Madam was mentioning, that we have signed, I was a part of the signing committee of MOU for the training on the pan-India basis, and this year we have planned 6 training sessions in different parts of the country. See, the only emphasis I would like to emphasize on that, we have to work on people, because without training our people, we cannot attain our goal of making our standard as per the world standard. Because India is growing at a very fast pace, and if we have to match the world as per the technical competence and exemplary ethics is concerned, we have to train our people. So we have to concentrate on one of the P, which is very important to train our people. Recently, like UPL has taken a training program throughout the country that is called Uttam and other training programs. So they are empowering the people, and almost 5,000 people, technical people, they have already trained. So my request to CBRI is that since we are moving in a fast pace with the CBRI, my expectation and my request will be from the director of CBRI that this pace should be maintained in a better way, and we should accelerate these training programs in the coming future of time, so that we can save the life of the people with whatever is these days happening across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ram Jeevan Kutar, for appreciating the efforts of CBRI in skill development or training. You mentioned about 3rd October 2019. I think I also delivered a lecture in that training program, wherein the pest management of the association, they called me as a chief guest in Daman to deliver another talk. So you can see the collaboration is going on, and we look forward to have more such future interactions in a bigger way in the area of structural pest management. Thank you, Mr. Ram Jeevan, for highlighting the role of CBRI in training. Then we move to the next speaker, Mr. S. Shiva Kumar. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, CBRI, for having this interaction with the industry. Few things I want to say even before we talk about the subject. One is you said about pests associated with the building damage. आप काम करके demolition किए building को, हम काम करने के बिना building demolish हो जाता है. You must have seen a few years ago, a 3-story building in Agra got demolished because of extensive burrowing of rodents. Second aspect I want to tell you, many short circuits happen. Possible reason could be rodent damaging these wires. So rodent control, some aspect of rodent control, maybe rodent proofing methods or something like that, the CBRI can identify or do research on those topics so that buildings can be secured from rodents. Another aspect which I want to tell you, I think Dr. Taplial was mentioning about largest revenue generator. Sir, wo zamana gaya. Now the competition is such that we hardly make much of a profit. Many companies came into this industry thinking they can make big bucks. They burned their fingers and ran away. I don't need to name the name of the companies. Now, why we talk about training? Everybody is talking about training. We need to understand the core problem. The problem is, there is no university or college which teaches structural pest control. They may have a theoretical oriented pest control without even seeing a German cockroach or Asian cockroach. They teach you what is a cockroach, right? So there are 3 institutes which are approved by the government for conducting trainings, which are mandatory for licensing purposes, one of which is CFTRI, a part of your own sister group. Now, without you getting accredited by the government, the importance of CFTRI training, though for practical purposes it will help us, for a pressure to learn will not be there. For licensing condition, you should ensure CFTRI training is also a must. Along with the 3 institutes, this should be the 4th institute. every institute has some plus points, some minus points. CFTRI is a post-harvest technology, but they have some faculty and many from the industry who help in conducting the training. Why industry is a training is because we have the practical exposure which cannot be taught in any institute. You can't create a cockroach or bedbug situation in a room, show to people, come and see how bedbug treatment is done. So industry people will always be part of the training program, whether it is CFTRI, NIPHM or IGMRA, they are always there. So CBRI also may use their expertise to do the training. Now, another aspect which I want to highlight here is the disposal of empty containers. There is a joke I will tell you. Maybe different countries may have a different process to dispose the containers. I have seen in one company, it is written in MSDS, see the label, disposable containers as per the label and as per the local government rules. When you check the label, it is mentioned see the MSDS. Now the question is, in our country, I will give you many examples how in Bihar one incident where a noon meal scheme, they thought pesticides oil and poured and some 20-30 kids died in a noon meal scheme. So we need to dispose of these pesticide containers safely. It's only for one-time use, not to be used as a drinking water bottle for our children, right? The problem happens is, it is so bulky, it doesn't give you any revenue by incinerating it or whatever process you use. There is a trace of pesticide inside. Carrying it needs a big truck to carry it, and people don't make money. So we have to pay money to people to dispose it. So Bayer tried in the last time, but our people are not willing to give, because हमको कुछ तो scrap में मिलता है ना, वो नहीं मिलेगा, right? So disposable of containers, if you can, like you are saying, it can be used in the concrete mix, something they were saying. I am non-technical person as far as cement and concrete is concerned. So that is one thing which we need to see. Now, we are not considered as an industry. Even in construction industry, we are just a chiller, right? All the major contracts will be done. Pest control, hey, kal aaja, kal contract final kar denge. But you remember one thing, you don't give importance to this pest control, and after the construction, when the interiors are done, crores of rupees worth of damage is going to happen, and then you see that, अरे इसको तोड़ो मत, later on इधर drill मत करो, उधर drill मत करो, sound आ रहा है, dust आ रहा है, ये marble है, expensive marble है, all that nonsense comes just because you have not taken precaution or identifying the right vendor or identifying systems to ensure that vendor is committed to do the treatment. Because the amount involved is so less. We work on few hundreds or few thousands. Very few times we work on lakhs, right? The client is also not bothered. अरे बल्ब फ्यूज हो गया, इलेक्ट्रिशियन को बुलाओ. कॉकरोच हो गया, बाजू में रहता है ना पेस्ट कंट्रोल, उसको बुलाओ. I will tell you, pesticides are also harmful chemicals. They can kill people, also kill pests.
Shiva,
so
you have to wind up because the time is over.
Oh, 1 minute. So there are more than 50,000 or 1 lakh people holding machine gun in their hands. When I see the pest control sprayer, I feel like an AK-47, which have no training, nothing. The training so far done is only for owners or for science graduates. You need to focus the training where the person who is implementing the work, he needs to be trained, and even 3 days training is only a basic training. You need to have a continuous training on different subjects, because our subject is so vast, so vast. If you talk about civil engineering, pest control, I will say even bigger than civil engineering, because the number of pesticides, number of formulations, number of pests, number of situations, number of application equipments are so much, we are leaving it to hand of 10 pass or 10 fail person to execute the job.
Thank you.
So I want CBRI to understand this gap in our education system and training process, and please get accreditation with the government. Otherwise, the training may not be mandated for the government, by the government.
Thank you, Mr. Shiva Kumar, for highlighting the importance of training. And not only training, you said continuous training, skilling reskilling and upskilling is the previous speaker, Kalpesh Joshi has mentioned. So I think we definitely will take note of that. Thank you very much. Then we move to the next speaker, Mr. Shankar Ghuge.
Good afternoon all. Okay. So earlier speaker, Dr. Thapilial, Dr. Ashish, then Kalpesh Joshi, Mr. Gagan Malhotra ji. Recently, just now before to me, Shiv Kumar ji. So in the same line, I will continue because we are from the pest control industry, and I'm going to talk about the relation between the CBRI. First, the thing is, I would like to thank CBRI and especially Dr. Rawat Saab for considering pest control industry as a part of construction industry. ये मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि एक सिचुएशन ले लो आपकी, एक फ्लाइट अभी रेडी टू फ्लाई है और चूहा आया, ठीक है, 60 माले का 70 माले का बिल्डिंग बनाया, अच्छा सा इंटीरियर किया और 50 फ्लोर पे टर्माइट डैमेज करने लगा. ओके, कौन याद आता है? तो प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में, फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट में ऊपर से लिजार्ड दिखाई दी. सो द फर्स्ट थिंग came to mind is a pest control operators और pest control industry. तो pest control industry को इतने यानी कि जिस तरीके से इम्पोर्टेंस है उस तरीके से उसका स्टेटस नहीं है. दैट इज़ वन. दूसरा, मुझे जो टॉपिक दिया गया है वो टर्माइट के बारे में, तो 2-3 स्लाइड्स में उसके ऊपर बात करूँगा. नेक्स्ट. सर आपने बोला था डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार जी, structural termites are a major pest, and you are rightly said that they are the major revenue growth or generator, and they are also the main insect who does the economic losses. So in terms of damages, in terms of the cost of chemicals what we are producing or manufacturing. And at present, there is no 100% solution for these termites in India. Chemical barrier is the only option. Chemical barrier treatment, where we, in case of existing buildings, we try to create a chemical barrier by drilling at 1 feet interval and injecting the chemical. So drill, fill, seal method. We need to have a non-invasive treatment methodology, like earlier speaker said that. कस्टमर चाहता है कि हम विदाउट ड्रिल, विदाउट उनके बिल्डिंग को डिस्टर्ब करते हुए, वी नीड टू गिव देम द सॉल्यूशन. नेक्स्ट. अभी जो कि इनोवेशन एक पार्ट है जिसमें बिल्डिंग मटेरियल्स का इनोवेशन है कि अलग अलग बिल्डिंग मटेरियल्स यूज हो रहा है. सो वी हैव स्टार्टेड यूजिंग द फ्लावर बेड्स और टेरेस गार्डन्स एंड ऑल दैट, एंड इन टेरेस गार्डन्स इफ द सबटेरियन टर्माइट्स मेक अ सब soil colony or the satellite colony. So chemical barrier treatment, what we are thinking or what is mentioned into the IS 6313, it will not going to help that. Okay, so we need a different approach considering the construction practices has also started changing. Next. You can see the structure. बहुत अच्छा बंगलो बनाया है, और इसके पहले भी कोई स्लाइड में हाईलाइट भी हुआ था कि पूरा का पूरा रूफ है, उसमें मट्टी डाल के उसके ऊपर गार्डन बनाया गया है. ओके, अभी यहाँ पे अगर टर्माइट ऊपर सबसॉइल कॉलोनी बनाता है तो उसके लिए पेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑपरेटर्स हाउ यू कैन गो फॉर दैट ट्रीटमेंट. ठीक है. सो इस तरीके का अगर प्रॉब्लम आता है तो इसके लिए भी हम लोगों को कुछ रिसर्च करना चाहिए. व्हाट इज द सॉल्यूशन अवेलेबल फॉर दिस. टर्माइट बेटिंग इज one of the solutions what we can think about this, or biopesticides. तो ये इंडिया का ही पिक्चर है. नेक्स्ट. बिल्डिंग
complete in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay, sir. So building construction related issues by PCOs, pre-construction anti-termite treatment, somebody has already highlighted, so I will not repeat that. कि अगर बिल्डिंग का कोई भी, वी आर नॉट सेइंग दैट कि आप मल्टी स्टोरेड बिल्डिंग मत बनाओ या कॉस्टली इंटीरियर मत करो, लेकिन टेक अ पेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑपरेटर फ्रॉम द इनिशियल स्टेज इनटू द मींस विथ यू, सो दैट ही कैन गाइड अबाउट द राइट स्टेज ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट, राइट treatment procedure, so that the future structure can be protected. Next sir. CBRI का इसके पहले भी बताया गया था कि आज जो IS 6313 में जो 4 केमिकल्स है, IS 6313 में 3 केमिकल्स एंड 1 is in CIB. All the 4 chemicals has the bioefficacy studies conducted by CBRI. So when chlorinated hydrocarbons like heptachlorchloridine, aldrin was banned, if the CBRI has not conducted this research, then the pest control means industry does not have any option for the anti-termite treatment. So that is the role of CBRI, and as a pest control industry, what we feel that the CBRI should continue that type of research in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for highlighting the role of CBRI in structural pest management. And I think many of you might not be aware, before Dr. B.S. Rawat, Dr. Yudhvir Singh, Y. Singh, used to be the pioneer of structural pest management in CBRI. And whatever contributions you have seen in the form of IS codes and all that, it is because of his contribution and followed by Dr. B.S. Rawat. But I am afraid, so far 12 people have spoken. Nobody has talked about the life of these chemical barriers, because we always say that, you have these different, structural pest control measures. What is the life of that? 3, 4, 5 years, 5 years maximum, that's all. Then there has to be, continuous, involvement of industry and also I think there has to be some mandate for that. Anyway, we'll discuss later on that. I think we are left with 3 more speakers. Mr. Venkateshwar Rao is there? Yes. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Please. I think you can skip whatever has been mentioned. Yeah, and yes, thank you.
Only 3 points.
Yes, thanks.
First of all, I would like to wish the August gathering a happy and prosperous new year. 3 major issues. Hello. Three major issues are hampering the industry's growth. There is no proper definition of commercial pest control operator, neither in the Insecticide Act 1968 nor in the Pesticide Management Bill, which is in the Rajya Sabha. There is no clarity and distinction between fumigation and public health pest management. Second thing, educational qualification. No non-science graduates are ruling the roost in the industry. The industry is striving in the parallel stream instead of in the mainstream. Allowing all graduates will bring a new dawn and equip the industry to meet the demand and to become an organized sector in due course. Training. Allowing all state agriculture universities to train pest control operators in vernacular languages and qualify them to procure licenses. Smart cities and urbanization coupled with a 20% CAG, compound annual growth rate, there is an urgent need to bring the parallel stream into the mainstream by removing impediments to growth. No one can bite more than one can chew. More and more new associations and local and national level is the need of the hour to meet the present and future demand. And one more thing I would like to bring to your kind notice, that there was an issue in March 2021 in Telangana
all licenses issued to the household pesticide users, they have been cancelled because there was a confusion in the minds of the administrators. That is the new commissioner. Yeah, I will read out the logic behind their action. First action I will read out. Therefore, all commercial pest control operators are instructed to reapply for commercial pest control license to the notified licensing authority as per GOMS number 130 dated 17th December 2016 of Agriculture and Cooperation Department immediately. Otherwise, the earlier licenses issued is not valid. Licenses procured in properly, they have been made kept in suspended animation. It is because there is a confusion in the mind of administrator. Through there is a letter from the commissioner of the Agriculture Telangana to the Vice President of Pest Control Association of India, another association. They have asked for clarification, and the clarification is like this. In this regard, it is to inform that Insecticide Act 1968, there is provision only for pest control operator license with use of restricted insecticides. There is no separate category of household insecticides. Further informed that as per notification number 1, separate category of notification of G1 number 130 of Agriculture and Cooperation Department dated so and so of AP and Secretary. The Commissioner and Directorate is the licensing officer to issue licenses to manufacture insecticides and commercial pest control operations dealing with restricted pesticides mentioned in Rule 10(3)A of Insecticide Rules 1971. That is even after 50 years of existence, there is no clarity because the definition of commercial pest control falls short in letters. The act is being implemented in letter and spirit. Letters are short and spirit is very damaging. That's why even we can rectify in this pesticide management bill. If there is a proper definition, there is a distinction between fumigation, and fumigation is based predominantly for agriculture produce. Whatever the educational qualifications recommended for fumigation have been thrust upon household pest control operators.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir,
for highlighting the importance of training again, and I think it was discussed in detail in Daman as well, and it was discussed with Dr. Rawat to come out with some solution for this. And already, I think, as mentioned in the previous talk, there is a MOU signed between CBRI and NIRD and others, Pest Management Association, to have this accredited program course wherein a certificate will be issued, and I think that can be taken up in the later period.
Actually, we need a name, sir.
Yeah,
we have our own. We should have our own identity.
Yes.
We should not be clubbed with the fumigation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for highlighting the importance of this. Then, second last speaker, Mr. Rajiv Sen. I think we also met in
yes, sir.
Daman.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, before you bell down my time, so I started my own stopwatch so that I can finish that time in a time. Thank you, CBRI, for giving us an opportunity and making this platform so vibrant. And rather than, I believe it's not an industry meet, it's a dialogue between an industry and the torchbearer like CBRI. Before I start, I would like to wish all of you a very happy and very prosperous year. With this year, we have not only entered 2023, but also we have entered the era of new industry. The Industry 4.0 was automation and delegation, and Industry 5.0 is resilience and sustainability. And I'm sure...
I would request the audience please keep silence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure that had already been expressed by all our dignitaries, all our experts, our industry fellow partners, and my all fellow pest control companies, that how the sustainability is going to work for all of us. And that's what exactly our association is here to express is all about. My presence over here is just representing my association, Pest Management Association, that formed in 2004 with a vision of creating the right education for an unorganized sector that has been lacking with the right knowledge and information that is not being available very easily. From 2004 to 2023, there are more than 17 conferences that we have arranged, and our conferences are educational conferences that has been ensured the right practices, the need of an hour that industry is being looking for, and what exactly the next thing to be done. We have been rightly discussed, Mr. Shiva have already been shared about that the pest damaged the building before that, and that exactly our advisor is working on it, and he has shared the new dimension of pest proofing. That pest proofing is going to be the next thought of each and every industry that is going to be looked after, because the food industry or the health sector industry, they're not allowing the right pesticides to be applied in the major key areas, rather than where the infestation is more acutely being available. So pest proofing is the only option left, and how it can be look after it. So CBRI's intervention, because we are still lacking with the research infrastructure where we can do a lot of other research, where we can do a lot of other activities or application, where we can perform and show the results. So we would definitely look after that support from you. And thank you for CBRI for creating a bridge rather than making up walls, so that we all can have a right dialogues with CBRI. Till date, our association have arranged a lot of good courses with an industry experts like InView. Earlier it was Bayer, but now it's InView, with UPL, with many other industries, Syngenta, with many other industries who are already a part of it, who are a major supporter. Without their right vendorship or without their right molecule, we probably would not be able to deliver what exactly we can require as a pest control operator for our service industry to be catered. So our expertise, our president has shown our gratitude, and Dr. Ashok, sir have already been visited in our last conference as a chief guest, where we have published a book. There are many books which is available on the termite management, but there is no book available for the right termite application. And Dr. Savlikar have incorporated all his expertise with that, and based on the IAS code, this year his input has been acknowledged in the IAS code, and he has been selected in the board of member of the IAS. And all the new revisions had been made based on his new recommendations, which has been published on his book, and that has been published by Honorable Sir on 2022 at Daman. Thank you, and showing our gratitude on behalf of the PMA for this, sir. And we look forward from the PMA's perspective, from the Pest Management Association's perspective, from the industry's perspective, is the need of creating the channel for each and every state, each and every city. I belong to a town which is called Nagpur, a small town which has lack of capacity other than the RSS. There is no other families which is available in the Nagpur. So if we are availing the licenses where the pest management have got all the licensed pest control companies who are the members of that association, but that license process is so robust that we need to go to a different state and get that training done. If CBRI can able to help us and create that platform of training and education in our own cities, where we can have a maximum trainings to be done on an annual way, and create that benchmark and create that licensing process to be get more eased out. That is one thing that we look forward to have you, sir. And in tenders, sir, majorly in the government sector, the tenders that have been published in the anti-termite, still that lack of chemical is going on. So I will request you to update those new chemicals which have already been published in the IS code, and so that we can participate in that. And last take on 10 seconds only. So on behalf of the Pest Management Association, we would like to show our gratitude to our chair of the meeting today with this handmade painting from the PMS and to you, sir. I request our General Secretary also to please come. Okay. Sir, if you could just join us, it's for the CBRI from.
I think it would be better
yes.
if you give to director
all the
CBRI.
CBRI people.
It's always better.
It is from the PMS and. Thank you so very much, sir. And that's the eco-friendly cover. Thank you. That's all my time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Sen, for such a wonderful, presentation and highlighting the role of CBRI in structural pest management. And I still feel that, we are in the process of preparing 2 minutes videos, like in the YouTube. I think I have not seen since we are talking in the morning. I think we can create some videos, to address some of the critical problems associated with, different kinds of pests, be it termite, rodents, so that, in the times to come, this area, because these videos can be, in different languages, wherein, wherever we are in different regions, be it in Hindi, English, Telugu, Tamil, Malayali, or in Bengali. So all these languages, if we can prepare some videos, it will be, good for the entire industry. This is my suggestion. Thank you. We have another speaker. I do not know. Madhusudan Rapol has joined from Urja. Then Mr. Vijay Shirke from Shirke. No. Then Mr. Raghavendra from ETEX Group. No. Then Mr. Kapil Garg, left. Sanjeev Karpe, yeah, great. So please, over to you, Karpe Sahab.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Today, Mr. Narayan from Reliance said that, sustainability is a buzzword. Carbon footprint is a buzzword. But most of the material which is used for construction are carbon intensive material. They emit a lot of carbon dioxide during its production. The only material which emits oxygen during its production is bamboo. And bamboo is one of the most sustainable raw material on earth which can be used for a construction. But unfortunately, in India, bamboo is a inferior and a cheap raw material for either temporary use or material for poor. But if you see the Bangalore International Airport, which is inaugurated by Honorable Narendra Modi ji on 9th of November, the complete terminal building, 9.5 lakh square feet of a building, is completely done with bamboo. So this is the material which we in India think that this is a poor man's material. Okay? So this is completely in bamboo. This is designed by an architect from America. Construction done by a contractor from Germany. And this bamboo is brought from Vietnam. So we are saying that sustainability is important. Carbon footprint is a buzzword, but in India, we don't have capability to do any. I have not seen even one watchman cabin in a city like Mumbai where modern bamboo construction is done. In 160 square feet of a watchman cabin. So now it's time that we should think that what bamboo can do. Let me tell you that in Sindoor district of Maharashtra, we started this. Bamboo needs to be treated for its durability. We set up this facility, and even set up a facility to prefabricate construction component. This is in Sindoor district of Maharashtra. And then we have started using this construction just like PEB, prefabricated buildings. And you will see this is how we are now fabricating buildings, bamboo buildings on site. This is a banquet hall in Karnataka with 500 people sitting capacity, and you can see the accuracy. See the uniformity of bamboo. You will have question whether this is bamboo or a pipe. Okay? And this roofing material is also bamboo. This is a flattened bamboo shingles. And this is how it looks from inside. We got an opportunity to work for government. This is a 1 lakh square feet of a research institute of a forest department for government of Maharashtra, which we built in Chandrapur. And this is completely bamboo, right from roofing material to flooring. So we need to think that now this is possible, and no, to check whether this is commercial viable or competitive enough, we have participated in tender outside India. This is a Wardrobe Austria Hilton Group's resort. Complete restaurant building is in bamboo. We did the design build at Maldives. And this is the resort which is very, very high end. 1 room night is 10 lakh rupees in this resort. And we could able to do this. And for this project, we got recognition from CNN UK as world's one of the top 16 best waterfront restaurant. So now it's time that we should come together. I will request CBRI, let's work together. I'm happy that we got strong support from CBRI, and particularly for a fire retardancy, we always have Suvir we always have the interaction. And let's work together instead of just talking about sustainability. No, let's utilize this world's #1 sustainable raw material, which is there right in India, which will be grown by farmer, not by any industry. And it's time that at least make 160 square feet watchman cabin. You know, we need to tell all the builders in Mumbai and Delhi, at least 160 square feet watchman cabin in bamboo. It should be modern structure, not like a hut or not like a mandap. So let's do this together. We have shown that it can be done in India, and it's globally competitive also. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Karpe, for your wonderful presentation. I think let us show our appreciation. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I keep getting WhatsApp messages from Mr. Sanjeev, every after 1 week, highlighting the importance of use of bamboo, So yes, we at CBRI have already taken up initiative, and Mr. Negi is sitting just close to you. We have also demonstrated a house with the use of bamboo. So yes, we definitely take your opinion in joining hands further for a joint research project with you guys, sir. I think now we are 4:30. We are on time. I tried my level best to be on time, and there is only one presentation which is left by Mr. Karmakar Reddy. So over to you. I think maybe you should not take 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Great. Thank you so much. 5 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, good evening all.
So we want to close it by 4:36. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for CBRI. I'm Karunakar Reddy, representing PMA. I'm running my own pest control business in the name of UKS Global Pest Management Solutions India Private Limited. So apart from that, I'm the lead auditor for ISO 9001, 22000 and FSSC 5.1 and FSSI hygiene auditing rating. So when I am going for these audits, so most of the pest control agencies, they are getting so much confusions. Like, say for example, when I am auditing any construction company, so those construction companies may have like ISO 9001, which is quality management system, EMS and OSHAs. These are the 3 standards they will maintain, these construction companies. So if I want to audit those companies, the standards, so I have to check their statutory licenses. So when I'm auditing the pest control department, those who are providing pest control services, so I have to check, first thing is whether they have a valid agriculture license or not. That is the first funda I have to check. So, sir, please. Yeah. Yes, see, I have the licenses of 7 states, but each state have its unique format. So when I am going to audit Maharashtra state, so what are the standards that I have to follow? If I am going to audit Karnataka, their licensing format is something different. If I am going for Tamil Nadu, there is some different format. So first of all, that thing I have to audit, whether it is a Form 3 is valid or Form 8 is valid, Form 6 is valid. So that thing is over, like I have taken granted as Form 3, now it is applied. So then, coming to the part of second thing, after that, the principal certificate. So when we are applying for the licenses, we will submit XYZ brands as principal certificates. But the agriculture department, they will type only one. Whatever the brand they will like, they will type only one. But at the time of auditing, so if they are using Bayer chemical, but their PCs, they will type some other Sai agrochemical, some other XYZ chemical. So in the audit point of time, that will be a critical NC, non-conformity. So there they will fail. So like that, after that MSDS, few of the company MSDSs, like their validity of the MSDS. So it is validity is there, few of the company chemicals are not with any validity. So that is also again creating some confusion. So it is happening due to the lack of uniformity in the licenses, we are facing a huge problem. So due to that, so much of pest control industries, they are losing their contracts also. Because see, I have seen one person documentation with Form 8 or Form 3 with all the permanent licenses. So I will take it granted that this is valid. If I am going another state, that will be a different thing. So there I have to write NC and I will ask the customer to change your pest control vendor. So there they will lose the business. So through CBRI, I am requesting, sir, please make uniformity of license for all the pest control industries. Then it will be very useful to us. And just like, I have the licenses for 7 states, but recently in the month of December, I have attended NIPHM training. Just I went there, how they are teaching. But there, after going there, I came to know that some people are coming. So my brother want to start pest control business. So for my brother, I came here. Training is taking by this person and lessons applying that person. So please, sir, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for highlighting the importance of your ISO certification and the definition of structural pest management. Thank you very much. I think with this, because I'm told by the organizers that we cannot take up more presentations, and we had, I think, wonderful 16 presenters, and we could finish, I think, on time. And before I close, I would like to request my co-chair, Dr. L.P. Singh, to say some concluding words or remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashokji. At last, I also got the mic to speak something. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will just sum up within 1 or 2 minutes. So, we started with the.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we started with the presentation of Mr. KRS Narayanan from Reliance, and he talked about that where CBRI and Reliance are going to together work on carbon capture, storage and utilization. He also mentioned about his interest to work on waste plastic in concrete. Yes, plastic for making fuel, IIP, one of our sister lab is already working, but yes, this can also be explored for the concrete. Then we had a presentation from Ms. Lopamudra Sen Gupta from JSW Cement. Already my colleague Professor S.K. Singh is working extensively with JSW Cement on many aspects. They also talked about the need of newer cementitious materials, ecosystem restoration, and the use of basically LD slags. So there they want to join hand with CBRI. And then we had a presentation from Dr. Mangesh Joshi ji on repair and rehabilitation, and he appreciated that maybe for the last 1.5 decade he is associated with CBRI. Then we had a presentation by Vivek Naik ji, and he talked about that yes, innovation is required, and whatever research we are doing, that research should be application sensitive. At the end of day, that research should go to the field. So then we had many presentations basically from pest control side. So I have just summarized, and most of these pest control organizations or industries, they are well aligned with CBRI for the last 2 decades or so. The most important thing that I felt that they are missing Dr. B.S. Rawat a lot here. So we feel good that one of our colleague had so much association with pest control industry so much, and by and large, if I summarize, they mentioned that capacity building is the need of the hour, means training to the people is the need of hour, and already CBRI has signed MOU, and probably we will take up more and more aggressive plans as far as training programs are concerned. They also mentioned many industry problems. They talked about that it takes 5 to 6 years for a product to come to the market, and what are the problems associated with that. Yes, of course, basically CBRI is a R&D organization. So whatever your R&D needs are there, probably CBRI can cater into that, and whatever is required in terms of capacity building, we can join hand together so that in future we have a more robust system to tackle the problem of termite. Thank you very much.
Friends, I am told that there's one more presentation by Dr. Ashish Dokras. So I think I would request, because hai already, panel mein hai. Okay. Yes. He is presenting on our sponsorship. Okay. So I think let us listen to him. Just 2 minutes, I think.
No, you can carry.
Okay.
10 minutes, let him.
Hello, good evening all. So this is a presentation in a bit of detail, and again I would like to say that Enview is a new company, and okay, so ours is a pesticide formulation company. We manufacture and market products related to structural pest management and public health sector. So public health usually consists of mosquito control, and structural pests consist of mosquitoes, houseflies, cockroaches, bedbugs, and termites. Termites is of special interest. Our Enview's vision is for healthy environments for everyone and everywhere. This is our vision. Ours is a recent company, but we belong to a former company called Bayer, and Bayer is quite well known, 150 years old company. So this is our company has a biggest portfolio, and the specialty of our company is that we are focused in this particular industry, structural pest management, and all our stakes are only in this company. We don't have any stakes in crop protection or any other allied fields. So this is our main specialty, that we are dedicated to this. We have products pertaining to cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, termites, space spray, mosquitoes, and many other pests. So this is something about how basically termite management takes place. So a chemical barrier is formed between the between the house and the colony. So termite colony is somewhere below the soil, and a chemical is used to treat the soil which is in contact with the house. So this is basic idea, and nowadays the chemicals have changed. Just pertaining to one question which was asked before, that what is the residuality of this, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So basically previously, long time ago, termiticides were very persistent, and they used to last for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years and 20 years. Chlordane, heptachlor, aldrin are some of the examples. And then there was a lot of study and analysis and research on the environmental impact. And then they were banned because they were recognized as POPs, persistent organic pollutants. And because of their high persistence, they were later on banned. So there came an era wherein termiticides with a slower what you call persistency, say 4 years, 5 years kind of persistency came into the field, and these were modern chemicals like non-repellent chemicals. So this is Premice is one of the non-repellent chemical. Its dose rate is very low, 2.1 ml per liter. It is non-odorous, doesn't have any smell. Okay. So how it works? See, basically termiticides, when we use...
Just one. I would request all the people who are standing and talking, disturbing the speaker, please sit down for a while. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So basically the repellent kind of termiticides, how they work, once you apply the termiticide, once you create a barrier in the soil by termiticide application, if it is a repellent pesticide, termiticide, then termites would still find some way from in between the gaps which do not remain treated. So there is a likelihood that the wood in the house may get damaged. Sometimes the treatment may be good, but still termites may find some way out of those treatment. But in case of non-repellent termiticides, what happens is termites don't understand. They are not able to recognize that there is some barrier, some chemical, and they just pass through that barrier. So once they pass through that barrier, termites' skin, it is lipophilic. So it attracts the pesticide molecules, and the molecules, for instance, fipronil or for instance imidacloprid, these are the modern chemicals, and they have been developed especially for termite management. So these particular molecules, they get in touch with the skin, they get attracted to the skin, they get stuck to the skin. And if you know, many of you may be knowing, some people may not be aware, that termites are social insects. So social insects, what does it mean? Social insects means they live together, they feed each other, they protect each other. So there is a group, there is a colony, and when they interact with each other, they groom each other. So when they groom each other, the toxicant molecules which are present on the exposed termites, it get exchanged to the non-exposed termites. And this is how, even if they are not exposed, there are gaps in the treatment, still the termites would get contaminated and they would perish. So this is how the non-repellent termiticides work, and you can see they work in very small amounts, 0.5 nanograms, so 1,000th part of a gram, milligram. So this particular amount is sufficient to kill a termite. So this is a non-repellent technology, and therefore the beauty of this product is in its low dosage. If we put high dosage for this termiticide, what will happen is it will instantly kill the termite, and that termite is not going to transfer the toxicant to the other unexposed individuals. And that is why a low dose, say 2.1 ml per liter of water is sufficient. So 2.1 ml, when it is diluted in water, it literally disappears. And we had complaints from the people, the customers. People used to say that you have not done any treatment, you have simply put the water. That challenge we face. And because of that, then later on when they started looking at the effects were very good. And this particular product is one of the highest revenue generator for our company. So this is premise which gives the highest returns. If we talk about its greenness, there were experiments and we saw that after application, the exposure to the operators. So it was almost below the quantifiable limits. You can see in concrete slab treatment, in the basement treatment, in the scroll spaces, the limit of VOC or detectable compounds were almost below detectable limits. There are no VOCs in this particular product because it is water-based formulation. It is SC formulation, suspension concentrate. So there is no VOC in this particular. When we manufacture this product, we use the recycled water. So again, there is a sustainability.
I think, 1 more minute because we are getting late for the panel discussion.
So this is about basically what are the salient features of this product. It is BIS certified. It is recommended as one of the termiticide option in 6313 specification. It is green building certified product. Many people don't know that this product is there even, but these are some of the features which make it green as well as a sustainable kind of solution for termite management today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And the last slide was wonderful, where you said, second last, yes, BIS certified and all that. So I think, thank you for highlighting the role of CBRI as well. Wonderful. I think with this, we have finished our session. And well, not on so time, but yes, almost on time. And I will hand over the mic to Dr. Dharmaraju, the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashok Kumarji and Dr. LP Singh, conducting a very nice, industry presentation session. Of course, 30 minutes we have exceeded. It's not a problem. So most of them have expressed their views.
Yeah, we wanted to cover back.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Some of the left one, they are being included in the panel discussion.
So there are few more participants have left. So I request them to ask their question or express their views during the panel session. So I think I hope they will consider my request because it's already time is 5 o'clock. So within 5:45 we'll have to wind up the session here because they have another program at 6 p.m. In this hall. So thank you very much, Dr. Ashok Kumarji and LP Singh. Thank you so much. Now, friends, the last thing what we are going to do is that is a panel discussion and interaction and closure. So. So now I invite panelist Professor R. Pradeep Kumar, our director, and then Mr. Vivek Nayak, Dr. Jaswant Arlekar, Mr. Mangesh Joshi, Ms. Seema Singla, and then Dr. Achal Mittal is going to moderate this discussion. Welcome you all for this session, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raju. Yes. Yeah. Please, all of you, please come. Doctor, please come. Dr. Raju, all the panelists have joined?
Yeah, madam is coming. She has gone to washroom. Left.
Okay, no issue. So, because we have heard almost everyone, so what we can do with the permission of the panelists, that we can initially give 2 minutes each and start from farthest point, Dr. Joshi. There is a mic with you which can travel, and then after their first round, if there is any suggestion or questions, we can always take it up.
Thanks, Dr. Mittal Saab, for this opportunity. Again, now we are really looking for a $5 trillion economy in going ahead, and for that, construction industry is going to play a major role. And naturally, CBRI being a front-end organization has to be work in a different manner. They have to change the way they used to work because whole pace is getting changed and we have to cope up to that pace. And that animal spirit we need to show in our research and our identifying our areas and coming up with solutions. It has to be more proactive, which will support, because there will be a lot of private investment in the whole thing and they really expect very quick results. So on that note, I think we need to be more proactive in identifying the areas along with the industry and be the stakeholder of the solution, and let's see how we can be self-sufficient also, patenting it and earning from those patent and helping our country and building small business also. Ultimately, economy will be driven by small business people or small manufacturers. So CBRI can really help in that technical development as well as economical development. So that is my expectation from CBRI going ahead. And I think we really are capable people who can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Yeah, maybe. Vivek Naik ji, we have noted. Yeah. Maybe Director CBRI will speak in the end.
Okay. So, I have already expressed my views, but a couple of things I would just like to tell you. That, see, I am a civil engineer, concrete technologist and innovator, and we have filed a lot of patents and working on concrete tech products and so many things. So whenever I go there and talk with some of the friends who are other than the technocrats or not related to civil engineering, they ask me one simple question: was you are doing so much research ki baatein karte ho, technology and all this, but my forefathers, they constructed a house 100 years back, it is still like that. There is no problem, there are no cracks, there are no leakages, there are no termites. And how come the construction which is done with the best of the technologies in the world, international standards, everything best in the world, and it has got the cracks next day, dusre din leakages aata hai, and all the things are there. So this is a big challenge, and to understand the depth of this challenge, we will have to find out why, what is the difference. Because in the olden days, they used to construct everything with the stone, and the jointing material was lime. Today, we don't stop at PCC, we are having RCC structure. RCC has got its own problem. Concrete is a heterogeneous material. Steel has got a corrosion resisting problem. So also, then we are using many different materials. What is happening, sir? We are using not one material or two material or three materials for the construction. We use lime, we use wood, we use aluminium, we use marble, we use PVC, we use GI pipelines. There are so many things and so many materials we use in the same building. Everything expands differently, everything behaves differently. And then there are a lot of gaps and all that. Obviously, I am now very well educated with the termites, so I will say that termites come through those gaps also. And there are a lot of challenges. So, with the development of technology, we have bought the challenges unknowingly. And we will have to address these challenges. And for this also, we will have to do the research. So, the research will have to be in the jointing materials also, and the durability, because you cannot stop using these materials. There will be further set of new materials. So this will go on, but the research has to be with the futuristic material also. And we cannot stop only at the concrete and cement now. So on the various other materials, there should be some research so that our future generations who are coming, who are IT minded guys, right? They will really feel that we have worked on the latest products. So that is one important point I want to make.
Thank you. Maybe, although we just heard a wonderful presentation from you.
Thank you.
So
just continuing with his point, I would like to highlight one problem which is currently existing. 6313 specification, it gives a standard procedure for anti-termite treatment of the buildings. And especially these buildings, means of course this standard is quite old one, and it gives the specifications how the building construction should be done and how the treatment should be done. But now with the advent of modernization and difference in the materials, that construction materials, now for instance hollow blocks are being used. So this is completely different when we construct a building with a hollow block, and if there is a termite infestation, there is no approach for how to do the treatment in such kind of building. So that kind of SOP or that kind of this thing needs to be designed freshly, because we are not now only restricted to RCC foundation or masonry or this kind of materials. Now there are different materials coming up. So for that again the things have to be customized. Secondly, the proofing measures. Now if we see pest management, half of our pest management problems would be solved by simply pest proofing. And CBRI is the only institution in the country which can design pest proofing, because there is no organization, no institution in the country which has got any standards for pest proofing when the building is being constructed. Because many of the times we construct a building looking at many different aspects, VOC and this sustainability, green carbon footprint and many other things. But we don't at all look at a building being constructed with pest proofing measures. So these pest proofing measures need to be incorporated when the building is being constructed. And this will restrict many of the pest problems and will make it easy to, for instance, rodent, as Dr. Shivakumar had highlighted.
Okay.
Even the bird proofing.
Yes.
So bird proofing is also important, wherein people, your organization can bring up some kind of standard, because there are currently no standards of such, and no organization can do that. But CBRI.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your views. We'll come to you. Let one round be there. Maybe just one round. Please hold on. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please hold on.
Yeah, okay, I'll just take 1 minute. It was wonderful being here. Thank you, and I compliment the entire CBRI Roorkee team under the leadership of Pradeep. Having done a wonderful job, and I'm sure you're going to be continuing this for the next few months, I think, is what my understanding is. Just a quick comment. We got a very good overview of all the activities that CBRI is doing. Like, for example, the demolition of Twin Towers. Many people don't know that the involvement of CBRI was so much. The advertisement and all the promos went out with edifice. So the role of CBRI is very important there. And I'm glad that today it was highlighted, and most of us are aware of it. But I think one of the suggestions that I would like to give, which I've also noted down in that visitor's book, is that CBRI should make this public. It's not like what you do and go back and, take on the next activity. It's very important for the rest of the country, all the stakeholders in our country, to know that CBRI is capable of doing this and already participating in this. Second part, what the gentleman mentioned about accreditation of all the products that they are doing. It is important. CBRI has the capability of doing it, and it should take it forward, because there are a few things that only CBRI can do. Now, whether that should be kept as a proprietary of CBRI or to be spread is a decision that CBRI has to take. But since it is available, it needs to be, made more popular, and people should be aware of what CBRI is capable of. Like, for example, now we just know that BIS. When I say Indian standards, it's BIS. But the role of CBRI is also important. Beyond that. So those are the things that are important. Of course, knowledge sharing and making all the stakeholders come into the the understanding of the knowledge, understanding of technology is also very important, which I'm sure CBRI Roorkee is going to do a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can tell, then we can take questions. We'll take questions after comment. One round, let it complete, all the panelists.
Yeah. Good evening. I'm particularly happy to be witnessing all this, what is happening from the morning. Like there are two things which are like takeaways as an individual. One is what Professor Ramchandra ji said, still 65% of the cement consumption is from the individual household, individual homeowners. That is one thing. And forgive my ignorance, I also didn't know that pest control is such a big thing. Yeah, so today like my eyes are open for this, and I think there are many other industries also like that. But I know one thing, for a building of normal maybe 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom building, there are 160 products which go into the building. So maybe I don't know how many new things and hidden things are there, which maybe we have to highlight from this kind of interactions. Now coming to today's entire proceedings, what were going on. So I see that like there is a user or consumer, which is homeowner, and then research is going on, and industry is actually catering to the demands or needs of the user. So like our objective is, number one, like save the environment in the form of sustainability, and also deliver new products. So that product should be convenient and low in cost. They should save time, and there are many new products which are coming into market, but they are not tested. So some kind of certification is required. Even when BIS code is there, I mean standardization is there, look, who can handle that product, that kind of training programs are also required. So this kind of interaction is very much useful to understand what should be our focus in terms of immediate medium term and long term kind of thing. So there is a lot of potential which I am seeing, which CBRI and industry can join hands and go forward. So really wonderful experience for me today. So over to you, Achal.
Thank you. Yes. We have, I think, 2 questions as of now. 3. Okay, please, because I can see you first. I'm sorry, means others can also. You want mic? I will pass the question to the concerned speaker.
I'm going with Dr. Ashish, that he says that the termite control and everything is doing very unprofessionally, very haphazardly in India, even though we have a superb product. So I would like to request CBRI that how you can make the certification compulsory for every construction. Every small construction, it has to be certified by the authority. It has to be certified, and it is to be taken by the CBRI to the central government, because it is coming under the Ministry of Constructions and Construction Industries. And second, my questions. Construction industry is the second largest industries. Pest control is the 1% of that. Total industries, I think so pest control is very small. We are 1 lakh pest control operator in India. Only 2,000 to 3,000 are professionals. Out of that, 99% are not educated. They doesn't know the standards. They doesn't know what to do in that, and they really mash up the things. So we request you design some special things through this CBRI, and make sure that within down the line, within 3 years or 5 years, it has to be straight in line. Please, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So my crisp answer to that is like what CBRI can do in this one. Number one, like help in like framing the policy, that can be done. Second one is like certification, and then help in training process. Okay, but that will not achieve the desired objective. Desired objective will be achieved only when local governments mandate that. So like say Bureau of Indian Standard codes are there. So codes are there, good codes are there, but it is the local municipality which has to ensure that people are complying to such kind of thing. So like role of CBRI is like framing the policy kind of thing, certification and training. So these three things can be done by CBRI. Yeah.
Hello sir. My suggestion is that
Please introduce first.
yes, I am Karunakar Reddy Madhuri. I am from Pest Management Association. So my suggestion is that all the associations and manufacturers, they are giving training sessions how to do the treatment, whether it may be a termite control or whether it may be a household pesticide control, whatever it is. But my request is that please train the technicians after the treatment has been completed. What are the precautionary steps that to be taken care in the house? And that should be like advertisement through social medias or through CBRI, like in any news channels like that. If we make any advertisements after taking the treatment of any pesticide control treatments, these are the things to be taken care by the persons, those who are staying inside the house. So if these type of awareness, if we create, even untrained technician deliver the treatment also, thus the house persons will demand that persons, those who complete treatment, they will ask him to do the post-control after these things. So that's all, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just a crisp answer to that. Like yesterday, Honorable Union Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, he has released a YouTube channel of CBRI, wherein there are 58 videos. Yeah, you can clap. Wherein there are 58 videos of 2-3 minutes each. So your suggestion is well taken. So we'll try to do like more such on important and relevant topics of the building. Yes, yes, correct.
Can I add something, please? Though not very pertinent to the pest control this thing, but I am telling you the logical answer for this. A similar situation arises. I am a founder member of CCMA, which is Construction Chemical Manufacturers Association. And when we founded it around 10 years back, people were saying that because there are a lot of manufacturers, like there are recognized and well organized ones, and then there are unorganized and very small people. They also say ki I win 10 feet by 10 feet house, I can make a waterproofer and sell it. And because of that, what happened, that people used to blame that waterproofing, there is nothing like waterproofing. You do it from anybody, which will leak. Similar notion is about the pest control. Water and termite. And they are friends. Right? So you do pest control from anybody, pests are going to come in the house. What should be done? These two things can go together. There should be a maintenance manual, which should be compulsory, because everybody asks you guarantee. They ask you guarantee for 10 years or 5 years. Waterproofing, they ask guarantee for 5 or 10 years. And then only the contract is given to the fellow. He blindly signs it. He is taking risk, because he is not sure of what is going to happen in next 10 years of time. But still he signs it because he wants to get the contract. I hope the similar situation might be with the pest control guys also. So government can formulate a specification for the maintenance manual, and in the maintenance manual there can be HVAC, electrical, pest control, waterproofing services, everything relates to the life of the building for 10 years. And then that can be endorsed by the government. This is one proposal.
No, please. No cross question. Please sit. Man, you have to give chance to others also.
I am Jaldi Trivedi, past president of Indian Pest Control Association. I am a board member of Global Pest Management Coalition. My request to CBRI, every speaker has spoken about the termite control. But you see, in the world, we are using the bait technology, because we are sitting in this hotel. They will not allow me to drill inside the marble. So bait technology, CBRI can advise to the Central Insecticide Board to get the faster registration, because we are controlled by the Central Insecticide Board, which is for the plant protection, not for the building or other things. So there is a lacuna between the two government departments. So CBI role will be much more important, and it will be beneficiary and win-win point for the users as well as the industries. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a person. Yeah, please, please.
Yes.
You're waiting.
Myself,
I'm sorry,
Shankar.
I couldn't send the mic to you earlier.
Okay. Myself, Shankar Ghuge. I'm working with Rentokil PCI, and I'm also a BIS member since last 15 years. My point is, CBRI has carried out the bioefficacy studies for 5 years. Then all the data the principal company has provided to CIB, and product get registered as a termiticide. But if that product has to go to the CPWD, MES, the central government department, somebody has to go there, somebody has to give them the presentation, somebody has to go behind them, then only it will get included into the DSR, Delhi Schedule of Rates. Till today, means bifenthrin or imidacloprid registered or got into the CPWD specifications 15 years after registration.
Okay.
Okay, and the old chemicals, if somebody has mentioned that the heptachlorlinden, still coming into the tenders, and pest control operators, even though the good chemicals or safer chemicals are available into the market, but pest control operators are compelled to use those chemicals which are not safe.
So we got your point.
Yeah.
You only want to tell that this should be going in the construction agency's specifications.
Yeah. So once the government agency
we
has
understand
carried
that.
out, yeah.
We understand that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. Second is IS code. There are 3 IS codes. One is IS 6313 Part 1 talks about physical barriers, and that is based on Australian standards. The construction practices in India and Australia are different. And I don't think BIS is having a facility to check that practically on the ground, where CBRI may take the help of that. Because, for example, somebody has mentioned that placing a metal sheet in between the foundation and the superstructure will stop termites to come inside. If you take the construction practices in India, I'm also a civil engineer. So if you put some shield between, or the metal sheet between the foundation and superstructure, there will not be any bonding. But in Australia, it is possible. So to do that, yeah. So to that, can CBRI do something so that the physical barrier IS 6313 Part 1 code can also be revised with the latest revision?
You are in the BIS committee?
Yes.
Okay. You take it up, we will take it up from our side as well.
Yes.
Because you are anyway in the committee. You want again, please. Yes, sir, after this.
Pesticide is available on Amazon, Flipkart, and it is such a platform, sir. We don't understand. The pharmaceutical paracetamol is not available on the Amazon.
We understand your concern, sir.
Please, sir.
But please, I will request all the persons who are not from CBRI to understand CBRI as CBRI, not CBI. Okay. So I think that is there. Please, please pass on. Take the mic. Sir.
Hello, I am Jitendra Gowde from NView, and I have a question, not question, in fact, suggestion, and we can work together for this. See, nowadays many construction happens, it is monolithic, yeah, it's a complete concrete. And to drill into the monolithic structure is difficult, it won't absorb termiticides. So in that case, how to control termite, it's very challenging. So in that case, can CBRI have some studies at your level and come up with certain methods to control termites? And if required, we are there to join with you to have a solution.
Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you for your suggestion. Is there... okay, you add to this. You please add to this.
I think Dr. Rawat has already, initiated that, and there is a patent also for RCC, foundation, and that takes care of the termite at the foundation level when we go. And you're talking about the Maiwan technology like construction, so that work is being taken up. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe there is somebody in the back.
Post-construction.
अरे ये माइक भेज दो भाई पीछे. हमारे young volunteers कहाँ गए भाई, वो थक गए क्या?
Thank you so very much, sir. Firstly, I would like to start with pest. I'm a representing of Pest Management Association. That's a national association.
One thing, This will be last suggestion on pest. If there are any other...
No, it's not a suggestion, sir. So we are not suggesting...
Sorry. You have to change.
We are not putting any suggestions, sir.
No, it's okay.
First thing that I'll start with, every year, the Pest Management Association arrange a annual conference, that's Fusion, that's a flagship conference of Pest Management Association. And this year we are organizing at Jaipur. So on behalf of our entire Pest Management Association, I invite you to come and attend that conference, sir. That is the first thing I would like to have in submission to all of you.
When it is there?
It is in Jaipur, sir, this year.
Which date?
It's from 14th to 18th of February.
Okay.
So definitely the official invitation will follow to you, sir.
Send to Director CBRI?
Yes, sir. We'll definitely do that. And where all the pest control companies from across the India comes over there. And it's completely an educational conference, sir. Okay. And second, my submission is for all of you, sir. We are a part of pest control industry which is aggregated in every states. And every state issues the licenses. But there is no uniformity in the licensing process, sir. In some state it is in 5 years, in some state it is being lifetime, and in some state for 2 years. There is an insecticide act which we all follow. Particularly, we do not fall into that act anywhere indirectly because it is majorly made for the agricultural purpose, and we are not contributing anything to the agriculture purposes. So if we can able to add a health into it or vector to it, which is majorly a major part in our industry, and could be come into a health sector where one uniformity, one nation can be decided, and entire licensing process can be streamlined, I think many of the issues can be addressed at that level. So this is my submission to you, sir.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Your suggestions are very pertinent. The point is, most of this is, I think this is right now, as you rightly mentioned, it's a state subject. Right now. So what you are suggesting, it should be made a national subject. And then Mamata Banerjee will not be happy. So, so they will say, because anyway, but this is a good suggestion as far as technology is concerned. Is there anybody else who can tell any doubt about constructions or other thing other than pest? Otherwise we will ask our panelists to conclude.
Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Left. So pest people are, very particular about their this thing. Yeah. You want to tell something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. This is Dr. H.R. Magar Patil. Dr. H.R. Magar Patil. I belong to BG Shirke Construction Technology Private Limited.
Please.
I'm really thankful to CBRI for organizing such a wonderful gathering. And also I want to thank Ajay Chaurasia ji for mentioning the Shirke Group's contribution in using experimental proven technology in construction industry. Actually, there should be good testing facilities. Like I have seen one of the slides in Ajay Chaurasia ji's presentation that you are going to create a facility for testing G+3 storied building, dynamic testing, pseudo-dynamic. So such facilities should be more in India, as well as testing laboratories. Actually, it should be there in each and every state, and that too by CBRI. And if possible, if not possible, then why don't we create a facility by taking help of some institutes of repute like IITs, then VJTI like COEP or NITs like that. So these are two things. One more thing is, CPWD has granted 54 construction technologies, and out of those, I don't know how many are actually tested, because in precast we come to know that by DDA they have made it compulsory that to test it actual building for pseudo dynamic testing. So out of these 54 construction technologies, I don't know how many are tested. Is it made compulsory for all others or not? So this is one more thing of concern right now. And why don't we think of industrialization of civil engineering? If it is possible, because many other things, mechanical, computer, all other industrialization is there definitely, but in civil engineering it is not there. Few companies like our BG Shirke Construction, we are trying for that. But why don't we make it more in India? So these are 2-3 things. Along with that, some smart materials like graphene oxide, we are less in use graphene oxide. So that is very smart material which increase the ductility of concrete also. So, and tension capacity also. So why don't we try for such smart materials? So thank you, sir.
Thank you for your concerns. We have noted. Yeah, maybe you want to say something. Yeah, please give him the mic. Maybe this is the last.
I think this would be the last thing, I think, on your agenda. Okay, I guessed it. My name is Judge Jayant Dandavate. Consider me as an individual. Okay. Since
not
morning.
Not from pest and mycology.
No, since morning I have seen, like good deliberations. Everybody has, said their thanks and all that. Okay. A stupid question from me. 1 week, 1 lab. Okay. What happens hereafter? Like we have deliberated. Okay. There have been many questions raised. What happens hereafter to those deliberations?
Yeah. Yeah. So the objective of this 1 week, 1 lab program is throughout the week, each lab will interact, will first of all take whatever the research work done in that lab near to public. That is one thing. And also understand the needs of the society, okay, through government, through industry, and wherever there is a gap, try to join hands and solve the problems. And some interactions are there with the students also, and like a startup who has some ideas. So if you can give some push and the students to encourage them to come towards research and take up the problems which are not just flashy, but the outcome of the solution, outcome as a solution is also serving the society. This is the entire program. And coming to this today's one, so we have noted down all the deliberations, and this one maybe will what do you call, short term, mid term and long term, whichever can be solved immediately, that we will focus on. And then some through MOUs, some through training programs, some through certification, policy interventions, all such kind of things will be done. So this is really a good platform, and if required we will have a reorientation of labs objectives also. So because after all everyone is trying to serve the society, so we understand from each other. So that is the main objective.
Yes. Thank you. अच्छा, from CBRI also भाई कोई कहना चाहते हैं तो बता दें.
Being from planning and business development from CBRI under the leadership of our director, I extend a request to all of you. Whatever collaboration you expect from CBRI, kindly send a mail with to the point expectation from CBRI to take up to director@cbri.res.in. So then what director sir told, we will reorganize, reorient our research, and we can have collaboration, MOUs and whatever things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So conclude.
See, I would like to have one word from the industry that as a representative of the industry, I would say that I would like to appreciate the approach of CBRI. It is very hard for people to change themselves and change the structure, but CBRI has taken the first step, showing that there is a mind change. When there is a change in the thought process itself, obviously rest of the things can be done. So this change and the flexibility which is shown by otherwise a rigid government organization, now this is the real change, and this will make the success of the future. I am quite sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. So you want to tell?
Yeah, just few words. I would first of all like to thank, because this is the very marvelous kind of program organized by CBRI. Not because we have been also sponsoring for this, but it is one of the steps which government organizations rarely take to interact with the industry, and so much of flexibility that we see in the approach, that they are really welcoming the industry to resolve the problems faced by themselves or the industry itself. So this is a really welcome step, and 1 week, 1 lab, there are 37 labs under CSIR. So I don't know how much amount of development is going to trigger out of this particular initiative. So congratulations
Thank you.
to CBRI.
Thank you very much. So, Mangesh.
Yeah, I just want to add that what Director Sir said, that reorientation of our goals, and because we should keep on reinventing, reorienting based on our practical problem as well, because old organization especially otherwise get stuck in old objectives. So having a fresh look at that is a very good step, and that can really help industry a lot. That's all.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Mangesh. Maybe.
I can already imagine and see my friend Pradeep already making it list in his mind, and we have, for CBRI as well as the industry, we have our roles cut out now. I mean, and I wish all of us all the best to go ahead in a congenial way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like as a panelist, my last words, like what I could see, some of the speakers, they were like speaking like a helpless kind of thing. These are issues like, so I see this issue as like when in a non-technical manner I'm telling. So when parents see their infant children, okay, child is not telling anything, but parents still understand what are the needs of the child. So society is like that. So together, industry and research organizations, we have to understand problems of society like that and help them to ask us what they need. Till that time, it is our hard work, collective hard work. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. With very nice words, and you have really summed up, nothing much left. But still, as a moderator, my duty, I'll go one by one. We have noted your suggestions starting from 6313 specifications and hollow block, and then there was suggestion coming from concrete. So we will definitely look into this. Dr. Joshi, you told about 5 trillion economy and the new ways to handle the projects and the how to speedily work towards it. So we have to do some pondering at CBRI level, and I think our PBD group and director will have already taken note of it. Dr. Naik has told about materials starting from stone and approach we cannot probably do, but one thing is more important about old structures is workmanship. So that is also missing. Sir, you told about publicize credentials and BIS knowledge base. So we thank you for your views, and we will take of that. But every individual regarding pest control and specifications, let me share with you. On 11th of this month, we are holding a stakeholders meet before industry meet, and where railway, MES and CPWD, senior most officials are coming to Delhi. We will try BIS also, and although the process is slow in India, we all understand it, but we will definitely sensitize them towards including the new technologies or new product into their specifications. Obviously we have to do, there are many more, but with these I think since everybody has appreciated the efforts, we should all call Dr. Dharamraju near here, and let us all stand and clap for him.
His team, you can call your team also.
Team. चलो भाई टीम आ जाओ. चलो 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 आ जाओ.
Can we have one final photo?
हाँ आप सामने आ जाइए ना, इधर आ जाइए, आप आ गए, इधर आइए, 2 स्टेप में हो गए ना सब लोग. हाँ आप आ गए सामने. इधर आ जाइए, ऐसे नहीं अरे इधर ही आ जाओ ना, 2 लेयर में आ जाएंगे.
Yeah, you introduce your team.
ये लो राजू.
First of all, Dr. Karade ji has assisted me, guided and assisted me for entirely organizing this program, and and Dr. Chandan Meena came here and He has looked after the local arrangements here along with Dr. Taplial. Myself and Taplial earlier also we came and we have seen all the facilities. So how to go about it, how to arrange all these things. So as a back end support, Abhinav Tyagi, Saksam Bharadwaj, and then Manish have helped us a lot for successfully organizing this event. Chandan, and also NVU group, especially Gavdekar ji was the instrumental man, instrumental man in guiding and supporting, giving all assistance for arranging each and everything. I am very thankful to NVU as well, and also other, all my scientific colleagues and technical staff of CBRI has helped us in successfully organizing this event. Thank you. And finally, of course, our director support is always there. सर
वो बोल रहे हैं कि आप लोग चेयर पे बैठ जाइए, हम लोग पीछे आ जाएंगे, तो ज्यादा अच्छा है। जगह नहीं है, कर लेंगे, एडजस्ट कर लेंगे, आप बैठ जाओ, आप बैठ जाओ, आगे आ जाते इससे बढ़िया, छोटे वे सब बीच में रहेंगे, बड़े जो हाइट वाले राजू आप बैठ जाओ, नहीं जी आप आ गया, आप नहीं जी अरे नहीं जी इस तरह भाई ना एक यहाँ पे आ सकता है, उधर को एक हाँ वो सक्षम जाओ तुम, अरे यार दस नो क्या मैं कर्मो मैं रेडी चला।
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being patient till end.
Just a minute. Sir, we wanted to give a memento to the panelist, please. Panelist, Ashish, Dr. Ashish ji. I don't want to have one more copy. Yeah. Coffee is okay. Now I request our director, Dr. Pradeep Kumar ji, to present a memento to our panelist. As a token of appreciation, please. Dr. Ashish.
You are the sponsor.
नहीं है, अच्छा इधर ही है.
में आ जाइए।
One more. Dr. Ashish. और एक थे ना, नायक साहब आप सर मुझे दे दिए, नो प्रॉब्लम, ये अलग है। अच्छा ठीक है, ये अलग है। ये CSIR। I am the only person who got 2 cups. Thank you very much. And now I request Dr. S.R. Karade ji to propose a vote of thanks in a whole. Okay? It's okay? Okay. And also I am very much thankful to all the participants who have traveled across the country to successfully complete this event. I am thankful once again to all of you. We will meet as soon as possible to serve the society in the form of through R&D activities or some project mode or training mode. Thank you one and all. Thank you. देखते हैं पता नहीं, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ।
वो मेरे से कहने लगा
वो भी जाएगा सर लेके प्लीज अच्छा और
Hello, hello. Those who have not taken tea, please take tea. Thank you.
actually they were some